teeth into. So I wanted to make sure we were starting before the actual event so that we could have a chat about the fights, main event in particular, to be honest. We've got 2 title fights tonight, of course. We have got the Middleweight Championship that's going to be defended by Sean Strickland. He's taking on Dricus Du Plessis. He's taking on arguably the best of the middleweight around. Adesanya certainly in the conversation, but right now between these two, it really is, outside of Adesanya, the top 2 middleweights. This is going to be a fantastic fight. Sometimes you can get those fights where they're just defending the title for the sake of defending the title, and it's not really believed that there's really much danger. You see that a lot in like the women's division. That is absolutely not what's happening here. This is a really, really close fight. These two are going to be battling for the championship, and it really could go either way. It really could be either person that emerges after this show as the middleweight champion. My money, for the records, is leaning towards Du Plessis. I'm a big Dricus Du Plessis fan. I think he is excellent at striking from distance. He's on an 8-fight win streak. We know that he's excellent on the ground. He won a junior kickboxing competition as well, which I know you can't put much stock in, but I suppose the picture I'm trying to paint is just how well-rounded this guy is. You know, this is someone that has been working and honing his different skills throughout his whole career and is now bringing it all together. This is someone that is very, very difficult to beat. In fact, I would go as far as to say the only way that I can see Sean Strickland winning this fight is if Du Plessis starts to fade. I think if Du Plessis can hang in there for as long as possible, there's a good chance that he'll put Sean Strickland away. Like, I think Du Plessis early is quite a good pick. I'm feeling quite good about Du Plessis getting at Strickland and getting him out of there in the earlier stages, probably like round 2, round 3. I think if we're going into late round 4, round 5, I would start to worry about Du Plessis then, because that's the one thing that you can say. His cardio doesn't seem to hold as well as you would like. That is definitely an area of concern. So the longer this goes, the more I'll be worried for Du Plessis. But as long as the fight's going in round 1, round 2, round 3, Du Plessis for me is the play. That's the pick. I think Du Plessis early or Sean Strickland late seems to be the way people are trying to debate. And Sean Strickland's in phenomenal shape. He really is. He's in incredible shape. He looks absolutely fantastic. And they do say that, you know, when you become champion, you go up to that next level, you know, you get that little bit better. Having the championship just kind of elevates you a little bit more. So it's very, very close. I mean, I don't say it with any degree of confidence. I fancied Du Plessis against Adesanya. I don't know that many people fancied Sean Strickland against Adesanya. So I think Sean Strickland's put in a hell of a performance. He's shocked the world. He's managed to get a win that people weren't expecting him to get, and now all of a sudden he's being hailed as this incredible unstoppable force, which just doesn't seem to add up to me. So Sean Strickland deserves his flowers, deserves respect, but Du Plessis is the guy that we've watched coming for a long time. This is the guy that's been climbing those rankings, working his way towards a championship opportunity. This is the guy that I've quite fancied for a while, being able to get past Adesanya, be a true challenge to Adesanya. And now he's got to the mountaintop. It's not Adesanya that's there, it's Sean Strickland. And I think what makes it really interesting is I've never really thought about Sean Strickland against Du Plessis in this regard. So I've never really thought about like how their strengths and weaknesses match up. I've been fairly confident that it was going to be Adesanya Du Plessis, and actually we even had the face-to-face. You know, there was a very heated confrontation between Adesanya and Du Plessis. So that, I think, has kind of turned everything on its head, and now you're kind of left in a situation where just don't really know how this is going to play out in regards to, you know, with any degree of confidence, how this is going to go, because that Sean Strickland win was such an upset. This is either Sean Strickland, the best version of him, he's putting everything together, he's going to go on an amazing run, or it was a fluke, to be honest. It was a fluke. He just fought the right game plan on the right day, and there's no guarantee he'll be able to repeat that against Du Plessis tonight. So I just feel more confident picking Du Plessis. I feel more confident going in that direction. I feel like I know what his skill set is. I know what he delivers. He's fairly consistent. He's on an 8-fight win streak. Whereas Sean Strickland's, you just don't get that same level of consistency. And we've seen some bad performances from Sean Strickland's. He's on a 3-fight win streak. But he put it all together against Adesanya. That is also true. And he's in the shape of his life. That is also true. And he's excellent striking in the pocket. If this is going to become a dogfight, Sean Strickland is going. I mean, did you see him at the press conference? He was like, he wanted to shake hands with Du Plessis because he wanted to agree that they were going to go to war. He was like, shake my hands. This is to the death. He even said that to him, to the death. Sean Strickland wants to fight to the death. One thing that Strickland will give you is if you put money on him, he's going to fight for your money. He's going to fight for your money. This is a dog, man. This is a dog. So if it becomes that kind of a fight, if it becomes like a scrap, a brawl, a bar fight, yeah, Sean Strickland all day, right? But if it's going to be technical and it's going to be at distance, at range in particular, then, you know, that's when I'm starting to lean Du Plessis. He's excellent at range. He's very, very technical. He's got excellent setups. I've got to lean Du Plessis. I've got to lean Du Plessis now that we finally got here. Du Plessis was the one that I've been looking at for so long, and now I'm here. I can't abandon him now. So, yeah, Du Plessis is going to be my pick, but honestly, super, super close. And that is reflected in the odds as well. The last odds I saw had Sean Strickland as favourite, but he was only a -110 favourite. Du Plessis is +100, so there's nothing in the odds, right? I mean, it's not a pick'em, but it's as close to a pick'em as you can get without it being a pick'em. So it's as close to evens as we can possibly be. -110, +100, and Sean Strickland going in as the favourite. So he's obviously the champ. He is a couple of years older, but I don't think there's really anything in that. He's got excellent volume. He could definitely find a way of like getting in and like really unloading. The only thing I would say is if you actually look at, and I think if we got it on screen, if you look at significant strikes, Sean Strickland's volume of 5.82 is excellent, right? But it ain't better than Du Plessis. Du Plessis 6.95. You know, if you look at Du Plessis, he is landing more. He's got better accuracy. He's got a better takedown average as well of 2.7 compared to Strickland at 0.9. When he's down on the ground, Du Plessis has got a much higher submission average of 1.09. Sean Strickland's 0.2. So, you know, we're seeing more takedowns. We're seeing more submission attempts. We're seeing more strikes landed per minute. We're seeing better accuracy, which means he's not being as wasteful. Numbers look really good for Du Plessis. The numbers look good for him as well. So the numbers kind of back up that Du Plessis definitely shouldn't be getting overlooked here. I think if you're picking Strickland, I've got no problem with anyone picking Strickland, but if you're picking Strickland, I think that I think you've got to know this is close. I think you've got to know that this is a fight, man. This is a war. This is such an exciting way to start 2024. Really, really looking forward to this one. I must say, I don't think the card is brilliant. I think the card is quite lacking, quite low down. Top end of the card looks pretty good. There's some decent names at the top end. Not a big fan of the co-main, but I did like the heat that was between them, actually. There was quite a bit of heat at the press conference between Pennington and Mayra Bueno Silva. Bueno Silva saying, even questioning if Pennington was UFC quality and, like, you know, if she even belonged at this level. Pennington just there was one thing that Bueno Silva said. She said, when I watch you fight, you send me to sleep. And I was just waiting for Pennington to go, well, I'll be sending you to sleep this Saturday as well. Don't worry about it. Right? I was waiting for that. It was right there. It was right there for her to knock that away. And she didn't go for it. She didn't say that at all. She just kind of just started shouting, and it was all a bit... So I don't think Raquel Pennington's promo game is the strongest. But, yeah, I like the heat between them. Definitely got me a bit more invested in this fight. And, of course, we're going to be crowning a new champion in that co-main event. Women's Bantamweight Championship. Raquel Pennington taking on Mayra Bueno Silva. And this should be a lot of fun, to be honest, because Raquel Pennington is a tough brawler, man. I mean, she is someone that has been around the top end of the women's MMA game for so long. She made her UFC debut 11 years ago. She's a brawler. She averages 4 significant strikes, absorbs 3.3, so she's landing more than she absorbs. She doesn't do well with takedowns, to be honest. Her takedown defense of 63% is okay. Kind of want to be around the 70 mark, but 63% is okay. She's got the most strikes in women's bantamweight history, and she does really well in close fights. She's really good in close fight. She paces herself well, and she's got a very good like fight IQ. So when she's in a fight, if it's quite nip and tuck, she's just thrives in that kind of environment. So if Bueno Silva's going to get the win here, and I honestly don't know if she's going to or not, but if she is going to get the win, she's going to need to overwhelm Pennington. She's going to need to do it with skill and technique, because if it's going to be a brawl, Pennington thrives in that environment. So Mayra Bueno Silva, you know, she's an orthodox striker. She actually absorbs more than she lands, so she takes more punishments than what she actually throws out. But she's got some decent power to her. She's got lots of submissions on her resume. She's got a knockout win. So 10 wins, I think 1 coming by knockout, technical knockout, 7 coming by submission. She is faster than most women in the division. She also has grown throughout her career. She's improved a lot throughout her career. She's got high-level jiu-jitsu. Can be a little bit wild on the feet, as we said. Getting into a brawl with Pennington is not the right way forward for Mayra Bueno Silva. She's got really good Muay Thai, kicks, knees. She, a lot like Du Plessis, can tire in the later rounds as well. So I got to tell you, man, I'm actually looking at Pennington on this. I'm actually looking at Pennington. Pennington's the dog as well at plus 140. In fact, I think I've gone with both dogs. I've gone with Du Plessis, who's the dog, and I've gone with Pennington, who's the dog. So I'm looking at both dogs for the co and the main. I just Du Plessis, I think I've explained why there, but I just can't not back him after watching him go through the rankings and, you know, admiring his work and what a killer and amazing, his last fight in particular. Pennington is not the person I thought I would be picking, but the more that I just kind of look at the breakdown, the more I can see openings for Pennington, the more that I could see that she could get at Mayra Bueno Silva. And I just think even at minus 170 plus 140, this feels a bit wide to me. I think this should be a bit closer, actually, like minus 100. I don't know that it should be a pick 'em. I'm all right with Bueno Silva being the favorite. but coming up to like minus 200 favorite feels just a touch wide to me. So I am leaning the dog. I'm leaning the dog. She paces herself well. She'll be there at the end. We know that Bueno Silva can tire. We know she's a bit wild on the feet. If this goes down to the ground, then Bueno Silva's jiu-jitsu should get it for her. So that is definitely a path to victory for Mayra Bueno Silva. So Pennington's going to have to rely on all of that 63% takedown defense and hope that it's even stronger than that tonight. So maybe that could be the area of concern for Pennington, the takedowns. You know, her takedown defense is all right, but it's going to need to be better than that to make sure she doesn't go down to the ground against a woman that's got 7 submission wins from 10 victories overall. So, good. I'm into it. They've got me hyped for that fight, to be honest. And of course, Mike Malott, massive prospect, getting on a little bit, 32, but a big prospect. He's fighting out of Canada. Loads of Canadian fighters on this card. Canada, stand up, because you are well represented this evening. Let's ask the question, who leaves as middleweight champion? Who leaves as UFC middleweight champion? We'll fire that up. We've got Fight Pass that's going to be starting in about 12 minutes time. I do want to jump into the chats. Bonkers said, if you go to Tapology, select Pick'em groups, then look for Wrestling Days. Yes. Bonkers, shout out to you. Yeah, if you are joining us, if you are just new to the channel, welcome. I hope that you have a good evening and enjoy the show. As we said, the early stages look a bit quiet, to be honest. I think it's good for Canada. It's a really strong Canadian card, which actually there should be a lot of Canadians winning tonight. I quite fancy a lot of the Canadians. So Canadian MMA looking very good right now, and going to be on full display this evening. But to be honest, I think we're seeing a lot of prospects. I think we're seeing a lot of busted prospects. You know, Gillian Robertson, for example, great fighter, love her loads, but it just doesn't seem like she's really going to be climbing up those rankings and competing for a title anytime soon. I think there's a ceiling there, and I think that's kind of shown throughout the card in places. But then you've got people like Mike Malott, who there's a lot of excitement around. Big prospect, even at the age of 32. So a nice little mixed bag for Canada. Probably could be a Canadian fight night. And then we've just sweetened the pot with a couple of title fights. And, you know, some interesting fights on that main card as well. So I'd say it's going to probably feel like a fight night till we get to that main card. And then when we get to that main card, there's definitely some juicy stuff that's going to be on display. But if you do want to play the prediction game, then as Bunkers just said, if you go over to Tapology, sign up on Tapology, you can then, I don't think I've got it lined up yet. Hang on. Go over to Tapology, search for Pick'em Group. Let's see if we can get this moved to a new window. Let's change this over to not that one, that one. Yeah, so if you go over to Tapology, go over to Pick'em Group, then have a look for Wrestling Days League. You'll be able to see we've got 312 people that are playing. It's absolutely free. We don't get any, we're not sponsored by them or anything like this. It's literally just there for you lot to have some fun. That's it. So you go to Tapology, you create the account. It's free to do that. You then make your picks. If you have run out of time for this week, I think it's still open. I'm not 100%. But if you've run out of time, you can do the picks for next week's show, right? Or the week after, like... and there's other groups you can join on there as well. And so basically we got 312 people that are playing. And we will jump into this, but we'll probably leave it a good few fights at first, but we'll keep like having a little look, seeing how you lot are doing. But yeah, we do have that set up, and that is going to be rumbling away in the background as we're just 8 minutes away from going over to Fight Pass for the first fight. So I don't think it's actually the biggest card tonight. I don't think we've got absolutely tons of fights this evening. I think think we are looking at having around about 11 or 12. Let's have a little look. See where we are. I don't think we've lost anything recently. 12. Well, it's not bad. We had 11 last week, so 12 this week. So, yeah, we've got Michael Gordon against Jimmy Flick, Jasudavicius taking on Priscilla Cachoeira, Joanne Lainesse taking on Sam Patterson, Gillian Robertson against Pollyanna Viana, Sidi against Tavarez, Charles Jourdain taking on Sean Woodson, Brad Katona taking on Garrett Armfield, Arnold Allen taking on Evloev. We got Curtis against Marc-Andre Barriault, Magny against Malott, Pennington against Bueno Silva, Strickland against Du Plessis. So that is our card tonight. And as we said, there's how many Canadians? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Canadians on this card. 9 Canadians. We are in Toronto at the Scotiabank Arena. I've flip-flopped on too many fights, said A. Jobson. I'm doomed. Let's go. James said, Raw Underground is a great idea that was rubbishly executed. A said, do you think Roman drops the title? When do I think Roman drops the title? Depends if we're doing Rocket Mania, and it feels like we are. So I've got to think if we're not doing Cody at Mania, then Cody at SummerSlam. So I'll look at SummerSlam as being where it finally ends. I would say WrestleMania, and it feels like it should be WrestleMania, but Rock Roman feels pretty good, doesn't it? Feels pretty good for Rock Roman. Speciality said, I know you don't collab, but you and Guru would be awesome in a live or a breakdown video. Speciality Automotive, shout out to you. Chris says, hard card to call. James said, Natasha Jonas retains by split decision. Excellent. Excellent. That was a tough fight tonight for her. That was a really tough fight. She said that she knew that she needed to beat like a pound for pound in order to be kind of getting the recognition that she deserves. In there with Maya, and yeah, brilliant. Split decision. I didn't see the fight, obviously. I've been just getting this set up and getting ready for this, but yeah, definitely brilliant result for her. I'm really pleased. Jobson said, I adopt Evloev at minus 190. He's got a radical lumberjack sweep. Evloev will likely heal the underdog. Gonzalez said, Days, you excited for next Saturday? 100%, my friends. Absolutely. The Rumble is probably my favorite. I mean, obviously outside of WrestleMania. The thing with WrestleMania is anything can happen. Massive stuff tends to get saved for that. But really, outside of WrestleMania, I think everyone's favorite is the Rumble. It's just a fantastic concept. What an idea! What a match! You never know who's coming out next, and I'm sure we're going to get treated to some big surprises this year as well. We're expecting Naomi. We're wondering if we could get AJ Lee. We're wondering if we might get a Big E appearance. So, yeah, very much so. It's going to be a great time. And we will be live for that. And we will start early as well. I mean, it's one of the biggest streams we do of the year, to be honest. So, very much looking forward to it. Prediction video should be hitting the channel tomorrow. I haven't actually filmed it yet. It's my job to do once I've finished tonight's stream, which is about to begin in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Wrestle Andy said, is Adesanya going to be in the crowd's challenge the winner? Maybe a triple threat? I would imagine that he will be there, yes. I would imagine that he will be there, but I haven't seen anything confirming that, but I would expect him to be there. Matthew Nom Chong, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. We know that Alec Pereira was in the crowd for the press conference, and there was a conversation about if Du Plessis was interested in going up against Alec Pereira. Sean Strickland wasn't. But Du Plessis seemed to be focused on this first, of course. But Alec Pereira watching the happenings. It was a really good press conference, actually. It was one of those that was definitely worth watching. That dude that jumped up started screaming at Sean Strickland. That was really interesting. So, and they really like Sean Strickland in Canada. Like, he has been very, very outspoken. I mean, if you want to talk about someone polarizing, you know, I think Sean Strickland is very much in that bracket. A bit of a Colby Covington, if you will. But, yeah, the Canadians just absolutely love him. Like, the support he was getting at the press conference was off the charts. A. Jobson said, this card is for sure a bit of a dessert in terms of belts for me, but I always struggle to find non-ML bets. I don't trust myself to go too hard on those. Days, how are you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Great, Jaspy, I hope you're well. Days, can you approve my Tapology request? Yes, I can do that. We've got 2 minutes to go. So if you... I think it's probably closed now. But JB, you have been accepted. Welcome. That takes us to 3:13 now. Let's go. Right. What time does the main fight start tonight, said Sir Scotty. So main fight tonight, probably looking, main card I believe is at 3. So they tend, the way that I always look at it is each fight gets about half an hour slot. So we've got 5 fights on that main card. So the first 2 hours should be the first 4 fights. So you're probably looking at around about 5 a.m. UK time, which is probably about midnight Eastern time. That's roughly, I mean, obviously it's rough because you never know if a fight's going to go 5 rounds, 3 rounds, round 1, you never quite know. It could be that the co-main goes 5 rounds, which then is going to delay the main event, or that co-main could end in round 1. And then the fights before could go all 3 rounds, or they could also end in round 1. So they do fill time. We go to the pundits and we show video packages, and they do try to keep to those half an hour time slots. But yes, it can alter things by 15 minutes, 20 minutes, stuff like that. But as a rough kind of guide, I would say main event expected about midnight. Main event expected 5 a.m. UK time. Right, we've got a little graphic that's popped up saying the stream will begin shortly. We're actually starting about at the usual time we would be starting, but normally we have a fight that we can go to. They're just starting the fights a little bit later than usual. It's going to be tough to stay up all night when the card is this week, said Pedro. Yeah, it's true. I feel like this undercard feels like a fight night. I really don't disagree. But the main card, I mean, listen, that fight, that main event fight, that is the one everyone's excited for. That's the one that people are really tuning in for. To be honest, we probably could have just started at like midnight, 5 o'clock. That's the one that everyone is bothered about, you know. Of course, people want to know who wins the co-main. And there's interest in some of those other fights on the main card, but it's true. I can't really spin it, and I wouldn't want to spin it, that this is like stacked. It's amazing. It's the best card we're going to see this year, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the fight, they're just showing footage of Sean Strickland and Du Plessis brawling in the crowd. I thought it was quite interesting how Sean Strickland was really respectful of Du Plessis. The Canadian fans were booing Du Plessis. And Sean Strickland was like, nah, show this guy some respect, man. This is a warrior right here. You've got to have support for this guy. I thought it was really interesting. He was really kind of standing up for Du Plessis. There seems to be some genuine respect there. So we are just seeing Toronto. We're getting shots of Toronto. We are going over to our first fight very soon. A lot of people always ask, where's this? I can't find it. It's on Fight Pass. It's probably on somewhere like Watch Wrestling as well, I would imagine. But look at this. The odds now are a pick'em in that main event. Sean Strickland -110, Du Plessis -110. So I didn't know that. I really didn't know that. When I looked at the odds 48 hours ago, it was a case that Du Plessis was +100. No, not anymore. Right now, as of now, it is a pick'em. That means even. That means that the people don't know. Money is coming in on both guys to the same extent where it's on as even right now. So I didn't put any money on it, but I probably should have put some money on Du Plessis when he was the underdog. I do believe in him. But now it is... the odds have changed, and now it is actually a pick'em. So they're just previewing main event tonight, of course. They're probably going to do that throughout the evening. We've already done a bit of a breakdown of it. Sean Strickland's just looking in the absolute shape of his life, looking in such brilliant condition. And as we said, he's bringing some really impressive numbers. He really is putting it all together at this stage in his career. And as I said, they always say that when you become champion, you kind of level up. You just gain that little bit extra. Is it a case that he is now starting to show that? Who you got in the co-main? So co-main, I'm definitely leaning towards Pennington. I think that is very close. I think that she is someone that has been working her whole career for this. At the age of 35, there is a concern that the boat might have passed her by, and this might just be too late in her career. But I think she's excellent in the fight with fight IQ. I think she can find openings and exploit weaknesses. I also think if it's close, she is very good at making it a brawl, making it a fight, and she thrives in that kind of environment. Numbers look pretty good for her when it comes to on the feet. She's got an advantage on the feet against Mayra Bueno Silva. Bueno Silva, as we said earlier, is quite wild on the feet, whereas Pennington, I think she's a lot more effective with her striking. The one thing that I'm worried about with Pennington that we pointed out earlier is that she's got that 63% takedown defense, but that 63% takedown defense is going to need to be a bit stronger than that, because if she goes down to the ground against a jiu-jitsu artist of the caliber of Mayra Bueno Silva, we could have some problems if we go down to the ground. 7 submission wins for Mayra Bueno Silva is, significant out of 10 wins overall. So 70% of her wins are coming submission down on the ground. So I do worry about Pennington going down and the fight going there. 63% takedown defense is okay, but it probably suggests that we are going to go to the ground a few times during this fight. And don't forget, it is a 5-round fight as well. So can Pennington keep it on the feet, keep it scrappy, really get through and give Bueno Silva something to think about? Is her takedown defense going to hold? If those things happen, Pennington wins. But if the takedown defense just crumbles, if Bueno Silva gets her down and just keeps getting her down, we're in big trouble. This is going to be a long 5 rounds, man. It's going to be a long 5 rounds. So Bueno Silva can fade during fights. Pennington, I think her cardio holds a little longer. It's tough. It's really, really tough. I've said I think this is closer than the odds. In fact, I would like to know what the odds are now. About 48 hours ago, it was +170 for Pennington and like -180, something like that for Bueno Silva. I think it should be closer than that. I don't have any problem with Bueno Silva being favourite, but I think it should be closer than what those odds suggest. So I am looking at the underdog, to be honest. I'm looking at the underdog. I always think if it is close, if you really think it is close, then why would you want to go with the favourite? You surely would go with the underdog if you genuinely believe it's close. And I genuinely believe it's close. The big question is, though, does Bueno Silva get Pennington down? I like the co-main, actually. I like it. It's not a star-studded fight. It's not one that's going to bring in the casuals. It's not a fight that people are going to be going crazy over, like, oh, I need to watch that. But as an actual fight, I really like it. I'm looking forward to it. So, right, we are going over to our first fight then. So, we need to jump over to that. Where is... Yeah, there it is. I was going to say, where is UFC? Lovely. I want to get the... I don't know, I never get the UFC website up whenever we're live, and I didn't realise just the level of information that they give you. Absolutely tons and tons of info, which we probably should have been looking at, like, all along. I think there's some really interesting stuff on here. So here we've got Gordon and Jimmy Flick. So you can see Gordon's got a record of 14-7, Jimmy Flick 16-7. Both are around the same height, but Gordon's got a 3-inch reach advantage. If we have a look at how their wins come, you can see Jimmy Flick, 88% of his wins coming by submission, 21% of Gordon's wins coming by decision. He has got a 36% knockout rate, though. Average fight time for both guys is just over 6 minutes, so that is a good sign for this next fight. Means that we could be looking at a round 1, round 2 stoppage, maybe a submission win for Flick, maybe a sub or a knockout for Gordon, although he has like 20-odd% of the time gone the distance. You can see they're both landed around 2 significant strikes per minute. Absorbing, though, Jimmy Flick absorbs a lot more shots than Malcolm Gordon. Defense for Gordon better. If we have a look at the grappling, you can see the takedown average is very similar as well, and the accuracy. But you can see that when we do go down to the ground, a hell of a lot more submissions for Jimmy Flick. 4.4 compared to 0.8 for Malcolm Gordon. Latest odds have got Gordon at -205 and Jimmy Flick at +170. To win by knockout, Gordon +165, Jimmy Flick +1400. Jimmy Flick is expected to win, if he's going to win, by submission. Gordon, if he's going to win, looks like it's going to be knockout. Everything here is pointing towards there being a finish. So this should be a really fun opening fight. Really looking forward to this. Gordon has got solid Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, decent submission skills. Durability isn't brilliant for Gordon, but we've seen that he has gone the distance. He is aggressive. There are a few questions around his chin, and there's questions as to whether he is UFC caliber. He works hard. He does have, and I suppose this is going to be the concern, multiple first round losses. He's lost in the first round a fair few times. That's a problem. Solid grappler, though, but striking, it's okay. As we said, he's got the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Both fighters are vulnerable, and this probably makes the fight quite close. So, you know, is Gordon going to be able to withstand the pressure? Is he going to be able to land the strikes that he needs to get the victory? Gordon by stoppage on the feet is obviously what the bookies have got as favourite for him to win. In regards to Flick, you know, you don't need me to tell you, an explosive grappler, tons of submissions. Submission surely going to be the path here. He does give away a lot of openings. Jimmy Flick also did retire and leave the sport. Probably should have stayed that way, to be honest. This should be fun, though. I think all those numbers, everything we've just spoke about there, hopefully have painted a picture that this should be a really fun fight. And normally they do put on the first fight this way to be quite exciting. They do normally put on this opener to really, you know, get people's juices going. So, yeah, this should be a good one to open the card with. Gordon to win inside the distance, -135. I wanted to have a look and see where we were with the poll. I can tell you that it is close. We're coming up to 200 votes. Sean Strickland, 64% of you have gone with Sean Strickland. 36% have gone with Dricus Du Plessis. So we're slowly sneaking our way to 60-40. It's close. It's close. A clear advantage to Strickland, though. So Strickland is fancied by the community to retain. We'll see how that develops as the evening continues to pass us by. Okay, this first fight should be coming up very, very soon. I've got a feeling this card is going to be chaos, said A. Jobson. Lots of upsets on the horizon. Bruce Buffer is in attendance, of course. There is no Joe Rogan. He's actually not on this card. I think, is it Dominic Reyes that I saw replacing him? If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We will try and get to 1,000. I don't know how possible that's going to be tonight. I feel like it should be. It might be one of those that's really late and then maybe gets there as we get to the main event. Main event is the draw tonight. That's the one that everyone is definitely interested in, engaged in. So hopefully we can get there. Okay, Bruce Buffer doing the intros. We will be underway with this very, very soon. Malcolm Gordon just getting his intro. Minus 200 favorite. This is his first fight as favorite, representing Canada. Fighting out of Canada, does that give him a slight edge? Is that a slight advantage, the fact that he is representing Canada? Or is it more pressure on his shoulders? Gordon steps into the middle. As we said, don't blink on this one. Let's go over and get the timer ready. I think we're all queued up. Everything's good to go. First fight of the evening. Gordon versus Flick. Striking versus grappling. Finish expected. Both with vulnerabilities. And we are underway. Both fighters coming out into the center. We've got Gordon in red. We've got Flick in blue. We've got Gordon moving forwards. Hook shot coming in. Kick coming in there by Flick. Flick trying to charge forward. Lovely little striking uppercuts there by Gordon. Good takedown defense by Gordon as well, as Flick was looking to get this to the ground, of course. Gordon knew that he'd be looking for that. He's managed to defend those takedowns. He's driven Flick against the cage. Flick is trying to get Gordon over, down to the ground, but Gordon standing his ground at the moment. Takedown, lovely work there by Gordon. It's Gordon that manages to get Flick down. So he's got him down to the ground. He's on top. He's in half guards. I did wonder where the images were there, but they've popped up. So he's got into full guard now, Gordon. So he's on top of Flick. I don't think Flick's going to mind this too much, you know. I mean, it's not ideal being on your back and having people raining down shots, but he is very good on the ground. He can ask some questions, and he's doing that already. Looking for a bit of a triangle. He's trying to set some up here. Yeah, I don't know how wise this was from Gordon, to be honest, to take the fight down to the ground. He's got himself in a right pickle now. Gordon struggling a little bit here. That is a very tight triangle. But shots coming in to the side of the head by Gordon. It's going to be a problem, man. He needs to find a way out of this. And that arm is out there as well. That arm is going to be a problem. He's grabbed a hold of that arm. He could transition into an arm bar if he wanted. Hammer fists coming down there by Gordon. So right now we've got Gordon on his feet. He's just gone down to one knee. There is a triangle that's in by Flick. Gordon, I don't know if he's conserving his energy or if he's fading, to be honest. There's no activity coming out of Gordon right now. He throws in a hammer fist, though. Tries to get back up to his feet. It's all real clingy and scrappy, man. I mean, he's got his arms being grabbed a hold of by Flick. He finally gets himself free. Now he goes back to raining down some ground and pounds. It's like we just said, I don't think Flick would have minded being in that position. Even though he got took down, he had Gordon on him. He's so good on the ground and from his back. I just think that was a really bad move there by Gordon. Just played totally into Flick's wheelhouse, and he got himself in all kinds of trouble. Shots coming in to the side of the heads. Again, it's just going to be clingy. It's going to be messy. Gordon all over Flick. He's got him down. He's driving his forearm into the side of the head. He's trying to get past the guard of Flick. Flick in a seated position. He's managed to get round the side here, Gordon. Flick goes down. Shots raining down here by Gordon. Heavy hands. Good ground and pound, man. He's smashing him with elbows. Or Flick can't do anything. He's trying to grab a hold of him, get him chest to chest. Because if you can get him chest to chest, you limit the amount of movement the person on top has got, so they can't rain down that ground and pounds. But Gordon's just been relentless now for about a minute. Really, really unloading. I mean, if we look at the numbers, 21 significant strikes to 0. Yeah, the submission looked good and looked a bit problematic, but I don't think it's enough to give Flick this round because Gordon has got the takedown and has been relentless outside of that submission attempt. I mean, the ground and pound has been pretty constant, pretty brutal as well. He's still raining it down right now. We got a minute left to go here. Flick trying to get over to the side of the cage. Gordon continuing to just smash down. Heavy, heavy shots. Hammer fist coming down there by Gordon. And again, another shot coming down. It's relentless, man. Flick just can't avoid this. I think, to be honest, Gordon's done a great job of just really knocking the fight. Oh, look at that. Brilliant. Guillotine into a... I think it's just a guillotine that's applied. Flick, though, doing really well to survive. Gordon with a squeeze. He's managed to trap the leg as well, which is good. That's going to give him extra leverage, Gordon. Can't blow out the arms, though. He can't chase this too long. That squeeze looks quite tight, but Flick's doing a really good job of tensing his body to try and withstand the pressure there. I think Flick's done a good job of surviving in that, to be honest. I think he's done a good job of surviving. I think he was in a fair bit of trouble at times there. But in all fairness, at one point it looked like Gordon was in quite a bit of trouble. So, not a Flick round, a Gordon round. I don't think there'd be too much debate about that. Gordon dominating proceedings outside of that submission attempt. Chris, shout out to you. Hope you are well. William, hello. I am just work is consuming, says William. William, hope work's going well. Jobson said Sean Strickland will break the Drake curse. Drake will also be in attendance, and the fight's in his hometown. Sean, make us proud unless you took Dricus, said Jobson. More requests on Tapology, said James. Thank you. We can add those in a second as we're about to go to round number 2. Round number 2 coming up then as both fighters step into the middle. They touch gloves. And as we said, we got Gordon in red. We got Flick in blue. There's an outside leg kick there by Flick. Flick being driven backwards. Shots coming in by Gordon. Gordon continuing to put that pressure on. Adam Martin said 10-9 Gordon. Round 1 did far more damage. Aaron said strong 10-9 round for Gordon. Gordon letting the hands go. Now he's got Flick up against the cage. Flick in trouble. Uppercuts coming in there by Gordon. He's driving Flick back. He's absolutely peppering him with shots. There's no response here by Flick. Although he manages to grab the leg, get round the back. Oh, I tell you what, he did really well there, Flick. He was getting absolutely smashed. And he's managed to just get round the back of Gordon. Gordon, though, trying to prevent this from becoming a worse situation. There is a bit of a squeeze being applied here by Flick. This is his 3rd submission attempt, head and arm. It's really tight as well, this by Flick. That is... Oh, he's tapped him! Oh, my God! Oh my God, Jimmy Flick gets it by submission in round 2. Amazing, innit? He was just getting absolutely smashed at the start of this round. Absolutely smashed. The shots were coming in. That is an upset. Gordon's going to be absolutely gutted at that. I mean, look at this. The shots are coming in. He then goes for the leg, look. Goes for the leg. Actually then goes round. Manages to get the back. And there we go. Amazing. Head and arm choke, arm triangle, applied and in and tight. I mean, that angle from above, you can see just how tight it is. But he was getting smashed, man. He was getting smashed. Bunker said more tapology requests. Yes, we will get to them. It doesn't matter when we accept them, to be honest. If they get accepted, as long as they get accepted at some point during the show, then it shows instantly. First and last time Gordon walks out like he owns the arena. I was going over the card, said William. I noticed that we're overdue for a night of low blows. Oh, has it been a while? Didn't we get one with Ankalaev and Johnny Walker? I think we get one because Johnny Walker was like, come on, man. You need me when I was down last fight, and now you're doing a low blow. So there we go. Jimmy Flick picks up the victory in round 2. And crowd are pretty pumped for that, man. Which is quite a surprise considering that Gordon was their guy. A little word between them. A lot of respect being shown. Cormier, of course, in there doing the interviews. No, Joe Rogan. So he said he just wants to thank Canada. Physically and emotionally, I've been dragged through the mud to get here. Looks like it. Did he say this is my last performance? Oh, man, that's not right, is it? How's that right? He just said, I wanted to have my dad here, but I couldn't afford to bring him out. How is that even allowed? How is that even allowed? How have the UFC even allowed him to fight without his dad being in attendance because he couldn't afford to bring him out? He said, these gloves are for you, Dad. Do you know what? That is... it might be the pro wrestling fan in me. It might be the pro wrestling fan in me, but I love promos, obviously. I love, like, the talking side of things. And so many fighters don't have anything to say after. They're really just, yeah, that's what we prepared for, blah, 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 blah. I think, you know, that was brilliant from him. He was like, I wanted my dad here, but I couldn't afford to bring him out. I wanted to give him my gloves, but I lost my last fight and I wasn't going to give him those gloves. But these gloves are for you, Dad. And it's like, oh, man. Jimmy Flick's just got, just made, I'm a Jimmy Flick stan now. I'm a Jimmy Flick stan. But that can't be right, can it? How can the UFC not have paid for his dad to come out? I mean, maybe they didn't know. I'm sure Dana would have paid. I mean, geez, you know, a couple of grand to, you know, flight and a hotel or whatever. Like, come on. For his dad to be there. Right, coming up next then, we've got Jasudavicius against Priscilla Cachoeira. Gordon has got no fight IQ. So sad. He just needed to be a little bit patient and keep the fight on the feet. Flick was get lit up and he would get KO'd, said A. Jobson. James said this might be random, but apparently ITV are bringing back Bullseye. It is random, but it's also great. I hope Stephen Mulhern's not going to host that one. I really like Stephen Mulhern. I like him a lot, but he's hosting everything. But great start to the fight night. It was good, wasn't it? It was good. Right, next fight is going to be Jasudavicius against Priscilla Cachoeira. Now, this is going to be an interesting one, to be honest. I think it's probably going to go decision. I think that Jasmine's going to win. She's a heavy favorite here. In fact, I really like looking at the stats. She's a heavy favorite. She is coming in, I think, like minus 380. Let's have a little look, shall we? So, I think it just said there. Odds, yeah, minus 380. So, Jasmine at minus 380. Priscilla Cachoeira is coming in at plus 300. Odds to win by knockout, you can see they're both quite wide. Odds to win by submission, really wide for Cachoeira. And odds to win by decision, also quite wide for Cachoeira. Cachoeira's best chance of winning this is going to be by striking. Jasudavicius, it's likely she'll get it by decision, as we said. So, plus 400 to win by knockout, plus 450 to win by submission, minus 115 to win by decision. If we have a look at significant strikes, you can see that Cachoeira actually lands more, and she's got like per minute, and she is got better accuracy as well, 43% compared to 40%. Striking defense is better though for Jasudavicius, and the key stat on this page, to be honest, is the absorbed strikes, because you can see the amount of shots they're throwing is quite close. So Jasmine is throwing 3.5 shots per minute, landing 3.5, whereas Priscilla's landing 4.1. So that's good for Priscilla, but look how many shots she absorbs. Look at the amount of shots that's getting landed on her every minute. 7.1 for Priscilla Cachoeira compared to Jasmine, who's only conceding 4.4. So 4.4 for Jasmine, 7.1 for Priscilla. That is clearly the issue when it comes to striking. Priscilla Cachoeira just far too hittable on the feet. Quite close with landed per minute, but decent volume from Priscilla Cachoeira. But I don't know that she's going to be able to get that many through on Jasmine, and it looks like Jasmine's just going to be able to tee off on Priscilla Cachoeira. If we have a look at down on the ground, you can see 2.1 takedown average for Jasmine. Priscilla 0.18. Takedown accuracy higher for Jasmine. Takedown defense really good for Jasmine, actually. As we said, I like to see him around 70-odd%. She's at 80%. Priscilla 65% is not bad. 65% is okay. But 80% takedown defense is very, very good. If we have a look at how they get their wins, so you can see that Priscilla, 42% decision, 58% knockout. Jasmine, though, 63% coming by decision. Her average fight time is 15 minutes. Priscilla's average fight time is 9 minutes. So this one definitely is looking like we're going late. Looks like we're going to go probably to decision, to be honest. Jasmine by decision is definitely the pick here. Definitely the play on this one. Jasmine coming in with a 3-inch reach advantage. Can she make that count? This, to be honest, feels to me, and it might be a little bit unfair, but it feels to me that we are doing this fight as a bit of a setup for Jasmine. I think that Priscilla is sort of being fed to Jasmine, and I think it's a way of giving Jasmine a win in front of the Canadian fans. So, because Jasmine is from Canada, represents Canada. As we said, you know, she hasn't got the best footwork, but she moves forward, she throws hands. She is a wrestler, but doesn't use it enough. Can be countered, but I wouldn't be worried too much about that from Priscilla. She can chase finishes a bit too much in the past. She said now she doesn't do that as much. Now she seems to settle for however the fight's going. She can be aggressive, good combos, decent volume, as we've seen, strong in the clinch. She can win 91% of her control time, compared to Priscilla Cachoeira, who wins 6% of her control time. Fun fighter, though, big power, lacks mat skills, as we've seen, scrappy, not very good defensively. But listen, she brings a fight, Priscilla Cachoeira. You know, she's going to bring a fight. It's not going to be a case that Jasmine's going to go in and win this round 1, round 2. You know, we're looking at round 3 or more likely a decision. So, you know, there's a dog in there in Priscilla Cachoeira, but Jasmine is definitely the pick for this next one. And as we said, coming in as a minus 380 favorite. Minus 380 favorite. That is pretty significant. So that's going to be our second fight. Bunker said Stephen Mulhern sucks. How dare you? I really like him. I love his In for a Penny show. It really makes me laugh. I think he's excellent on that. I don't really like him on like Catchphrase and all the other billions of shows that he does. But I really like him on In for a Penny and the bits he's done on like the Saturday Night Takeaway show. I know this is not going to mean anything to our international friends, but no, I like him. I think he's entertaining. Bet on Priscilla, point deduction, said David. Stephen said, how you doing tonight? Stephen, shout out to you. It's always nice to be asked how I'm doing. How you doing? I'm doing good, thanks. Hope you're doing well. You just missed a good first fight, actually. Really fun opening little scrap. Bitblob, you have been accepted, buds. You are in the Wrestling Days League. Right. Priscilla looks like a mob boss. She... How old is Priscilla, actually? I think she is getting on, 35. Boomer. Boomer alert. Although saying that, Jasmine's 34. Both of them are boomers. They look good for their age, to be honest. Let's flip over to... Those are my notes. I do them on here now. But there's... this is the breakdown, as we said. And 34, Jasmine. 35, Priscilla Cachoeira. Priscilla Cachoeira, known as Zombie Girl, fighting out of Brazil. Leg reach, 1 inch reach advantage for Jasmine Jasudavicius. And as we said, if we look at the odds, I like this. We should have been doing this all along. Looking at like the odds and the breakdown, how they're expected to win. Plus also, I think these are like the latest odds as well. My odds are always like 48 hours out of date because I always do my research on a Thursday. Which is why I never do prediction videos, because I've never done my research in time. You'd think I'd change that, but I haven't. Right, here is Priscilla Cachoeira. She's made her way down, 1 of 11 active Brazilian UFC flyweights. Making her way down, and we'll be underway with this next fight in the next few minutes. Paul said, I've got Jasmine winning, but the line is pretty crazy to be that big. Let's go. William said, if you get this message, please accept the subs on Tapology. If you get this message, please accept the subs on Tapology. I think I just did, but I think I just did. Let me have a look and see. Yeah, I think we're up to date with them. I don't think we've had any others. as I said earlier, in regards to that, don't worry about it. Like the tapology thing, the way it works is if someone, as long as they've made their picks for this week, then as soon as they get added, they should be in the game. We've done it before where we've added people like, I don't know, during the prelims, and then all of a sudden they show up in the ranking. Like as soon as, it doesn't really matter when you add them. As long as they've been added by the time we go, they should show in the final standings, you know? So it should be fine. We can chill. It's fine. It's under control. I understand the community being quite jittery because I've never got anything under control, but it's all right. We're doing all right. Right. I remember back in the day, it seemed like 40% of the fighters were Brazilian. Paul said, if you get this message, hello. Hello, my friends. Mohammed said, Days, happy to be back. Do you know I had to ask a cricket question? What are your expectations from England against India test match? Well, just competitive, to be honest. That's my expectation. England have had a very, I think I saw the odds was something like 65% win expect for India, 35% for England. England on a hell of a run at the moment, and Bazball got well and truly tested against the Australians, and I think we had to make a few adjustments to Bazball. My concern is that the World Cup was a disaster, and the little series that we did against West Indies was a disaster, and so my concern is that that's going to bleed into the test team, and that we're going to struggle now, because our test team's been doing really well, but we've just completely collapsed in one-day internationals, and we even struggled T20 against West Indies. I mean, I don't know what's going on with our short format teams, you know, 2020 in one day. But my concern is that that bleeds into the mindset of the test team. So I honestly am not going in with much confidence after what has been a bad, like, you know, end of last year. I want England to win, of course. It would be historic for England to go and get a victory in India, but we know how hard that is. I want them to just play as they've been playing, go out there and just Bazball it, just play. You know, it's shown that it's worked. 2-2 against Australia, a very, very good Australian side as well. And, you know, in the Ashes, it finished a draw. It finished 2-2. So we shouldn't go over there with any fear. We should go over there with an expectation that it should be at the very least competitive. We should be in each of the games. And if we end up losing the series, so be it. You know, I don't know that there's a harder test than going to India to try and win a test series. So that's my expectation. But, yeah, it starts, doesn't it? Well, I don't know when it starts. Next couple of days, 23rd, something like that. I'm excited. Love a bit of cricket. Coach Co said, I'll have a blue Christmas without you. I'll be so blue just thinking about you. Decorations of red on a green Christmas tree won't be the same, dear, if you're not here with me. That's beautiful, that is. That is beautiful. I'll tell you what else is beautiful. Jasudavicius, even if she is a boomer, is getting inside the octagon. And we should be underway with our second fight very, very soon. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards that main card. We should have another early prelim after this, I believe, and then we are into the prelims. Fight was scheduled for 1-5 until Thursday, both coming in at 133. Priscilla Cachoeira actually coming in at 133.5. Here's Bruce Buffer then doing the intro. We've broken this down. We expect it to go the distance. Priscilla Cachoeira coming in at a plus 320. Jobson said, please cut Priscilla after this fight. I am sick of seeing her cheat again and again. But said, how's the weather where you are? A lot of frost. So I'm in the middle of the UK. don't really tend to see much of outside because like right now it's coming up to midnight already, and obviously we're going to be around till 5-6 in the morning, so like going out in the daytime is like normally when I'm asleep. But I've seen enough to know that it's been very cold, very frosty. It's not quite snowed, but it might even be one of those where it's actually too cold to snow. It's really, really cold. And it's funny you should mention that. About an hour ago, I'd already started streaming. There was a wind warning that popped up in the corner of my screen, which I've never seen before. Just warning of high winds in the area, which I've never seen happen ever. But yeah, not great. But I think a lot of people are struggling, aren't they, with weather at the moment. Romano, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Welcome. As we are underway with our second fight on the early prelims. This is Fight Pass for those that are interested. So Priscilla in white, Jasudavicius in black. Priscilla throwing an overhand there, charging forward, hook shots coming in, driving forward, but Cachoeira is taken down by Jasmine. Cachoeira grabbing a hold of the leg. Lovely work by Jasmine. There's a hell of a pace to this already, you know. We're only 40 seconds in. We're already down on the ground. And it's very much Jasmine that's in control. Jasmine trying to get around the back of Priscilla. Can't do it, so she's just standing over her, raining down some shots. We're over by the side of the cage. Again, she's trying to get around the back. Shots coming into the side of the heads. Good work here by Jasmine. And another shot coming in there by Jasmine. Cachoeira again still on her back. We're down on the ground. And we're not really, it's quite scrappy. We're just seeing like these shots coming into the side of the head. Hammer fist. She's chest to chest. Oh, arm triangle maybe. Again, inside control here by Jasmine. So Jasmine, just keep him busy, which I really like, and keep him to the side as well. I like the strategy here. She's not really allowing Priscilla to go anywhere or do anything. She's got, oh, look at that. She's got a trap, man. Excellent work by Jasmine. Excellent work. Shots coming into the side of the heads. Ground and pounds, smashing away. Referee's going to have a look at this, you know. Hammer fist coming down. Priscilla in big trouble here. Again, shots coming in. Man, if she can just turn up this ground and pound just that little bit more, she's hitting these beautiful shots, and she's doing it with some really good volume as well, but Priscilla just seems to be taking it. But it was quite ferocious. She was really laying it in. Referee at one point having a little look. Jasmine on top of Priscilla Cachoeira, raining down these blows. Shots coming in. Hammer fist coming down as well. Oh, forearms coming in. Really good work here by Jasmine. She's absolutely going to town. Priscilla cannot get up from the ground. She's been down on the ground for like over 2 minutes. And again, more ground and pound raining down by Jasmine. Jasmine, 22 significant ground strikes. 22 significant ground strikes. These shots raining down, smashing into the face of Priscilla Cachoeira. And Jasmine absolutely smashing Priscilla Cachoeira at the moment. Forearm strikes coming in as well. Shots coming into the side of the heads. They're keeping it chest to chest, but Jasmine doing a really good job of getting up. She's fully mounted, by the way. Fully mounted her. She's on top of her at the moment. She's trying to tie up the arms here, Jasmine. Trying to get the arms out the way. We're right over against the side of the cage, and she's just wailing these shots down. It is relentless, man. Look at the numbers. 94 total strikes. 94 total strikes. 37 of which have been deemed significant. 39 now. And all of them to the head. Priscilla's head is bright red. Bright red. They've got the wrong color. There we go. It's starting to get redder on the ESPN thing that we've got on screen. And it is bright red, man. It is bright red. I think she's really wearing herself out, though, Jasmine. I mean, she has thrown so many shots. She's thrown 100 shots. 100 shots, 40 of which have been significant, 40 of which have gone to the head. And she's still fully mounted on Priscilla Cachoeira. Priscilla just grabbing the cage, just doing whatever she can. I mean, she is just getting absolutely smashed. Jasmine, I think, just doesn't quite know what to do. She has, tried to tie up the arm. She's tried to, smash the head. She's, I think, kind of really punched herself out for this round. I mean, Priscilla, you've got to give her credit. She has took some incredible punishment there. Now we're seeing Jasmine trying to grind the forearm into the head. And that is the end of the round. It is blood coming down the nose of... She's all over her at the moment. Shots coming into the side of the heads. So more of the same here by Jasmine. More of the same. She's in half guard, but she's managed to get around the sides. She's on top of Priscilla. We're down on the ground, of course. Priscilla is over on her side, curled over. Jasmine just absolutely relentless. That blood pouring down the face of Priscilla. Jasmine, again, jumping on top, keeping it chest to chest. Shot coming into the side of the head. I mean, Priscilla just isn't offering anything here, to be honest. We're just seeing a replay of the knockdown. So it was a beautiful straight right that put Priscilla down. Jasmine was straight on top, but I don't know. I don't know if this is a concern for Jasmine's finishing abilities or if it's just the heart and the durability of Priscilla that's keeping her in this fight. But man, the amount of punishment, you don't even need me to tell you. Just look at it on screen. 155 total strikes to 4. 155 to 4. It's mental. Shots coming into the side of the head again there by Jasmine, but we're not seeing tons of output here. Really fun fight, though. I mean, if you're going to go the distance, you want it to be, like, you know, a lot of activity. Granted, it's not close, but short of this thing getting stopped, I don't really know what more Jasmine could do. Dominated the first, dominating the second. I think you could easily 10-8 the first. And it looks like we're on track for a 10-8 in the second as well. We're very much getting to the point where Priscilla, if she's going to win this, is going to need to find a finish. Although, if she could get her back to her feet, that would be a good start. But right now, Jasmine again asking questions. It looks like Priscilla's thinking of tapping here. There's a tight squeeze. No, she has let it go, actually. So they're just saying that the angle that Priscilla is in, it's making it very difficult to really cinch in. But at the moment, we got forearms, elbows raining down. Reapplying again. Jasmine looking, seeing if she can find a submission. We're down on the ground. 1 minute 30. Priscilla's took so much punishment, man. She's been absolutely battered. And you know what? I don't blame Jasmine changing tact. I think Jasmine knows that she ain't going to ground and pound this girl out. Like, she's smashed her 174 times. So now she's changing tact and looking for submissions. But even this ain't working. She's had to give up on that now. So she had the choke applied, but again, oh man, if I'm Jasmine, I'm so frustrated. I'm winning this fight, but why won't this girl die? Just die! Look at this, man. Right now, she's gone back to full mount. She's gone back to ground and pound, swinging away. I tell you, you do look at this and you do worry for Priscilla because this is the kind of battering which, you know, I mean, she's been hit in the head 56 significant times. She's actually been hit 210 and it's all going to the head. It's all going to the head. God only knows if she's even going to remember where she lives. She's getting absolutely smashed, man. I mean, you could ask the question, at what point should the ref step in? Like, I've seen enough to know who's winning this fight. At what point should the ref go, yeah, I think you've taken... Yeah, he's looking now. End of the round. Do you know what? He was looking there. I don't know if this is even right. We're watching a woman getting absolutely smashed, battered. I don't think anyone would argue if the ref stopped it. Total strikes. Total strikes. 228-4. Jasmine covered in blood, and none of it is hers. T995 said this is a most one-sided beating was Cannonier Vittori. How he survived that. Wow, I tell you what, this is absolutely insane. This is so much fun. I mean, I really feel for Priscilla. I really, really feel for Priscilla. I can't believe what I'm watching. It is an absolute one-sided. It's up there with most one-sided batterings I've ever seen. It is absolutely in the conversation. Countdown to UFC 297, 2 hours, 36 minutes. 2 hours, 36 minutes. And we will be at UFC 297. Priscilla will be in hospital. That's where she'll be. Right, we are underway. Round number 3. Come on, Priscilla. Come on, Cachoeira. Head kick. Dead. Yeah, that'd be insane. Man, if she wins now, this will be goated. This would be absolutely goated. Come on, Priscilla. Come on, Priscilla. The fact she's got anything in her right now is amazing. In a clinch at the moment, and Jasmine going for a kick. Staying on the feet at the moment, though. Jasmine continuing to move forwards. Heavy. Look how heavy the hands are, man, for Priscilla. Just everything that she throws looks like an effort. Everything looks quite loose. Everything looks heavy. Everything looks an effort. I just feel really sorry for her, man. She must want to mess this girl up after what Jasmine's done to her over the last 10 minutes. Well, Jasmine loses her foot in there, slips. And there was definitely an opening for Priscilla, but she couldn't capitalize on it. Jasmine again moving forward, body shot coming in, jab straight down the middle there by Jasmine. Jasmine bouncing around as Priscilla Lovely takedown defense. This has been the best round for Priscilla by an absolute mile. By a mile. I wonder if Jasmine is feeling the effects. I think she definitely is. Definitely showing a bit of fatigue, which you can understand. She's thrown 247 shots. That's quite the workout. Kicks coming in there by Priscilla. Jasmine again throwing a right hand straight down the middle. Jasmine backing up, blood pouring down her face. Again, we're seeing Jasmine not really forcing anything here. Looking for a takedown, wasn't able to get it. Looking for a trip, not able to get it. Driving Priscilla back against the cage. Jasmine goes down. Lovely little shot there by Priscilla, but a takedown by Jasmine. And shots coming down by Jasmine. She's keeping Priscilla down on the ground. Hammer fist coming in. Knee to the head there by Jasmine. Side control by Jasmine. Forearm strikes coming down. Shots to the side of the heads. Right now, crucifix being applied. Jasmine 236 ground strikes compared to Priscilla Cachoeira's 3. Hammer fist coming in there by Jasmine. New UFC women's bantamweight ground strike records. No one in the women's bantamweight division has thrown as many ground strikes as what Jasmine has thrown. She's got Priscilla down in the middle of the octagon. We got just under 2 minutes to go. Blood absolutely everywhere. Jasmine is just lying on top of Priscilla, and she's just sort of throwing down these hammer fists, but they're very token gesture. A very token gesture, just sort of throwing them down like this. Again, shots coming down by Jasmine. 84% accuracy, which probably isn't that difficult to achieve considering your opponent is right in front of you. Again, going to the body. But there's nothing behind these shots by Jasmine. Jasmine is absolutely knackered herself. Absolutely knackered herself. They should do Leon versus Paddy versus Amanda Lemos, said T995 for the BMF BBC heavyweight belts. Right now we're keeping Priscilla down. Women's MMA, said Maidson. I tell you, so much fun though. Really enjoyed this fight. Really enjoyed both fights. Have been great so far. Again, we got a squeeze being applied. 40 odd seconds left to go. Oh, she taps her. Was that a guillotine? Wow, Jasmine gets it. Jasmine gets it. Heartbreak, I suppose, for Priscilla Cachoeira to survive that long and then lose with just 30 odd seconds left in the fight. Jasmine, though, has got to be absolutely spent. She has got to be absolutely spent. That is quite the shift that she's put in, to be honest. Yeah, she really, really had to do some work there. She really had to do some work. 303 strikes to 22 is what we finished on. It was unbelievable. It's a hell of a performance. 2014, I know it's not correct, but that is pathetic, said A. Jobson. Where's the fight coming from? It's from Toronto. We're over in Toronto. I think Priscilla should get a 0 score if it went decision, said Wes. I don't know, man. You got to give her something for a heart. Got to give her something for the fact she's still alive. 4 minutes 21 of round number 5. Anaconda. She did a great job, actually. She slipped it on and got it on and in, and it was really quick. So, Anaconda choke victory for Jasmine Jasudavicius. Winner, round 3, 4 minutes 21. A win for Canada. We really believe in the power of prayer. She's talking about her friend that's battling cancer at the moment. Thank you. That was starting to get miserable, said A. Jobson. Mr. Unfamiliar said, can you add me to the Tapology group? Yes. Consider it done. Right, I think we've got one more fight on the undercard before we actually get to the prelims. Lainesse, this is going to be a rematch, actually. Oh. No, it's the Lainesse Patterson fight that's next. Beat down personified by Jasmine, capped off her first finish. Robbie Fox said it was an all-time molly-whopping from Jasmine. Jazzy J was on fire. She was, man. Killed it. Really, really fun. So it is Johan Lainesse taking on Sam Patterson next. And we'll have a look at the breakdown of this one. Because I think we're going to go to this quite quickly. That last fight pretty much going the distance. It was only about, what, 30-odd seconds away from going the distance. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. The only goal that we really set for these streams is trying to get to 1,000 likes. It seems to make a difference. So you can make a difference this evening by leaving a like if you haven't already. With that being said, let's have a look, shall we, and jump over to our next breakdown. So Johan Lainesse taking on Sam Patterson. You can see it's quite close on the odds. So Johan Lainesse is coming in at -142. Sam Patterson is +120. You can see the break. I really love this breakdown. I wish we'd been doing this earlier. But I think this is really interesting because it shows where the money's come in for how the fight is going to end. So odds to win by knockout. Johan Lainesse coming in at a +110. Whereas Sam Patterson is most favorite to win by submission at +300. So you can see that most options are on the table. It looks fairly unlikely that this is going to go the distance, though, because Johan is a +750 and Sam Patterson is a +800. You can see that Johan winning by knockout and Patterson winning by submission are the two favorite options there. If you have a look at how their wins have been coming, that's reflected in their history, with 75% of Johan's wins coming by knockout, technical knockout. Sam Patterson getting 50% of his wins by submission. Average fight time as well, I think, is really interesting here. It suggests that both guys get out of round one and look to get their fights done in that second round. So second round stoppage, looking at it being a knockout, looking at it potentially being a submission. If we have a look at a quick little breakdown, you can see the striking numbers are very similar, actually, straight down the boards. A little bit of difference in the accuracy, with Johan being that little bit more accurate. A little bit of a difference in the defense, with Johan having that better defense. So definitely giving Johan the striking edge. And if we look at the grappling, we can see that the submission average is a lot higher for Patterson. Takedown defense, 80% for Johan Lainesse, though that is going to be a problem for Patterson. It's all well and good having submissions up your sleeve, but if you can't get your opponent down, that is going to be a problem. Johan definitely feeling like he is the play on this one. I really like the look of Johan here. I think those numbers look really, really good for him. And he's got big power as well. I mean, the breakdown that I've got from the tape that I've been watching, he's got big power. He is someone that really goes for broke in that first round. We've seen that his fights tend to end within that kind of first 5 to 7 minutes. His cardio isn't brilliant. He does fade. He is strong. He is heavy-handed. He is a bit wild. But he is also someone that has got very good striking. He's good from distance. He's got good hooks when he gets in close as well in the pocket. Not known for his ground game. And he doesn't do very well under pressure. That is definitely a concern. First round finish is very possible from Johan if he can work his way in and get close enough to Sam Patterson. Sam Patterson, he lost his debut after coming in from Dana White Contender Series. He's very good at kicking range, so he's very good at throwing in the kicks. This is why Johan's going to have to get past that kicking range to do the damage on the feet. He is got good cardio. He's got good pace. He's got good pressure. Not great head movement, though. He's definitely there to be hit, and he's got a big advantage on the ground. But again, Johan is coming in with that 80% takedown defense. So, I mean, it's all well and good being great on the ground, but can he get Johan down? So for me, the pick here is going to be Johan Lainesse. That's the way that I'm going. I can't remember what the odds were, actually. What were the odds for, I think he was favourite, was he? Yeah, favourite at -142, Johan. Sam Patterson +120. So we're looking at Johan by knockout, or we're looking at Sam Patterson by submission. I am very much with the bookies here with Johan by knockout. I think the poor head movement mixed in with the fact that 80% takedown defense for Johan, I just think that's going to be too much. So that's the pick. Let me know in the chat which way you are going. Vicky said, is half the roster Canadian? Yeah, well, I think we counted 9 out of the 12 fights. 9 of the 24 fighters were Canadian, yeah. This is Johan, former Cage Fury welterweight champion. 6 wins by knockout. He's trying to find his balance, apparently. I think it'll suit him tonight. And I expect a classic Johan finish. That's what Cormier says. So Cormier leaning Johan Lainesse as well. Just looking at the tail of the tape, which we've just had a little look at, it is worth mentioning that Sam Patterson is coming in with a 2-inch reach advantage. It's not really that significant, to be honest. Here's Bruce Buffer then. This is our 3rd fight of the evening. Days, I'm here for every stream, said David. David, shout out to you, my friends. Coming in from Scotland. If Sean Strickland wins, he should fight Izzy next. If Izzy wins, he should have the 3rd fight with Pereira, said David. Well, Pereira's gone out of his division now. So I think that he's moved on. I don't know as to what I really don't know what his next moves are. I'm guessing he gets the winner of this, but yeah, beyond that, I don't know. You know what MMA is like. Options show themselves and then they disappear, and people lose fights and start to slip away or change weight divisions, and it's a constant churning, isn't it? Here we go then. Brian Bootcamp is the referee for this one. We're about to get underway with our 3rd fight of the evening. It's been a really good night so far. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, and the Canadian fans really are making some noise, which is good to hear. Certainly considering we're still in the early prelims. We haven't even got to the prelims. So we got Lainesse in black. We got Patterson in white. And we're expecting a finish in this one. We don't think this will go the distance. Hook shot coming in there by Lainesse. Lainesse circling round. Jab coming in there by Lainesse. Patterson is on the outside. Patterson taking a few steps forwards. Both guys in the center right now. And again, we're having Lainesse just having a little bit of a look as these two continue to circle. Lainesse edging forward as Patterson takes a few steps back. Lainesse, again, having a little look. Looked like he was trying to go to the body. Goes over to the side as Patterson continues to put that pressure on. Little hook shot coming in there by Patterson. Jab coming in there by Patterson. Lainesse again in the middle as Patterson backs up a little bit. Patterson letting his hands go. Jab straight down the middle there. Lainesse again throwing in a counter. Oh, big swing and a miss there by Lainesse. He grabs Patterson, drives him up against the side of the cage. Don't forget, Lainesse is someone very good in round one, but he can fade. And he's got him down on the ground. We've got a rear naked choke being applied at the moment. He's got the arm round Patterson, looking for a submission. Oh, and it's in! Rear naked, it's in! Oh, he taps him! Oh, round one finish, but it's not Johan. It's Patterson with a submission. So those were the two favourites. Johan Lainesse winning by knockout, or Patterson winning by submission. Felt good for Johan finding that stoppage. But look at this. He manages to get him over by the... He did really well there. He had like a guillotine applied, managed to get him down to his knees, immediately spun round to the back. It was a lovely way of getting this rear naked in, actually. He didn't have to worry so much about getting the takedown, and that was the concern. How was he going to get the takedown? He didn't have to worry about it. He actually managed to get a submission hold applied whilst they were standing. That's what took Lainesse down to the ground. He managed to then position him down, quickly get round the back, sink in the rear nakeds, and pick up the victory. So the dog barks in fight number 3. It's a win for Sam Patterson in the first round. And that is it for our early prelims. They've ended about 17 minutes early. That's okay. Prelims coming up next. Good win that is for him. Really good win. Cormier in to have a words. Johan was bad, said A. Jobson. Okay, so Sam, winner by submission, rear naked choke, round 1, 2 minutes. Just took him 2 minutes, 3 seconds. Crazy. Okay, what's going to be the next fight then? Is it the Robertson fight? Robertson against Polyana Viana? Let's go, man. Gillian Robertson, I always love watching her compete. Such a fantastic grappler. But as I said, we've tried so many times to... I mean, she's actually got like quite a few records. She's actually someone that's competed a lot in UFC. She's made a bit of a name for herself, but never able to reach the top of the division, compete for championships. But she puts in the work, man. I mean, this girl, when she's not competing in UFC, she's competing on like grappling shows. She's got loads of... I remember she beat Thug Rose in a grappling contest about a year or so ago. So I've got a lot of respect for Gillian Robertson. I really like her. So yeah, I think this is going to be the next one. Gillian's my pick. She's minus 300 favorite She's taken on Polyana Viana, who's plus 240. So Gillian Robertson lacks the striking, but is an excellent grappler. She is someone that's got slick Brazilian jiu-jitsu, really good ground and pound, but has not used it to find a win yet. Constantly looks for takedowns, constantly looks for submissions. She's got an 83% finish rate, very durable. And also Polyana's takedown defense is not brilliant. We'll look at those numbers, of course. Takedowns should be possible and they should be plentiful, and that is very much likely the path to victory for Gillian Robertson. I expect her to get the fight down and then control it and maybe find a submission or get a TKO or something along those lines. As we said, her ground and pound hasn't really been doing it for her though, but you do think one day it will come good. Maybe that day is today. Polyana Viana is a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. With all of her wins coming by knockout or submission, and she's got a 100% finish rate. She is definitely got the striking advantage, but that's not difficult. She also manages quite a few submission attempts. So, I mean, look, she's bringing a fair bit to the party. It's just a really bad takedown defense that she's got. She is confident on the ground. She will accept being on the bottom position, but again, I just don't think you want to be there with Gillian Robertson on top of you, to be honest. So yeah, let's have a look at the breakdown. Where is the thing? There we go. So this is going to be our first fight on the prelims. You can see Gillian Robertson minus 305 favorite, Polyana Viana at plus 245. If we have a look at the odds, plus 120 for Gillian to win by submission. For this to go the distance though is plus 225. So definitely the odds makers are looking at Gillian by submission or Gillian by decision. Polyana to win by knockout plus 800, win by submission plus 700, win by decision at plus 750. So you can see quite wide, to be honest, quite wide for Polyana Viana to get a victory compared to the submission or the decision for Gillian Robertson. If we look at the grappling, you can see actually Polyana doing really well with her average submissions during a fight, getting 2.09 attempts per 15 minutes compared to Gillian's 0.9. The only thing is, though, when Gillian gets hers in, they tend to be successful for her. So it doesn't paint like quite the right picture. Both takedown defenses, not brilliant. I think that's a bigger problem for Polyana than it is for Gillian. Takedown accuracy is not bad for Gillian at 41%, 33% for Polyana, and takedown 2.4 compared to 0.9. If we look at the strikes, we know this is an area that Gillian's going to struggle. This is an area where she does definitely fall short. So shots landed per minute, 3.1 for Polyana, 2.6 for Gillian. Significant strike accuracy, 45% for Gillian, only 41% for Polyana. Shots absorbed, though, Gillian is absorbing 3.2 every minute compared to Polyana, who absorbs 2.6. And striking defense both coming in at 55%. 75% wins for Gillian Robertson coming by submission, only 62% for Polyana, but she's getting a lot more from knockout, technical knockout. That's why nothing for her coming from decision. Her average fight time is 7 minutes. Gillian's is coming up to 10 minutes, and she has been the distance 17% of the time. That's why her fight time is longer. As we said, I think the pick here is Gillian. I think she will get the takedowns. We know she's very effective on the ground, but Polyana is definitely bringing a threat as well. She's got a 4-inch reach advantage, and she is definitely the better striker on the feet. So, you know, there is definitely a threat here from Polyana, but the pick is definitely going to be Gillian Robertson. And as we said, that fight coming up next. We're 10 minutes away from going over to the prelims. So we're done with the early prelims. Amazingly, we've almost been streaming for 2 hours. But we are done with the early prelims. Prelims coming up next. The prelim fights. We've got Robertson against Viana. We've got Sidi. I don't know how you pronounce the surname. Taking on Tavarez. That's the rematch from Dana White's Contender Series, which had an early finish in it. Should be fun, that one. Charles Jourdain taking on Sean Woodson. And then main event of the prelims, Brad Katona taking on Garrett Armfield. So 4 fights coming up on the prelims. And then, of course, we will be at the main card. And this really is all about that main card. It's all about those title fights. The main event in particular looks to be a really exciting fight. A lot of excitement around Sean Strickland taking on Du Plessis. Are we going to get a new champion? We asked that question in the chat earlier, and the result came back 66% so far. We've had over 500 votes. Keep voting. We should get a good few thousand votes in by the end of the evening. And yeah, we've got over 500 votes so far. And 65% of you think Sean Strickland's going to retain. 35% of you think that it's going to be Dricus Du Plessis. So should be a real good one, though. Should be a real war. Neither guy takes a back foot on this. You know, they shook hands, and it was brilliant seeing Sean Strickland saying to the death, like, and you believe it from him as well. You believe it that he is a dog. He's got great heart. He's going to give absolutely everything in that main event, and it's a fight you definitely don't want to miss. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Did Jillian change weights? She has switched, yes. Pollyanna on top. I simp for Jillian, said 1 Minute Wrestler. A. Jobson said Canada about to have 17 active fighters. Stephen said I can't wait for UFC. Do you think Kayla Harrison will ever make it in the UFC? Well, yeah, I think she will. I think that I haven't heard what the latest is with her. I like her though. So after a year hiatus, she was scheduled to fight on PFL 10, but that fight never happened. She was replaced by Aspen Ladd instead. So she ended up in her last fight beating Aspen Ladd. Has there been any talk about her coming to the UFC? She competes in PFL and has done for a long time, actually going back to, according to this, 2018. Before that, she was at the Olympics doing judo, and she is someone that has really made a name for herself. She did lose, though. I didn't remember that. I don't remember seeing that. She lost in 2022 by decision in PFL, but other than that, she's got an unblemished records. Yeah, I like her a lot. I like her a lot. At the age of 33, though, she's got to make that move, hasn't she? That's why I was like, has there been any news on her coming in? Because it's kind of getting to the point where it's now or never, isn't it? It's surely now or never. Did you see Mike Perry's last fight? Have we seen another one since? I haven't. I must admit, I'm not very good when it comes to watching stuff outside of UFC. Because this channel is predominantly like a pro wrestling channel. We watch WWE. That's what got me into kind of combat sports when I was a kid, was WWE. And I think a lot of people watch that and then leave it and go on to MMA. I suppose I'm a rare exception where I just enjoyed it so much I stuck with it and also moved on to MMA, and I've always watched boxing. So yeah, we still do professional wrestling. We do boxing when there's big boxing events. We obviously do UFC, and that sort of fills up my time, to be honest. So yeah, watching stuff out of like Bellator and One. We did used to watch a bit of One, actually. I tell you, I would really like, if I could find the time, I would like to start watching a bit more, because I've seen little clips and stuff, but my knowledge isn't brilliant on it. Bare knuckle fighting, BKFC. I'd like to watch a bit more of BKFC. There's some really good stuff, clips and stuff that I've seen from BKFC, and I really do love boxing. We have a great time watching. I mean, we do like the Joshua fights. We did obviously that Day of Reckoning card. We'll be doing Fury Usyk. We of course will do Joshua and Ngannou. We do like the Misfits, big Misfits cards, which are, you know, controversial, but it's worth keeping an eye on that because there's so much crossover. It wouldn't surprise me to see Conor fighting over on a Misfits card at some point. You know, it's easy money for him. And he's all about easy money. At this stage in his career, he's all about easy money because we can't seem to get him in an octagon. You know, I can't imagine that UFC, I don't know what the barrier has been actually, but I mean, he was obviously scheduled to fight Chandler. It looks like that fight's going to happen this year. Looks like it's going to happen around in International Fight Week. But I don't know, man. I just think that if those were easier fights for him, I think he would. I think we would see him a lot more regular. I think now things are getting difficult. I think he's at the stage of his career where everything's getting harder. Even Dana said that. Maybe it's not just the stage of his career. Perhaps it's like it's very difficult to get up at 5 and go running when you're lying in satin sheets. You know. Once you've made it and you've got money where you're buying yachts and businesses and, you know, anything your heart desires, like, it's hard to get back to grinding away, you know. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of crossover. We're seeing obviously Ngannou fighting Fury and Joshua. You know, we're seeing Tommy Fury going into that influencer world. We're just seeing, you know, obviously Jake Paul's expected to fight in the PFL at some point. Not that I really care about that, but there is just a lot of crossover. There's a lot of fighters that are changing disciplines, and it's making for a very interesting combat world. And we try to cover as much of the big stuff as we can. And we'll continue to do that throughout 2024. Jobson said, Johan, for a guy everyone thought he could knock out, he shoots a half-ass takedown. He gets put in a headlock and crumples. What the hell was that? Good for Patterson, though. He's still got the skills. Misfits is entertaining, said Jay. Pub fights in a ring. Yeah, I think you have to know what Misfits is and accept it for what it is. It gets a lot of people hating on it, which I totally understand. But I don't watch it thinking this is elite sport. This is just influencers being influencers, and you know, it's got the attention. There's a lot of people that don't watch boxing and don't watch like MMA and combat sports that are really interested and engaged in that kind of Misfits world because they love the drama. The drama comes first and the fighting comes second, and I think this is the pro wrestling fan in me, where drama's a massive part of pro wrestling, of course. And you know, it plays a part in UFC as well. You know, Sean Strickland certainly brings drama. Colby Covington certainly brings drama. Conor brought drama, and he was the most successful. You know, at the end of the day, drama sells. It's as simple as that. Drama sells. It doesn't matter if you're UFC, if you're WWE, if you're Misfits. The drama sells. And I think that the problem with Misfits is they can't back it up with like really good fighting ability, although there are some people there that clearly have some degree of skill. But yeah, you've got to take it for what it is. If you want elite sport, that ain't going to be the pick for you. But if you want something that you can just switch your brain off to and, you know, maybe get a bit of enjoyment out of, and, you know, that maybe there's no viable alternative, then, you know, you may get something from it. Although many people may not. For many people, it's just not for them. And that is absolutely understandable. Absolutely. To be honest, I can't watch a Misfits card unless there's like a big fight connected to it. We keep missing Misfits cards because if there's no one there that brings the hype and brings like the real drama, the kind of drama that I'd be interested in, there's no one's interested, to be honest. We've got to say what it is. And that's what it is, you know. If you've got those cards where you've got Logan, you've got KSI, you got Salt Pappy, you got Slim, you know, you've got Tommy Fury, Dylan Dennis. I mean, you know, those are the cards people will tune in for. I mean, Dylan Dennis, Logan Paul is one of the worst fights I've ever seen. Ever. It was horrific. It was so bad. But they broke records selling that fight because of the amount of drama. I mean, the online drama probably went a bit too far, but it sold the fight. People tuned in. I actually don't know what the latest is with the whole Logan, Dylan Dennis, like lawsuits and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of all died down now. Defcon said, here's hoping that we don't get any broken legs in UFC unlike last year. Nah, I disagree. I want people to break bones every fight. It's what I tune in for. I'm not here to mess around. Do you know what I mean? My time's valuable. I could be doing other stuff. Instead, I'm sat here and giving this my attention, so they better break some bones. You know? This isn't playground stuff. It's real sport, real fighting. Bones get broken. Let's go. So I could not disagree more. I hope for more broken bones. I hope I break a bone. I get my simp hat on, said John. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Duck YouTube said, I'm worried about Strickland's wrestling defense. James said, we're only a week away from the Rumble. Can't wait. It's going to be amazing. Besides the DDP fight, this is a very poor first pay-per-view for the year, said TM. Yeah, you're not alone in saying that. We know what we're getting tonight. It's basically a Canadian fight night card with a very good top end. I mean, 2 title fights. I know people aren't crazy for that co-main, but I think it'll still be a decent fight. I'm still looking forward to the fight. And we crown a new champion. It's for the women's vacant bantamweight championship. Is it going to go to Raquel Pennington or is it going to go to Mayra Bueno Silva? And then, you know, Mike Malott's a good prospect. I think Allen against Evloev's a really good fight. So I don't mind the main card too much. Could it be stronger? Yes, definitely. Definitely. We are quite fortunate in the UK though. I mean, I can't really complain because we actually don't have to pay for this. So in the UK, although it did look like we were going to, someone told me that we were going to have to pay for this, and I'm sure I looked and they were right. And then I don't know if something changed, but right now it's just on TNT Sport in the UK. As long as you're subscribed to TNT Sport, which is, I don't know, £30 a month, whatever, you get the fight nights and you get the pay-per-views, as we've said before. The only pay-per-views you tend to have to pay for are ones that either come from the UK or ones that have got like a big UK interest. I think Leon Edwards' card we paid for whenever he fought. But the first time, I can't remember where it was the first time. Second time was in the O2 in London. But yeah, it's... no complaints from me in that regard. I can't really complain when I just get to sit and watch it like a fight night. Right, here we go then. Robertson against Polyana Viana, and we've already broke this down. We are working our way, of course, towards the main cards. We've had 240 likes. By the time we get to the main card, we look to be at about 500. That means we really need to make some moves over the next 2 hours. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to try and get towards 1,000. It's gonna be, I think it's gonna be a bit tricky. The general consensus is that this card is lacking. The general consensus is that this is a weaker pay-per-view tonight, but there's enough here for this to be a good week for me. I'm really looking forward to this. Finn Debin, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Jobson said, does anyone think that Gillian is going to get the finish? If so, submission or TKO? For me personally, I would be leaning towards submission. But, yeah, let's see. I think finish is definitely on the cards for her. Does anyone here think the main event will go 5 rounds? I'm guessing no, said Duck YouTube. I'm leaning no as well, buds. I'm leaning no as well. Mr. Unfamiliar said Miesha Tate is still fighting. Imagine if we did get Tate against Ronda one last time at UFC 300. Yeah, that would be amazing, but I don't know. That would be amazing. Right, there's a lot of people saying, could Ronda come back? And my answer's always been the same. The women's MMA game has moved past Ronda. Ronda was like very good for her time, you know, exceptional for her time, but her time was her time, and we live in a different time now. Back then you could get away with arm barring girls, and like, you know, they didn't have much like defense for it. She just wouldn't be able to do that now. And you know, we saw what she was like in there against Amanda Nunes. She got absolutely pieced up. She got beat by Holly Holm. And, you know, I know that Nunes is still arguably the best. Arguably, you know, would still be at the top and killing it. But there are women that are getting closer and closing that gap. And I just think that there's enough women around now that would beat Ronda. And certainly with the inactivity she's had, she's been out the game a long time. I know she still keeps up training, but it's very different, innit? So my answer has always been it would have to be the right opponent, because if you put her in there with like a decent fighter from this generation, I think she loses comprehensively. So it would need to be the right opponent. So the Miesha Tate fight, with the history that they've got, makes a lot of sense. It's just, I don't know. Miesha, I think, would do it. What's Miesha got to lose? She's already lost to Ronda loads. So what's one more going to matter? And I'm sure they could throw some money at Ronda, but would she do it? She's been out for so long. You know, would she come back for that one fight? I don't know. I really, really don't know. But yeah, that's definitely, I think there's a possibility. I think of all the people that they could put her against, that one makes probably the most sense to me. Bitblob, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Bitblob said a coffee for you, Days. Thank you. Oh yeah, I saw the little coffee thing. Appreciate it, buds. Appreciate it. I do need to see if I can get a coffee. I'm spending so much on coffee. I feel like if I bought a coffee machine, like a cheap one, I feel like I might probably save money. Spend so much on like instant coffee that I was having a little look at a little coffee machine. If it works out cheaper, I might do it. If anyone's got a coffee machine, let me know. Does it work out cheaper, or is it still cheaper to just buy like Nescafe, instant Nescafe? Because you know what those Amazon deals are like. I've seen a few coffee machines. I've been like, do drink a lot of coffee. Probably too much. What do you think about the main event of UFC 300? Well, they haven't announced it, have they? I don't know what the main event is. We've got Gaethje Holloway, but that's not the main event, is it? I mean, it's currently the main event, but am I alone in thinking they're going to announce something else? I mean, I really like Gaethje Holloway, but I saw Ariel Helwani's comments on it, and I actually really liked what he said. He said it might be controversial, but he doesn't like the fight because he said it doesn't make any sense. They're fighting for a BMF title that means nothing. And, you know, it's a fun fight. Yeah, it's going to be a fun fight for the fans, but it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't move Gaethje any closer towards competing for the lightweight title. Holloway, you know, he ain't going to be going up and compete. He's going to have to win more fights after this if he wants to go up against Islam. If he fancies that fight, and I don't even know that he does, to be honest. This just feels like, oh my God, we need a fun fight for UFC 300. What can we do? And they've got Gaethje Holloway fighting for the BMF title. I really love the fight. Don't get me wrong. As a one-off fight, let's go. it's hard to be down on it, but I did agree with Ariel's comments when he was like, but what does it mean? If this wasn't UFC 300 and it was any other card, people would be asking, why are we doing this? And I was like, yeah, he has got a bit of a point there. So if that, I don't know that that's the main event, but it's a fun fight. I got no issue with it being on UFC 300. I think UFC 300 is an exception, but I would like to think they're going to add something else to the cards. Here we go then. We are underway with round number 1. Gillian Robertson's going to be looking for that takedown. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely people hoping that we get like Brock against Tom Aspinall. People hoping that it's Ronda against Miesha Tate, you know. Kick coming into the body there by Polyana Viana. Again, these two circling round as Robertson moves forward, looking for a single leg. She's got that. Gets the takedown. Polyana Viana is down. Robertson on top. So she's managed to get Polyana Viana down. She's all over her at the moment. Good work. So she's keeping her grounded here. Robertson has got Polyana Viana down. Shot coming into the side of the heads. Gillian's doing a good job. We know that takedown defense wasn't very strong, and it's not held up. Let's get the stats up. You haven't missed a great deal. 6 significant strikes to 1. 13 strikes to 2 in total. And we've got Polyana on the ground with Gillian on top. I would love Khabib against GSP, said Albert. Yes. Others were thinking that we might get Khabib against Conor. Conor went back and... no, it was Khabib that went back and started training with his old trainer, and that got people very excited. Gillian doing really good work here. She was working on the arm but couldn't find anything. She's still keeping Polyana down, chest to chest at the moment. We're in the guard, half guard. Robertson, again, all over Polyana. Again, a shot comes down. Polyana desperately trying to make sure this situation doesn't get made any worse. Gillian on top of Polyana. Again, keeping her close, but Gillian trying to find a way of powering back up to her feet, throwing in a shot. And hammer fist coming into the side of the body. It's not very clean at the moment. Gillian, oh, lovely. Raining down. She's managed to fully mount Polyana. This is a good position for her. Oh, Polyana now might be giving up the back. She spins round. Shots coming in for Gillian. Gillian all over Polyana. Arm triangle. Lovely. And it's in. It's in. She's putting on a squeeze as well. You know that's going to be tight. This is what Gillian Robertson specializes in. Submission is in, and Polyana seemed to be thinking about it. She can't get that leg free, though, Robertson. Now she's out. Now she can try and get over to the sides. Polyana desperately trying to keep a hold of that leg. She was trying to keep that leg because if Robertson could really shift her weight to the side, it would really cinch it in. But excellent work there by Polyana. She was all but dead. The only thing she could do was make sure that that situation didn't get any worse by keeping the leg of Gillian Robertson. She did keep the leg, and now she's managed to flip round. So Robertson is still on the back, but there's no submission applied at the moment. So excellent work by Polyana to survive that. Oh, but now Gillian again managing to get on top, looking for some ground and pounds. Polyana though spins round. Armbar could be in for she's trying to get it, Gillian, trying to get a hold of the armbar. Lovely transition, pulling on the arm. Man, she's really pulling. Polyana, though, is looking quite composed. Can't see at the moment what's happening. It's a bad camera angle. Polyana slamming Robertson down, trying to break out of the holds. Robertson, though, keeping a hold of the arm. She's still got the arm. She's grabbing a hold of the leg. Polyana trying to throw down a hammer fist. Shots raining down there by Polyana. Both fighters getting back up to their feet, and excellent work there by Polyana to go down to the ground for that long and be put in that many submission holds and survive. Robertson, really, really good showing from her, as you would expect on the grounds, but there will definitely be frustration that she didn't find the finish. Definitely be frustration. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly, greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards the main cards, which is about 1 hour 45 minutes away. About 1 hour 45 minutes away. We are working our way towards that main cards and towards our main event of Sean Strickland taking on Dricus Du Plessis. Right. Well, good stuff. Good stuff. Clearly a Gillian Robertson round. Robertson was scaring me for a second, just walking in with her hands up, said Jobson. Suzanne said, talking about Ronda and Holly, Ronda wasn't thinking that night. I noticed it. She looked like she had personal issues. That's why she lost. Well, maybe we'll never know if we were to run it again, if it would have gone a similar way. She got caught. Maybe she didn't have a clear mind. It was quite the upset, one of the biggest upsets in UFC history. But Holly Holm, the preacher's daughter, with her boxing ability, was always going to be a threat on the feet. But maybe run that back. Holly Holm against Ronda Rousey. Kick coming in there by Polyana as Robertson tries to charge in. She circles back around, goes back to the center. So Robertson standing the ground in the middle, keeping her hands up, moving forward as Polyana is keeping a little bit of distance. Polyana, of course, trying to make sure that Robertson can't explode in and grab a leg, look for a takedown. As soon as Robertson gets close, Polyana lets the hands go, but Robertson still gets the single leg. And we go down to the ground. Hammer fist coming in there by Polyana. 2 of 2 takedowns for Robertson. Bob said, I will leave you a like, but it's going to cost $5. I think that's fair, Bob. I think that's fair. I probably should pay everyone that leaves a like. Every major stream should cost me $5,000. Over on the side, raining down these shots by Robertson. He had an email saying he was the second biggest buyer of brand coffee in the UK this year, said the heathen. A friend scans coffee at Sainsbury's as he shops early most mornings looking for incorrect pricing. He gets loads of nice coffee for not much, and we get free coffee now. Hey? He scans coffee? What do you mean? He's got like his own scanner that he can check to see if the pricing is correct. I've never heard of such a thing. Shots coming in by Robertson. She's on top of Polyana. She's fully mounted her. And we have got a bit of ground and pound. But as we said, Gillian's ground and pound is good, but just never seems to be able to put people away. She gets a lot more success with her submissions. Shots coming in there by Robertson. Oh, man, nasty forearm coming into the side of the head. So she's fully mounted, Polyana. She's managed to get round the back as well as Polyana is trying to tie up the right arm of Robertson. Instead, though, she's just gone to covering up. This could be big problems for Polyana. She just for a moment there just covered up and didn't offer anything else. And Robertson was able to just smash these big shots in. And right now, again, wailing away. Polyana's not doing anything. And there we go. It's a stoppage finish. Polyana just stopped. She just covered up and offered nothing, and it just meant that Robertson could just smash away. Referee calls it, and it's job done. It's a win in the second round. Gillian Robertson picks up the victory. The Simps will rejoice. Yeah, I mean, look at this. She doesn't do anything. Just covers up. Covers up. Gillian Robertson. Few shots. Done. That's not a really bad look for Polyana, actually. Just looks like she gave up. She just didn't offer anything. Didn't do anything. That's going to be a great feeling for her. Winning in Canada, winning in Toronto. So a win for Gillian Robertson. We should hear from her in a second. Next fight coming up then is going to be this one. It is Sarai Sidi taking on Raymond Tavarez. And I must admit, I don't know loads about these. Sidi versus Tavarez. So we can find out together. We've got a bit of info on. I know it's a rematch. Where's my stats gone? We are at commercial break. We should be going back and getting a few words from Gillian. We'll see what she has got to say. So this is a rematch from Dana White's Contender Series in the bantamweight division. Both are making their UFC debuts. It's quite unusual, actually, to get two UFC debuts going up against each other, but we're doing it for a very specific purpose. They fought on Dana White's Contender Series, and Tavarez is big, powerful. He's got fast hands. Should be a really, really fun fight, this one. His left hook looks dangerous. He looked like the better fighter in the first fight for as long as it lasted, but he ended up getting caught and losing. And I think this is why they've run it back. It was a fun fight with a great finish, and Tavarez was looking the better. So I'm thinking that Dana's looking at this, wanting to see both of these guys again, wanting to see this fight again, and also wanting to see if Tavarez can, get the victory this time. He's a pressure fighter, always looking to get into boxing range, very comfortable when he's in the pocket. We'll do a breakdown of it, and we'll have a look at the stats in a second. Let's see what Gillian Robertson's got to say. Gillian Robertson said, Canada is my good luck charm. This is only my second TKO finish ever.
You would be fighting mixed martial arts. Is that what happened tonight? Oh yeah, 100%. When it comes to the ground, this is my world. Nobody's messing with it.
Gillian said, when it comes to the ground, this is my world.
Beautiful high crotch. I tell you, I love that high crotch you get. Once you got it down, though, you were able to look at it. This up here, look at that little run, like, put her down on her back.
Cormier said he loves the high crotch takedown.
But you avoided him late. Did you know it was going to be that allowed you to finish?
Wrestle Andy, hello. Who's your pick in the Arnold Allen fight? It's a brilliant fight. I am going with Evloev. I think Evloev is the favourite. He's undefeated, minus 190. His grappling is just so good. I do like Allen. Brilliant striking. He's got 7 TKO or knockout wins. He's also got 4 submission wins. He's no slouch on the ground, but he's clearly going to have a disadvantage compared to Evloev, and Evloev's going to have a disadvantage on the feet. Evloev has never been finished. He's the better grappler. He's got some clean boxing as well. I mean, it's funny. Both are fairly well-rounded, but Allen's got the advantage on the feet. Evloev's got the advantage on the ground in the grappling. Evloev undefeated. Both same age at 29. I just really like the numbers. He averages 4.57 significant strikes compared to Allen, who's only about 3.3. So actually Evloev's got better volume on the feet as well. So I think I'm looking at Evloev to get the victory. I think we may go the distance. I don't think he will finish Allen. I could see it being Evloev by decision. I just think if it stays on the feet, Evloev may be able to just get a few more shots through. Allen's definitely going to get the nicer looking shots, though. The shots that I think are going to cause more damage. But I could see Evloev getting this down to the ground. Allen does have a 76% takedown defense, though. And that could be a problem. That could be tricky for Evloev. But if there's anyone that's going to be able to work that out in the featherweight division, I think Evloev could be the guy. I think he could have the answers for anything that Arnold Allen throws at him. So lean in Evloev on that one. I agree with the odds as well. I think Evloev being like minus 180, minus 190 is about right. Arnold Allen coming in at plus 140, plus 160. So that's a fight later. I think that's is that the first fight on the main cards? I think it could be. We're going to the second fight now, though, on the prelims. And as we said, we need to have a look at the breakdown of this one. We'll put the stats up on screen. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We are sneaking our way towards 300. We do try to get that to about 500 by the time we get to the main card. So I would say we're probably just a whisper below where we need to be. We'd probably need to be in the 300s by about now, but well, we'll keep an eye on it. Let's bring up the stats. So Saray Sidi, he is obviously making his debut, as we said. He is going to be the taller fighter with the 2-inch reach advantage. He gets most of his wins by knockout, technical knockout, whereas Tavarez really does spread his wins around. 11% coming from decision, 56% coming by knockout, technical knockout, 33% coming by submission. If we have a look at strikes landed, you can see 7.2 from Tavarez. The volume is absolutely incredible, but so is the shots absorbed. He does concede a lot of strikes. Good accuracy at 58% compared to Sidi with 35%. The defense 66% for Tavarez, so he's got that volume. He is absorbing a lot of shots, though, and this is definitely going to be a challenge for him. As we said, he lost that first fight to Sidi down in Dana White's Contender Series. If we look at the grappling, we don't have any data on that. But if we have a look at the breakdown of the odds, you can see quite wide for either to win by submission, plus 550 for Sidi, plus 800 for Tavarez. Either to win by knockout. Looks like they're favoring Sidi to get the win by knockout. Tavarez plus 275. Definitely feels like a finish by knockout is where we're looking on this one. But decision plus 350. There is a chance it could go that way. Sidi comes in as a minus 185 favorite. Tavarez plus 154. Yeah, it's a tricky one, this one. I feel like they've seen something in Tavarez that they really like the look of. And I think that they are hoping that he's going to get this win, actually. I think UFC want Tavarez to get the victory here. And the reason why I say that is because if they weren't too interested or didn't think there was much to him, they wouldn't run the rematch. So, and he is a good fighter, and he was looking good in that first fight. This should be fun. He definitely brings some skill. He is the underdog, but I'm going to go with Tavarez to avenge the loss from last time out. So it's going to take a few minutes till we get to that one. The Gillian Robertson fight, of course, ending in that second round. But yeah, should be good, this. Benjamin, shout out to you. Glenn said, I'm rooting for Sidi just for the fact he's Ukrainian. Jobson said, I could see him getting tired from takedowns and mat returns. It's Evloev decision for me, said Jobson. Jobson said this card is going to be sending a lot of fighters back to the regional scene. Lol. Without the use of PEDs, would Bobby have done good in UFC? I think Bobby could have made top 15 heavyweight in UFC. Bobby was quite good in Bellator, but there is a difference between Bellator and UFC. I think Bobby would he have made the top 15? That's a great question. I think he could have, yes. I don't think he would have been a title contender. I don't know that he would have broke into the top 10, but could he have snuck his way into the top 15 at some point? At some point, I think he could. He has a really good Bellator record, you know. Isn't it like 10-1, something like this? Let's have a look. Bobby Lashley. Bobby Lashley, MMA Bellator records. 15 wins and 2 losses. 15-2. I thought it was 10-1. It was 15-2. He competed in Bellator how many times? 5 times, and he won 5 times. He competed in Strikeforce, where he won 1, lost 1. You know, there's a couple of losses in there. He lost at Strikeforce. He lost against James Thompson over in India. He won in Titan FC. But yeah, this is somewhat. I mean, there's some good victories in Bellator. I think he could have found his way to UFC. And I think there was enough there for him to, at some point, get into that top 15. But I can't make an argument for him being, like, up there or, like, fighting for the title or anything. Right, they are just talking about our main event that's coming up later. Of course, Sean Strickland against Du Plessis. That is the fight that everyone is buzzing about. That's the fight everyone's waiting for. That's the fight that we're working our way towards. And should be coming up in around about 3.5 hours. Something like that. We're an hour and a half away from the main card starting. And then, of course, we've got to go through the fights, the 4 fights that are already on there, including the co-main events, which is going to be Pennington taking on Mayra Bueno Silva. We are just seeing inside the arena, and we should be going to our next fights next. Jesse, shout out to you. Hope you are well. T995 said, please don't feed Brock to Aspinall. He'd be absolutely humiliated, and his aura of being a beast in WWE would be gone. Kane, a fat, out of shape guy already, embarrassed him enough. Jubs, I want to hear how you pronounce his name. This fight is going to be fantastic, said Cormier. Did he say Sidi? Sidi? Sidi. That's how you pronounce it. Ramon the Savage Tavarez. Okay. Russians always win, said Bob. T95 said the top 15 heavyweights are awful. Top 15 heavyweights 15 years ago or so were monsters. Strickland is an interim, said Miss Clown. Strickland will be stopped, said King Hoddle. Listen, I've gone Du Plessis. I've gone Du Plessis. I think it's a really good fight. It's not the fight I was expecting. I said earlier, the fight that I feel we've been watching Du Plessis coming through the ranks. I feel like we've watched him rise up and have some really great results, really great fights. He really has got on everyone's radar. And I think it was palpable, him against Adesanya. And Adesanya just, dropped the ball, didn't get past Sean Strickland. And Strickland put it together, won, deservedly so. But this isn't the fight that I think people were expecting. And it's kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the works in a good way. Because Strickland is someone that we just don't know where he is at the moment. I mean, this is a guy that's been fairly inconsistent. He's only on a 3-fight win streak, and one of those being the fight that he won to win the title. So this isn't a guy that's like had this all worked out for a long time. This is a guy that's putting it together recently, managed to get an upset win to win the title. And the big question mark now is he the real deal? Was it a fluke? Was it just he fought the perfect fight and the perfect game plan and got the perfect results? Is that what happened? So was it, we don't know what we're dealing with. So yeah, I'm really interested to see what he's going to bring, to be honest, and whether he is the real deal. I just feel like it's a bit of a gamble going with Strickland. He's a great fighter. He'll definitely fight for your money, and he's definitely got more than a chance. I don't think that Du Plessis is a heavy favorite, but it's one of those fights where if Du Plessis wins and wins relatively comfortable, I think a lot of people after will be like, oh yeah, of course. Of course that happened. Of course that happened. It's Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland is someone that, can be a little bit hit and miss at times. So, of course, Du Plessis picked up the win. It's one of those that in retrospect you'd be like, oh. But to be honest, I mean, maybe he is putting it together. Maybe this is the best version of Sean Strickland that we've ever seen. And maybe that wasn't a fluke. And maybe he didn't just put it together. Maybe it was a case that he's got the win. I mean, look, if we have a look at his records, you can see that in 2020, so he lost the grappling thing, who cares? He beat Jack Hermansson, but then he lost to Alec Pereira. There's no shame in losing to Alec Pereira, right? Then he lost by split decision to Jared Cannonier. So 2022 was not great for Sean Strickland. So he's had a really good year last year. Unanimous win over Imavov, a second round stoppage against Magomedov, and then obviously that win against Adesanya. These 3 wins, they're good wins. It was a really good year for him. Like, the question is though, has he put it together? Has he put it together? Has he now found a way of reaching his potential and now going on to defend against a really good fighter in Du Plessis? Du Plessis is on an 8-fight win streak. I mean, if you look at Du Plessis' records, I mean, that is undefeated in the UFC. His last fight was a win over Robert Whittaker. That is a great result. Win before that against Derek Brunson, a win against Darren Till, win against Brad Tavarez. I mean, granted, some of the names on here, I mean, pretty much everyone beats Darren Till, but that win against Whittaker is a really good result. Beating Derek Brunson as well is that's certainly nothing to sniff at. So it's tricky, man. It's really tricky. I don't know what version of Sean we're going to be getting. I don't know what version of Sean this is. He is on a good run. There's no denying it. Has he worked it out? Has he put it together? I still think that I've really enjoyed watching Du Plessis. And that's actually been, over the past few years, one of my favorite things is watching Du Plessis compete and rise up through the rankings. And now he's here. Now he's at the dance. I just don't know that I can pick Sean Strickland over Du Plessis. So I really fancied Du Plessis against Adesanya. So I'm leaning Du Plessis here as well. So Du Plessis is going to be my pick, but I totally understand why people are going Strickland. I really do. I understand why the majority of the community have gone Strickland as well. Totally get it. It's just, is it going to go that way? It's a big fight. It's a fun fight. It's our main event tonight, and we're going to find out later in the show. Right now, though, we've got our second fight coming up as we are just 4 likes away from hitting 300. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. As we see Tavarez looking cool, calm, collected. The Savage. Tavarez getting his intro then. Can he avenge the loss from Dana White's Contender Series? Massive cheer for Sidi. He's fighting out of Burlington, Canada. He's a minus 190 favorite. Big cheer for that. Big cheer for that. Let's go, baby. Number 1. Right, Todd Anderson, the referee for this one. We're about to get underway. Fight number 5 already. Wow. Okay. Apparently he moved from Ukraine to Canada when he was 6. So we are underway then. The fight is up and running. We've got Tavarez in blue. We got Sidi in red. Sidi standing his ground in the center as Tavarez is on the outside, circling rounds. Sidi again just edging forwards. Oh, shot coming back there by Tavarez. Sidi throwing in a kick. Sidi again putting that pressure on, outside leg kick. As we said, this is a fight where we're expecting a finish, and it's a fight that was entertaining first time rounds. Oh, fast hands there by Sidi. Tavarez again backing up a little bit as Sidi continues to put the pressure on Tavarez. You know that Sidi's going to have a lot of confidence winning that last fight. And he's really putting the pressure on Tavarez here. Tavarez has got nowhere to go. Sidi looking for the takedown. Wasn't able to find it. He's managed to drive Tavarez back against the side of the cage. Tavarez moving forwards as they break apart. Sidi standing his ground in the middle. Throws in a kick. Tavarez just gets out the way. Couple of jabs coming in there by Tavarez. Tavarez again on the outside. Kick coming in there by Sidi. Tavarez again circling round. Throws in a shot there, Tavarez. Sidi again moving forwards. Outside leg kick there by Tavarez. Sidi covering up, trying to move. Oh, it's a lovely left hand there by Sidi. Really great work. Kick coming in there by Sidi. Jabs there by Tavarez. Jab coming in by Sidi. Ah, kick coming into the body. Great work by Sidi. Tavarez again bouncing round, is on the outside. Kick coming in there by Sidi. Outside leg kick there by Tavarez. Head kick coming in. Jab coming in there by Sidi. Love that combo. Sidi doing really well at the moment. 8-4 is what we're looking at on significant strikes. Kick coming in there by Sidi. Tavarez again having a little look. It's been a fun first round, this. Lots of pressure, lots of action. We've stayed on the feet. Kick coming in there by Sidi to the body. Jab coming back by Tavarez, but oh, big body shot by Tavarez. Love that. He got out the way, bang, right to the body. Outside leg kick there by Sidi. Tavarez, jab coming in there by Sidi as well. Kick coming in. Really good work this by Sidi. Body shot there by Tavarez. Outside leg kick there by Tavarez as well. Kick coming in by Sidi. Tavarez on the outside. Sidi putting that pressure on. Couple of jabs coming in. Couple of jabs coming back by Tavarez. That body shot's the best shot we've seen so far. Body kick, and I love how he doubles up on that. Throws the body kick in and then throws in a straight right jab to follow it. Couple of shots coming back there by Tavarez. Sidi again continuing to put this pressure on, continuing to move forwards. Outside leg kick there by Tavarez. Big kick coming into the body there by Sidi. Couple of jabs coming in by Tavarez. Oh, lovely. Right on the chin. Great work by Tavarez. And I tell you what, Sidi just took it. Couple of left hands on the chin. Really thought that Sidi was about to wobble, but he didn't. Couple of jabs coming in. Another big shot coming in there by Tavarez. You can see that Tavarez is carrying more threat. Sidi he's really found his groove now. It is a really good fight. Sidi putting the pressure on early, but not really been able to do much with it. Clearly, he's got the ability to catch Tavarez and put him away. We know that. But Tavarez, some really lovely looking shots. Lovely looking shots. So Tavarez is backing up, kept going straight down the middle there by Sidi, but misses. Opportunity to go low there. He went upstairs, threw in a couple of jabs. There was a big opportunity to throw in like a heavy liver shot, but he didn't take it there, Tavarez. Again, we reset. Kick coming in there by Sidi, and it's well defended. Oh, lovely kick and a big overhand right by Tavarez. Do you know what? Sidi took the early stages of that fight. For me, Tavarez dominated the second part of that fight. So, to me, I'm going Tavarez taking that one. I tell you what, though, you can see why they were interested in setting this up as a rematch on this card. Certainly as well because of Sidi's connections to Canada, moving there when he was 6. Great card to put him on. Enjoyed it. This is brought to you by Kicks for Days. Lots of kicks in there. Lots of kicks. I thought he was eloquent. I had to razz him, says Vicky. Vicky, razzing people. I don't know what that means. Daniel has farted. Daniel, thank you for the updates. Here we go then. Round number 2. This is brought to you by Bud Light. Couple of jabs coming in there by Tavarez. Oh, man, he's really putting it together now, you know. Really putting it together. Couple of shots upstairs. There was the hook to the body as well. Sidi tries to grab a hold of Tavarez. There's a real scramble, but they stay on the feet. Tavarez has found his boxing. He's found his range. He's found a way through. Aaron said 10-9 Tavarez after that. 10-9 Sidi, said Adam, but Tavarez came on strong at the end. Ryan said 10-9 Tavarez in the first. I think it was Tavarez as well. Lovely movement by Tavarez. I can tell you that the live odds have got Tavarez a -160 favourite. Sidi at +130. But Sidi just coming forward with an elbow there. Tavarez having to get out of trouble. Lovely lateral movement by Tavarez. Shots coming in there by Sidi, going straight down the middle, but Tavarez getting his head out the way. It's like he's in the Matrix, man. Just moving from side to side, blocking shots. He just seems to see things coming from Sidi. Another headshot blocked. The thing is, though, he's having to deal with the offense of Sidi, and it means that he can't get any offense going of his own. If you're always thinking defensively, like, you're not thinking offensively, so this is a bit of a problem. So Sidi just really turning up the volume, but you can see blood on the nose of Sidi. Oh, straight down the middle. Wonderful from Tavarez. Sidi goes down. He gets right back up, though. Shots coming in by Tavarez. Blood all over the face of Sidi. Oh, he's busted, man. That nose is broke. That's so much blood. That nose must be broke. Yeah! Just bleed! This is what we want. Oh, man. Break his arm. Break his leg. Break his heart. So Sidi just moving forward. We got Tavarez. in retreat mode, but the damage, if you're going to score this by damage, one guy is looking relatively unscathed. The other looks like he's got more blood on the outside of his body than on the inside. His hands, man, are just dripping in blood. He must have, like, wiped it away from his nose. It must be hard to breathe. If he's broke his nose, must be hard to get oxygen in. Oh, look at his face, man. Looks like he's put his face into some kind of mincing machine. We've got Tavarez backing up as Sidi continues to put the pressure. Oh, that was a lovely body shot, man. That body shot from Sidi was sick. That was so cheeky. He had him up against the cage. He's got a target that's all over the place. He just went, bah! Landed it as well. Sidi's actually ahead on significant strikes in this round. It's just a shame that his face looks like flipping. He's just gone through a Saw movie. A couple of shots coming in upstairs. Head kick there by Sidi is all over Tavarez, man. The pressure that's being applied. Hard round to score this, because if you look at the significant strikes, it's a Sidi round. He's the one that's putting the pressure on, but we know how much damage scores. Judges love damage, and it's undeniable who's took more damage. Sidi's face is a mess. 1-2 going straight down the middle there by Tavarez. Yeah, this is tricky, man. This is tricky. Shots coming in. If we have a look at the... yeah, he is doing a really great job of pinning back Tavarez here. I think Sidi might be taking this. I think this significant strike gap has got too wide now. Swing and a miss. Tavarez trying to get out of there. It's a really great fight, though. Kick coming into the body there by Sidi. Another knee strike there by Sidi as well. He's battling away. 20-odd seconds to go. I think he's fought his way back into this. I'm going to show you some numbers in a second. Knee strike coming in there by Sidi. We're up against the side of the cage at the moment. Bloodlust, said King Hollow. Yeah. Boom. Oh, wow. I mean, look at the numbers. So here we go. Round number 2. 43 total strikes to 17. 43 significant strikes to 17. This is where the scoring becomes... I don't know. Is it tricky? Is it tricky? I think that Sidi has broke his nose. His face is absolutely dripping in blood. But he has just had a second round where he landed 43 significant strikes to 17. That is quite a gap. It's a gap of 26. So how do you compare damage to volume? What's more important? Damage or volume? I mean, damage is more important, but where's that line? I honestly would say 1-1. I really would. I would say 1-1. Don't ask me why we've not been putting live round by round stats on screen before. I have no idea. We've been doing UFC streams for years. I've got no idea. I'm an idiot. This is the data that I normally look at away from the stream. I suppose I could show it you. Right, couple of jabs coming in there by Sidi. Shots coming in. Kick down the middle there by Sidi as well. Let me know in the chat which way you think this is going. We got lots of 1-1s. We've got a 2-0 in there for Tavarez from Crazy Ginger. Oh, hook shot. Oh, God, that was so good from Tavarez. Beautiful. Big hooks as well. Really mixing it up. We're seeing a lot of stuff going straight down the middle, so it was lovely to see some reckless abandon. Kick coming into the body there by Sidi. Tavarez again. Having a little look. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, this, to be honest, because Sidi did really well at the start. Tavarez then started to really work his exits and really find his boxing. He really messed up Sidi. Sidi then came back in the second round and started to work out the exits and the timing better, and really got a lot of significant strikes in. And that gets us to a very now close round 3. And we're seeing some lovely shots straight down the middle by Tavarez. Sidi just lacking a little bit of cardio, maybe. We're not seeing as much volume or activity at this stage. Kick coming into the body. Oh, big shot there by Tavarez. I wonder if Sidi has given everything he's got to give. What a fight. What a fight. What a brilliant decision it was to put this onto this card. Definitely a fight that you would regret missing if you did skip the early prelims. Or the prelims. The early prelims. Not the early prelims. If you missed this fight, you'd regret it. As Sidi continues to put some shots in. Kick coming into the body. It's over against the side. Oh, that right hand by Sidi was so good. Again, Tavarez just moves over, bang, but he moves right into it. We eating good, boys. Boys and girls, we eating good. It's been a really fun fight, and I can tell you that Sidi live odds right now -425. Live odds have got Sidi taking that second round, maybe the first, but I don't think he did. And this round looks like they're giving him this round and the second on live odds so far. 2 minutes left to go. I can tell you that Sidi is 17-9 in this round so far. We've got the numbers on screen. 17-9 in round 3. 17-12. Little flurry there for Tavarez, who steps to the side, blocks the kick coming in. 1 minute 46. A couple of shots come back there by Sidi as Tavarez moves out the way. Jab straight down the middle. Body kick coming in. Again, he moves out the way. Tavarez bouncing round on the outside as Sidi continues to put the pressure on. Moving forward. Jab coming in by Tavarez. Straight down the middle. Sidi again just following Tavarez. Outside leg kick there by Sidi. Knee strike coming into the body. Tavarez going right back to the center with Sidi. Sidi, I mean, we're not seeing the same level of volume. He managed to get up to like 40 odd significant shots in that second round. In this round, we're at 22. Tavarez at 15. So the gap is only 7 significant strikes in this round. There is a little damage being shown on the face of Tavarez now. It's going to be a tough one, this. It's going to be really difficult. I feel like Sidi's work rate, volume may give him the nod. The damage, you got to take it into account, though. You have to take it into account. There's blood all over Sidi. But the thing is that Tavarez is now starting to show the effects of battle. He needs to have a good flurry here, I think, Tavarez. I think a good final 30 seconds, and it could swing it for him. Otherwise, I think Sidi might get the nod. Again, Tavarez moving forward. 10 seconds left to go. He needs to go big. Again, trying to let the hands go. Big hut shots coming in. Swing and a miss. He's just swinging for the fences. So is Sidi. Shot to the body and it's blocked. These two embrace in the middle of the octagon. 29-19 is how round 3 finished. 29-19. So if we look at the round by round breakdown, round 1 was 21-18 for Tavarez. He just edged it in round 1. Round 2, 43-17, but he did get his nose broken. And then round 3, we've got 29-19. So again, it is Sidi that definitely gets the advantage there. But that broken nose, that busted nose, the fact he was covered in blood, does that count for anything? Does that mean anything? We're going to find out. What do you think? What do you think? Give Tavarez a second chance in Dana White Contender Series was a smart decision. Tavarez wins his second fight and UFC contract with a 30-second TKO. The rematch fight here was a war. Is the dude's face black and blue? It was covered in blood. When they wipe it away, it's just pretty swollen. But yeah, even Tavarez had like damage at the end of that fight. John said 3-0 Tavarez. Johnny thinks 2 on Tavarez. CSO thinks 3-0 Tavarez. A. Jobson said 2 on Sidi. That is fight of the night so far. Tyson Fury thinks it's 3-0 Tavarez. Interesting. Sidi, I think, said Francisco. I'm thinking Sidi 2 rounds to 1. 29-28 Sidi is what I'm thinking. But yeah, that broken nose, man. Let's see. Let's find out. Here's Bruce Buffer. $29-28 Sidi. 29-28 Tavarez. 29-28. Split win. Tavarez. Tavarez. So 29-28 Tavarez. 29-28 Tavarez. 29-28 Sidi. So split decision. I'd love to see the scorecards. I'm not down on that result. I'm not down on that result. The crowd are booing, but of course they would. We're in Canada. I don't know what... You give him the first. You give Tavarez the first. And... that gap is wide in the second, but did the broken nose swing it? I don't think you give him the third. I don't think you give him the third. I mean, it was 29-19. I don't remember seeing any specific damage. So, did they give him the first and the second? I mean, that's a hell of a gap, though, isn't it? 43-17. Damage can reign supreme. Yeah, that's a good point as well. They said the live odds. Oh man, we all could have made some serious money just. The live odds in that third round had Sidi at a -400 favorite to win the fight. If we had all put just money on Sidi in that third round, we would all be sitting pretty right now. We would all be sitting very, very pretty. Tavarez gets the win. I'm not down on the result. I don't think robbery or anything like that. I think it was an excellent fight. I think Tavarez definitely took the first rounds. The numbers show that Sidi out-volumed, but we know that's not the only parameter. The most important one, as everyone keeps banging on about, is damage. But this is where MMA scoring becomes very difficult because there's not really, and I don't know that you'll ever be able to rectify this, but how many shots equals a broken nose, you know? So he bust his nose. Well, how many shots does Sidi need to throw to counter that broken nose? You know, if that was 100 significant shots to 10, but he broke his nose, what happens then? You know, this is where it gets a bit difficult. And to be honest, I think even the judges themselves struggle. I mean, as we saw, one of the judges went 29-28 Sidi. The other two went 29-28 Tavarez. I'd love to see the scorecards. I'd just love to know. I'd just love to know. Did those judges even give the same rounds? The two that went to Tavarez. But yeah, no robbery for me. John said fight of the night for sure. Not necessarily a robbery. Tavarez dropped Sidi in the second. Damage-based scoring. Vicky said, need to finish the fight or be a victim to the judges. Johnny said, looks like we need the trilogy. I tell you, man, who wouldn't love to see that trilogy? Who wouldn't love to see that? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Right, well, do you know what? That was a really fun fight. And the other great thing was that it stuck around. So, you know, sometimes with these prelims, we can watch these fights and they're fun, but they only last a round. We've just had 3 very entertaining rounds there, which I'm very grateful for. Because now it means that we can move on pretty much straight away to our next fight. And our next fight is going to be Charles Jourdain taking on Sean Woodson. So we need to break this down. We did lean Tavarez before that fight. So I am pleased that he picked up the victory. But I think, to be perfectly honest, I'm just left... I always find this with the judges. Like, I'm just left wanting detail. I think it would be great if we could just better understand where the judges come from, what they saw, what they scored, why they went the way. We can sort of speculate and piece it together, but I would love the actual info. I don't know that we'll ever really get that. I know sometimes they do release scorecard information, but I would just love to see that breakdown. I just think it would be really useful if we could just get a bit more info from the judges as to what they look for, what they saw. And I think it would just help everyone kind of understand where the judges are coming from. It is one of the biggest grey areas in MMA. Probably the biggest grey area in MMA. But a really fun fight, and I am definitely down for the rematch. The rematch of the rematch. Right, we move on then. So we go to Charles Jourdain taking on Woodson. Don't forget, if you are watching, leave a like if you haven't already. It is very, very much appreciated as we continue to head towards our main card and our main event in particular. Sean Strickland taking on Dricus Du Plessis. And should be a really, really good main card. So very much looking forward to that. Obviously, this feels like a fight night. We are heading towards the second. We're only 53 minutes away, you know. Only 53 minutes away from going to that main card. So, yeah, it feels a bit like a fight night. It's not the strongest card that we're going to see this year. But, yeah, very much looking forward to... Very much looking forward to that main card and those title fights in particular. Next fight that's coming up is Charles Jourdain taking on Sean Woodson. Charles is one of the most fun fighters to watch, constantly getting into fight of the night contenders. He was a 2-division champion in the TKO Major League MMA promotion, and then he signed with the UFC. He's got a striking background, a Brazilian jiu-jitsu as well. He's very tough to finish. He's got good volume, good pressure. His takedown defense is okay, very durable. He's on a 2-fight win streak, but he can be very inconsistent. How is he going to cope with the range strikes of Sean Woodson? Sean is on a 3-fight win streak. He's a lanky kickboxer. He showed some real good grappling in his last fight, and he hasn't faced like high-level competition. He does struggle on the feet and will struggle against Jourdain here, who is going to be quicker. Takedowns might also be tricky, but with distance striking, he's going to have a major advantage because the one stat that should be jumping out from on screen is that reach. Sean Woodson coming in with a 9-inch reach advantage. So he's tall, he's lanky, 6'2", compared to Charles Jourdain's 5'9". And from a distance, he is obviously going to have a major advantage. So, yeah, the pick, though, is actually going to be Charles Jourdain. Charles Jourdain is going to be the pick. Both fighters are inside the octagon. If we have a look at the odds, we can see that Charles Jourdain is a minus 218 favourite compared to Sean Woodson at plus 180. Charles Jourdain by knockout at plus 240, submission plus 600, decision plus 200. So decision is favourite for either guy, actually. It's the favoured path for Woodson and the favoured path for Charles. Charles, though, could get a knockout. It's plus 240, so not too different from the odds for him to win by decision. Significant strikes, we can see very close on the volume, close on the accuracy, quite close on how many they absorb, and quite close on the defense as well. But we know that Charles Jourdain is just going to be that little bit more effective. But we are underway. There's not loads of time to like really break all this down because we are up and running. That last fight, of course, going the distance. So it means that we are already underway with our co-main of the prelims. We got 50 minutes left to go here. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Main cards coming up. 50 minutes time. Switching the stances there by Woodson. Outside leg kick there by Charles Jourdain. Woodson edging forwards. Outside leg kick there by Jourdain. Jab coming in there by Woodson. Outside leg kick by Jourdain as well. Woodson standing his ground in the center. Switching stances. Moving forwards. As Jourdain backs up a little bit. Woodson, again, just staying at range. He's got that advantage. Long legs, long reach. He can keep Charles Jourdain back, but Jourdain needs to find a way of getting into the pocket, closing this distance down. He's struggling with that at the moment. And outside leg kick there by Woodson. Woodson again throwing a kick of his own. Jab coming in there by Woodson. Jourdain is continuing to put the pressure on. Woodson again switching stances, moving forwards. We've had a minute and a half so far. You can see that there's not loads of activity. 5 significant strikes to 3. Outside leg kick. Oh, big shots coming in there by Jourdain. And again, we've got Woodson, who is trying to come forward. He blocked a head kick, stood there, had a little look, and then came forward with straights. But, you know, his striking is not the most exciting. It's quite one-dimensional. It's largely all down the middle. It's just awkward. Good head movement there by Jourdain, trying to get out the way. Woodson again, outside leg kick. Jourdain standing his ground in the middle. Takes a step back as Woodson again has a little look. Edges forwards. Jourdain backing up a little bit. Again, not loads of activity between these two. We're still 7 and 9. Oh, big heavy shots coming in there by Woodson. Jourdain, heavy outside leg kick coming in. Woodson again bouncing around as Jourdain continues moving forward. Shot coming in there by him. Kick coming in there by Woodson. And again, he's having a little look. Jab straight down the middle there by Woodson. Again, letting the hands go there, Woodson. Little bit of success as Jourdain... Oh, that was a lovely left hand. And Woodson shakes his head. He's just trying to give Jourdain something to think about. Feinting and again going straight down the middle. Right now it's quite close. 13-12. It's a real game of chess at the moment. Neither guy has been able to really work the other one out. A couple of jabs coming in. It's all staying on the feet, of course. Woodson again takes a step back. Kick coming in there by Jourdain. Woodson, again, just doesn't seem to quite have anything inventive enough to be able to unlock Jourdain, but Jourdain doesn't seem to have anything in response either. Tries to throw a left hand upstairs, kick coming in, goes down the middle. Spin kick, that was good. That was better. Spin kick by Charles Jourdain. Oh! And then he throws a big right hand. Okay, we're starting to do a little summit here. Starting to ask a few different questions. Jourdain, again, we're in the middle of the octagon. 45 seconds left to go. Days, please make a Dalsim Street Fighter reference to Woodson. We get so few goated game lookalikes. Yoga Fire. Yoga Flame. Yeah, he has got that kind of Dalsim vibe. What are they chanting? Can't hear what the crowd are chanting, but the crowd were chanting something. But Jourdain has grabbed the leg of Woodson. He's managed to get him over by the side of the cage. Jourdain putting that pressure on at the moment. He's got him in kind of in a clinch. Again, spin kick coming in, but couldn't land it. End of the round. So, Woodson, 22, 25. That's a tricky one, man. Jourdain was the one that was being more inventive, and I think asking the bigger questions. But Woodson, number-wise, has landed 9 more significant strikes. What do you think? Which way do you think that one went? That's an interesting one. I sort of feel like the eye test. Jourdain was the one that was asking the questions and looking better. But listen, at the end of the day, if you land more shots, I mean, there's no damage on either, so you can't really judge it by damage. They're saying to Jourdain, there's no rush. Keep going. Yeah, neither guy looks like they've got any damage. I think you'd probably have to give it Woodson. I mean, if you've got to separate them, the volume numbers show that Woodson landed more. Some of them shots, though, there's some lovely stuff there by Jourdain. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 2. Again, shots going straight down the middle. Want to see him up the intensity here. Don't allow Woodson to settle. Really try and get on him. Get in the pocket. We know that Woodson's going to struggle in the pocket. His limbs are just too long to deal with anything close up, so Jourdain can get on the inside and really do some work, get some body shots in. Again, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Look, trying to get in close, and when he did get in close, he's trying to unload some combos. So he got a flurry of shots off them. We'll keep an eye on the numbers for round number 2. Jourdain backing up a little bit as Woodson continues to move forwards. Oh, hook shot just misses there by Charles Jourdain. Woodson standing his ground in the middle, throws in a lovely jab. Jourdain backing up. Outside leg kick coming in there by Woodson. Jourdain standing his ground in the middle. Woodson continuing to move forwards. Outside leg kick there by Woodson. Kick coming back there by Jourdain. And Woodson goes in with a knee strike, but Jourdain moves out the way. Woodson standing his ground in the middle. Jourdain continuing to move forwards. Leg kick coming in there by Jourdain. Woodson edging forwards. Straight down the middle. Lovely work. Jab coming in there by Woodson. Backing up a little bit. Again, we've gone back to being a bit hesitant. This is what we were saying about Charles Jourdain. He's got to commit himself that little bit more. If we have a look at this round 2 breakdown, because we do have those numbers now, you can see that Woodson again is ahead here, 16-5. Just too hesitant from Charles Jourdain. He just is really struggling with these shots from range. He just can't get on the inside enough. He's managed to grab Woodson, though. Drive him up against the cage. He's managed to get him on one leg. Looks like he's changing tact here. So Jourdain has grabbed Woodson, driven him up against the fence. He's grabbed the leg. He's looking to try and get him down. Or it certainly seems that way. He's getting him off balance at the moment. But Woodson being composed. Still showing us 16 significant strikes to 6. 32 total strikes to 11 in round 2 in favour of Woodson. Love that. Love that. Spinning back elbow by Jourdain there. Jourdain bouncing around on the outside as Woodson continues to move forward. Jab coming in there by Woodson. Jourdain again edges forward as Woodson stays on the outside. Jourdain edging forwards. Jab coming in there by Woodson. Jourdain again having a little look. Kick coming in. Hook shot coming in there by Jourdain. Yeah, jab, and he gets out there. I mean, Woodson's just doing what he needs to do. To be honest, he's just getting shots in. Woodson looking for a takedown. Shots coming in by Jourdain, but they're just falling short. Jab there by Woodson. Kick coming in by Jourdain. Big shots. Explodes into the pocket. Grabs a hold of the leg. He's managed to drive Woodson back against the cage. Now, the last time he had him in this position, he broke apart and hit that back elbow. So, Woodson needs to be very, very careful of that spinning back elbow here. That was the way that he exited out of this last time. And a spin kick this time by Jourdain, but Woodson was out of the way. That's 3 out of 3 takedowns that have been stuffed by Woodson. Jab coming in. 30 seconds left in round number 2. I'll be very interested to know how you lot think this one is going. Are we looking at 2 rounds to 0 for Woodson? Numbers say 19-15 right now. Knee strike coming in there by Woodson. Jourdain is continuing to move forward. Woodson standing his grounds. 19-16. This gap is closing. Head kick coming in there. Kick comes back and he misses. So round number 2. These numbers are on the UFC website, but I don't believe the judges have got access to them. So they don't really class in the scoring. So I always think when you are just a few significant shots within each other, that's probably close enough whereby the judges, you know, it's going to be really hard to call. You can see, though, that is not the case on total strikes. Total strikes, 39-23. Significant strikes, though, 19-16. Significant strikes, really, really important. Really important. Again, we're not seeing much damage. But Woodson takes that round. He definitely, look at that, 25-16 on the first round. So that's where we are with the fight so far. Is it Woodson 2-0? Sweet James Jones said it's definitely Woodson 2-0. Jourdain needs a finish. One of the judges gave Tavarez round 3. What fight were they watching? Did they? Have the scorecards come out? Yeah, I wanted to see those scorecards. Right, here we go. We are underway then with round number 3. William said Jourdain must have prepared for this fight by defeating Dalsim on the hardest level. Woodson right now is minus 800 favorite. So I think the judges are definite. Well, I can't say the judges, but certainly the odds makers, certainly the public are seeing it that Woodson is winning this 2 rounds to 0. The numbers do support that as well, in all fairness. This one, though, are we going to go the distance? Jourdain continuing to move forward. Woodson goes into the center. Right now, I think we could be at the point where Jourdain has got to find a finish. In this 3rd round, if he is to win this fight, needs to find that finish. He comes forward, shots coming into the midsection. Woodson grabs a hold of Jourdain. Looks like he's trying to get him down. He's round the side of Jourdain. Jourdain on the feet at the moment. What will the judges think if this goes to the decision? Well, we don't know. Trying to predict what the judges are going to do is a very difficult thing, but I think there's a fair bit of confidence at the moment that Woodson's winning or has won the first 2 rounds. Jourdain has managed to get Woodson up against the side of the cage, throws in a knee to the body, is looking for another takedown. He can't find that takedown at the moment, though. Knee strike coming in by Jourdain. Tell you that Jourdain is winning this 8-5 on significant strikes, but as we said, we also think he's lost the first 2 rounds, so winning this round ain't going to be enough. He's going to have to find a finish. He is putting the pressure on at the moment. Woodson, again, having a little look, circling round as Jourdain continues to move forwards. Woodson again goes back against the cage as Jourdain continues putting that pressure on. Woodson throws out a jab as Jourdain moves forward. Low kick coming in there by Jourdain. Woodson again standing his ground in the middle. Lovely little inside leg kick there by Woodson. Jourdain moving forward. 1-2 straight down the middle. Lovely work there by Jourdain. Lovely work. Kick coming in there by Jourdain as well. Bang! Body shot there by Woodson. Woodson backing up a little bit as a knee strike comes in there by Jourdain. Jourdain having a little look as inside leg kick comes in. Bang! Little body shot there as well. Hook shot by Woodson. Spin kick coming in there by Jourdain. Jab coming in there by Woodson. Spin kick coming in by Jourdain as well. Woodson having a little look. Jab coming in by Jourdain. Again, he's got to find a finish here. 1 minute 40. Woodson over by the side of the cage. He's just doing enough feints and enough activity just to keep Jourdain guessing, just to keep him like having a little look, but he just can't find a way through. He just can't find anything significant. And I can tell you that the numbers now are 14-13. Really close in this 3rd round, and as we said, it's just not enough for Charles Jourdain. Not the most exciting fight in the world. Jourdain narrowly took round 2, said A. Jobson. I think this is going to be 19-19 going into the 3rds. Right, we've got him up against the side of the cage. Woodson, Jourdain putting that pressure on. 50-odd seconds left on the clock. Again, Jourdain just edging this. 15-14. There's nothing in this 3rd round. How are the judges going to score this? Woodson moving forwards. Jourdain backing up a little bit. Swing and a miss there by Woodson. He's got Jourdain back against the cage. But he can't really do anything. He's really not the most effective of guys. He's looking for a double leg. He manages to get a takedown, but squeeze being applied here. There's only 12 seconds left. Guillotine by Charles Jourdain. Oh, Woodson pops his head out. Man, that would have been sick. Imagine if Charles Jourdain would have got a finish with 10 seconds left. A real late guillotine attempt by Charles Jourdain. I can tell you that looking at the round as well, 19-17 is looks to be how it's finished. So 19-17, again, really close on significant strikes. Really not much in it at all. Did that submission attempt just swing it for Charles Jourdain that 3rd round? Is A. Jobson right? Was it 1-1 going into that 3rd round? Has Charles Jourdain actually just managed to get that? Let's go. Let's see. So, overall, 49-63 is what we're looking at. So, numbers on screen, 14 significant headshots for Charles, 43 for Woodson. 20 leg kicks for Charles, 12 for Woodson. Sean Woodson defended 4 of 4 takedowns. Charles Jourdain 2 of 3. So they think that Sean Woodson's going to extend his unbeaten streak right now. Here we go. Let's see what Bruce Buffer's got to say. 29-28 Jourdain. 29-28 Woodson. 29-28. Yeah, there's real confusion as to who won here. Oh, right. So the way that he announced it, it sounded like Charles, but it was Sean. I mean, I heard him say Woodson. So there was a cheer from the crowd because they thought that Charles Jourdain had done it. Charles Jourdain, Sean Woodson. No, they don't sound that similar. I think, to be honest, I think what had happened was that some in the crowd thought they heard Charles. They started cheering. The rest of the crowd started cheering. Charles then heard the crowd, and I don't think like they really heard what Bruce said. Bruce didn't mess it up. He definitely said Sean Woodson. He definitely said Sean Woodson. But there was this like weird crowd cheering. Charles Jourdain thinking he'd got it. The crowd thinking he'd got it. So Sean Woodson gets it 29-28. Well, that's a new one, isn't it? We don't have to worry about the judges anymore. Now is Bruce Buffer going to announce the right winner? If it's not the judges screwing you, it's Bruce Buffer. That crowd awful for Canadians. They're bad, said Vicky May. How in the world was that split? Well, it was... yeah, I mean, I thought that it would be 29-28 Woodson. I thought Woodson took the first two. Jourdain took the third. I don't know. That second round was close. The striking was close on that second round. We've got the stats, actually, so we can just jump back in and have a little look at it. So, 19-16 on significant strikes. Significant strikes is what we're looking at. There was that... there was a submission attempt in there, but that is close in that second round. First round, not as close. 25-16. I think Woodson definitely got that. And third round, again, look at that, 19-17. But I think they gave Charles Jourdain that. The submission right at the end, the guillotine right at the end. I think they gave him. I think they gave him that round. So I think it was Woodson for the first two. Charles Jourdain gets the third, but that middle round was close, and so I think one of the judges ended up going 2-1 for Charles Jourdain. Either way, it was worth it just for the banter that happened after. It was worth it just for the carnage of the crowd not quite knowing who had won. Main event time then of the prelims. Alls we've got after this, coming up after this, is just main card goodness. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way towards the main cards. Let's change over the information on screen. We need to have a look as well and see where we are with Tapology. So Brad Katona taking on Garrett Armfield. So Brad Katona against Garrett Armfield. This is going to be our main event of the prelims. Katona is Canadian, looks to exploit weaknesses. He's very tough, very durable, bit of a decision machine. He'll do whatever it takes to win. He doesn't take unnecessary risk. He's quite defensively responsible. He will wrestle if needed. He's never been finished. He's very well rounded, good grappling, good wrestling, and his wrestling, as we said, I think will be needed, and I think it could even be the key to victory here. A decision win is on the cards for Brad Katona. Garrett Armfield is the younger fighter by 5 years, which is significant. Fighting out of the USA, is a pressure fighter. He's got a decent chin, heavy hands, never been knocked out, but he does struggle when he goes down to the ground, and that's why we said the wrestling could be key for Brad Katona. He's going to have a big reach advantage. He's coming in with a 5.5 inch reach advantage here, Garrett Armfield, and good power. He doesn't possess great jiu-jitsu, but his boxing is good, and he boxes from different angles. So Garrett Armfield at plus 180, he's definitely got paths to victory. The pick is definitely Brad Katona, though. Brad Katona is the way that we're leaning on this one. Let's have a little look, shall we, at the breakdown on the UFC cards, or the UFC website. So here are the two guys. We've already looked at that reach advantage, a 2-inch leg reach advantage for Garrett as well. If we have a look at the breakdown by the odds, so Brad is not... Yes. Lovely. Okay, here we go then. We are about to get underway with round number 1. Okay, main event of the prelims. The home crowd is cheering for the home fighters and booing the opponents. Who could have seen that coming, said A. Jobson. Here we go. We are underway. So this one, as we said, expected to go the distance. Katona in red. Armfield in black. Jab coming in there by Armfield. Katona on the outside. Armfield putting that pressure on. Inside leg kick there by Katona. Jab coming in there by Armfield. Katona is on the outside as Armfield jabs to the body. Katona circling round again. Jab coming in there by Armfield. Kick coming in there by Katona. Armfield standing his ground, but referee coming in, just checking on both guys. Again, they touch gloves. Lovely body shot there by Armfield. Armfield standing his ground in the middle as Katona comes into the center. Kick coming in there by Armfield. Katona again just having a little look as Armfield throws in a jab. Katona circling round. Swing and a miss there by Armfield. Jab coming in there by Armfield. 1-2 straight down the middle. Good work so far by Armfield. Let's see if we can refresh this. Looks like... Oh, there we go. Jab coming into the body. 6-4 at the moment for Armfield. Jab coming in there by Armfield as Katona backs up a little bit. Jab again coming into the body. It's tit for tat at the moment in the early stages of this one. Katona again standing in the middle with Armfield. Kick coming into the body there, and it's a low blow. We've got a low blow. We've got a low blow. And that looks a painful one as well. Armfield really struggling with this. He goes right over to a woman. He goes down to his knees, and there's a blonde woman. I think he's having a little jiggle around in there as well, right in front of a blonde woman. You've got to appreciate that. Of all the places for him to go down to his knees and have a little readjusting, he's done it right in front of a blonde woman who I would imagine is finding it a little bit awkward. She seems to be sat with a partner, maybe. God bless him. He's had a little jiggle. He's got back to his feet. Do Do you reckon she turned to him and went, well, that was awkward. Here we go then. Back on the feet. Just over 3 minutes to go. What a lucky woman, said John. Well, you don't expect that when you pay for your ringside ticket, do you? Katona edging forward as Armfield moves back as well. She actually looks like she's in a bit of a suit. She looks like she's maybe part of some sort of commission. Jab coming in straight down the middle by Katona. So she's probably just got that for free. Jab by both guys. Lovely shots coming in there by Katona. Inside leg kick there by Armfield, though. Armfield definitely ahead at the moment. 18-10 on significant strikes. Katona having a little look as Armfield comes forward. Shots coming in. Jab. Oh, man, that's a lovely strike by Armfield. Jab coming into the body. Swing and a miss there by Armfield. And again, we got Katona backing up Armfield again in the center. Standing his ground, having a little look. Inside leg kick coming in. Oh, man, swing and a miss. And then a beautiful right hand straight down the middle by Katona. He manages to grab a hold of Armfield. And right now, we are circling round. Knee coming into the body there by Katona. Armfield having a little bit of a look as Katona edges forwards. Armfield is just pulling ahead. I feel like Katona's doing some more of the eye-catching work, but Armfield's the one that's just getting in those jabs, getting in those shots. He's got 6 leg kicks as well. Katona managing to get round the back of Armfield. He's trying to get him down to the ground. He's got him over by the side of the cage. He jumps onto his back. Katona, oh, knee strike coming in. Katona asking some questions. We've got a minute left of the round here. We're into the final minute. Shot coming in there by Katona. And again, Armfield over by the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in there by Katona. He's doing some really good work here. And he's trying to get him off balance. He's trying to get him down to the ground. He can't do it at the moment. Armfield over by the side of the cage. Don't forget our main event tonight. Strickland against Du Plessis for the Middleweight Championship. It's getting closer. Just 15 minutes to go and then we will be at that main card. We're only 15 minutes away. Excellent work by Armfield to stay on the feet here, you know. He's got that advantage of 24-15. So doing a really good job at the moment. Knee strike coming in there by Katona. Katona just didn't do enough there at the end. If you can keep calm, judge distance, Sean's chances goes down. I would lean Dricus, said Puff Dutch. Featured prelim, Armfield has more chances to pull off. I'm a Strickland fan, said Duck YouTube, but I've got to admit, Dricus Du Plessis is very, very hard for a first title defense. Yeah. This is the guy that I've watched come through that I really thought was going to be the guy that was going to win this title. I think Strickland was not fancied against Adesanya and he got an upset. And so the question that we've been asking is, was that a fluke? I mean, I don't think it's fair to say it was a fluke because he fought a really great fight. So I don't think it was a fluke, but was it just that he fought the perfect fight? It was just his day, you know? Is he going to be able to do that against Dricus? I'm just not sure. I'm really, really not sure. So I am leaning Dricus Du Plessis, but I totally get, as I've said a few times tonight, why so many have gone with Sean Strickland. Okay, that was our first round then, and Katona definitely was looking like he was landing some really good shots, but the volume was with Armfield. What's your favourite cereal, said John. Not very adventurous, to be honest, but I don't really tend to have cereal much, so we have Crunchy Nut over here, which is just like a normal cornflake, but with like nuts in it. So that's it. I don't think we have the variety you have in America. We have a fair few, but I mean, you really like your cereal over there, don't you? We've got Katona standing his ground in the middle, then throwing in a leg kick. Couple of shots coming back by Armfield. Significant strikes, 34-20. Armfield landing 53% of his compared to 38% for Katona. Katona standing his ground in the middle. Jab coming in there by Armfield. Katona again having a little look. Kick coming in by Armfield. We're not seeing much in the way of leg kicks. It's only 6-4 on that front. Uppercut just fall short there by Armfield. I tell you what, though, they're both looking to throw. Leg kick there by Armfield. Kick coming back by Katona, but it misses. 34-21 at the moment into a clinch. And Armfield gets out of there. That was a good exit. 3 minutes 15 on the clock. Left in round number 2. We think that Armfield took the first round. Again, we got Katona. Ooh, letting the hands go. Lovely little shot there by Katona. Oh, both jabbing at the same time. He hit one there, Katona. Armfield getting through with that jab. Stiff jab. In the center at the moment. Inside leg kick there by Armfield. Kick coming back there by Katona. Lovely, slipped under that into a clinch. We got Katona on the outside. Armfield circling round with him. Oh, lovely shot there by Armfield. Really good stuff. Bang! 1-2 straight down the middle. Love that. And the response by Katona doesn't land. Swing and a miss there by Armfield. 41-28. Feels like that gap just continuing to remain where it is. Got a gap of around about 13. And just extending, actually. 45-30 now. 2 minutes left to go here. We got Armfield using some lateral movements, circling round on the outside, steps in. Katona's ready for him, throws the body shot in. Armfield again goes back to the outside, jabs away, 1-2 down the middle, avoids the counter hooks. And it's a real scrappy affair, this. 14 significant strikes is the gap at the moment. Armfield still ahead. Couple of jabs coming in there by Armfield. 1 minute 30 odds on the clock. Armfield again on the outside having a little look. Jab coming in there by Armfield. Moves out the way. Oh man, the head movement of Armfield. Really good. Jab got out the way. Got another shot in. That gap extending to 19 now. So we are seeing that gap getting a little bit wider. Head kick there by Armfield as well. We'll have a look in a second and see what the breakdown is. We'll see what the round by round breakdown is. We've got a minute left on the clock. 50 odd seconds left to go. Kick coming in there by Katona. Do you remember Sugar Puffs? Yeah, are they still around? I think they were still around, weren't they? The Sugar Monster, was it? Katona in the middle. Armfield on the outside as 35-20. There we go. Significant strike breakdown. That's what I wanted. 24-17 in round 1. 35-20 in round 2. That gap's widened. 22 significant strikes now. Armfield definitely winning the volume game. But Katona has got Armfield up against the side of the cage. Throws in a knee strike. Clock is ticking down. Good knee there by Katona. 5 seconds left to go. Shots coming in by Katona. Armfield over by the cage. And there we go. End of the fight. Or end of that round, I should say. Yeah, it's just more of the same, to be honest. I sort of feel like Armfield is winning the volume. I think Katona is asking some good questions. And it's just unfortunate that he finds himself being a little bit behind the 8 ball. But going into round number 3, I think we could be looking at this being 2-0 for Armfield. I think the volume has just been a bit too much. So round number 3 coming up. Crazy that I've got this on the big screen on the Series X. I'm just chilling, said Puff Dutch. Jobson said 90 seconds of cage pushing won't win you a round, especially when you lose in the stand-up. Okay, here we go then. We're about to get underway with our final round of the prelims. Coming up in 7 minutes' time, we are going to the main card. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're at 373. Definitely need to get that closer to 500 if we are to get to the 1,000 mark. And maybe this just isn't the week for it. Maybe this card just isn't quite strong enough. There has been a lot of people saying it's not the best looking pay-per-view, but listen, that main event, I think everyone's coming out the woodwork for that. No one's going to want to miss Sean Strickland against Dricus Du Plessis. Lovely work again here by Armfield. I think the live odds just came up, you know, and I think it had Katona as a slight favourite, believe it or not. Kevin's got it 2018 and Ryan's got it 2018. So to Armfield's. So I don't know what the live odds were doing. Takedown there by Katona. Armfield goes down, but something to bear in mind if the live odds had Katona as favourite. Armfield down on his back with Katona on top. We've had a minute gone so far. Armfield gets back up to his feet. Katona really sucks, said Ali. Jay said Sugar Puffs have rebranded to Honey Monster Wheat Puffs. Why? Is it because of like sugar being a bit of a negative thing? Honey Monster. Honey Monster, that was him, wasn't it? The Honey Monster. Honey Monster Wheat Puffs. I don't eat them anyway. So, my nan used to have bran flakes. Whenever I went round there, I used to have some of that. I used to really like those. Keep it simple. Don't need all these Lucky Charms. Although I did like Lucky Charms when I was a kid. Who didn't? You want to talk about sugar? Woo! Buzzing for a week after a bowl of that. It's like crack for kids. Right, we've got Katona's got Armfield up against the side of the cage. What is worse UFC cards? 14 or 15 fights? Are you asking me what's the worst card with like? Yeah, if with loads of fights. I much prefer them being like 11, 12. That's a bit controversial because a lot of people say if I've got to pay for it, it's the same argument you hear from like AEW. A lot of people say like, oh man, if I've got to pay for it, then I really don't want like, you know, only 11 fights. But I just think I'd rather have 11 good fights than like 14, 15 like really rubbish fights, you know. So I'm a big fan of 11-12. I think it's a nice number for it's comfortable. These cards are long anyway. We're in a clinch at the moment. Shot coming in there by Katona, exploding forward, grabbing Armfield, trying to take him down. And he gets him down. So Katona is on top of Armfield. I don't know. When it comes to this, I'm just not that bothered. I just sort of feel like Armfield needs to get a finish. He's got him down at the moment. Katona, he's trying to find that finish. Armfield trying to get back up to his feet. I think a lot of people have got it 2-0 for Armfield, so it needs to be... I think it needs to be a finish for Katona, and I think that's what he's looking for, but I don't think he's going to find it. He's got him over against the side of the cage here, Katona, and he's raining down these shots. But again, he needs that finish. The gap's still 16 significant strikes. Definitely feels like a Katona round, though. So if any of the judges did give Katona any of the other rounds, either of the other rounds, this could be a problem. Katona has got a high fight IQ to put Armfield against the cage like that for the end of the round. He was losing a close round. Again, shot coming in there by Katona. Armfield goes back into the center. Continues to move forward. Katona circling rounds. 1-2 straight down the middle. Lovely work there by Armfield. Letting the hands go, but he's surely behind the 8 ball in this round. We think he's up in the fight, but gotta say the live odds had Katona winning this at the start of round 3, so kind of leaves me with a little bit of doubt. I think Katona takes that 3rd round. Did he take any of the others? This could be interesting. In the chat, let me know, which way do you think this is going to go? Seriously, which way is this going to go? I thought it was like 2-0 Armfield, but the live odds have got me questioning that now. And I think that 3rd round is a Katona round. If we have a look at... if we go over to the stats that we've got, round 3, they actually have it 16-16, but it was all Katona. I mean, he really was looking good in that 3rd round. Managed to get a couple of takedowns. He would have got a little bit of control time. Significant strike 16-16. Has he done it? Has he done it? Did he do it? Let's make a guess. They're showing scorecards in the fight. All showing 2-0 Armfields. I'm going on a limb to say that's to make people bet him to see who actually wins the judge's decision. You think that's a strategy? Do you? You think they're showing those to throw people off the scent? Here we go. All 3. 29-28. Unanimous. Yeah, okay. All 3, 29-28. So it looks like they did score it 2-0. I think he lost that last round. So, unanimous decision for Garrett Armfield. 29-28, 29-28, 29-28. There he is. Sean Strickland. Backstage. Just arriving. And there is Dricus Du Plessis. Dricus Du Plessis. Can he get the job done? Number 2 in the middleweight division. I really fancied him against Adesanya. If this was Adesanya against Dricus Du Plessis, I'd be confident on Du Plessis. Sean Strickland's I just don't know. I wasn't expecting him to beat Adesanya. So it's really put a cat amongst the pigeons. But we don't need to talk about cats and we don't need to talk about pigeons because we are now going to the main cards. And we've got some really good fights. 2 title fights coming up on this main card as well. So let's change over the information that we've got on screen. The next fight that's going to be coming up is going to be Arnold Allen taking on Evloev, the undefeated Evloev. This is going to be a great fight, man. This is going to be so good. Really excited for this. Arnold Allen taking on Evloev. Let's go. So they're just showing the brawl that took place and the press conference. There's been some heated words, but there's also some real respect that's been shown between them. It's going to be a great fight, though. Whilst we've got a moment, let's have a look, shall we, over at Tapology. Let's refresh Tapology. Boom. Okay, wow, look at this. What a time to be alive. William Hensey, top of the tree so far. So, Papa Chuck is in joint 9th with Boyaka. UD Power in 8th. Odd Smoker Steve in 7. For I Am Oliveira joint 5th with AWS 88. Cetus 316 in joint 3rd with Nosta 75. Melodrama Llama normally up there again in number 2, but number 1, everyone's favorite pervert, William Hensey, leading the pack. Have you ever won this, William? Could he pick up a dub tonight? I don't think so. I don't think there's a hope in hell, but leading the pack at the moment. Let's see if William can get the job done. So, right, yeah, Arnold Allen against Evloev. This is going to be our next fight. Obviously, we're going to break down the main event, co-main event first on the show, so we'll have a few minutes. Vicky said, went on vacation, left on probation. Let's not get into jail stories. I've got so many, said Puff Dutch. Oh, no, how have we got into jail stories? Hookem, in the mouth, shout out to you, my friend. Welcome. Jobson said, this card is kicking my I am 3-4. King Hoddle said, keep on grinding. There he is, look. There he is. Celebrating away. Leader of the pack at the moment. Right. We are going over to the start of this main card. If you are watching, leave a like if you haven't already. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. We are in Toronto. Toronto, a city that I've been to a few times, actually. Love Toronto. Fantastic city. Brilliant place to visit. Very, very cold, though. But, yeah, wonderful place to go. Good looking. I like this main card. I know that it's been getting a little bit of, not hate, but there's people that are definitely down on it. But I like it. I like Strickland against Du Plessis. I'm also really invested in Pennington against Mayra Bueno Silva, just because I think it's a close little fight. I don't know that either of them are the right person to be champion of that division, but, you know, it's not the most exciting fight in the world, but, you know, if the championship on the line, I think the fight itself is going to be quite gritty. It's going to be like a battle to the death. You know, Pennington really brings it. I really do like her fighting style. She's a brawler, but she's got a good fight IQ. And, you know, she's going to be tough to put away, man. That's what I admire most about her. She's really difficult to put away. So if Mayra Bueno Silva's going to do it, it's not going to be an easy task. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to that. This Arnold Allen Evloev fight's going to be awesome. Striker, grappler, both well-rounded, though. Both, you know, Arnold Allen has got skills on the ground and Evloev has got some nice crisp striking as well. So they both bring a nice all-round game. So, yeah, this is going to be fun, man. This is going to be fun. 2 title fights. Allen against Evloev. As well as that, we've got the prospect that is Mike Malott. He's going to be in action taking on Neil Magny. And we've got Chris Curtis taking on the Canadian Marc-Andre Barriault. So... oh, man, there we go. Look, Sean Strickland launching himself at Dricus. We're just seeing shots of these two going at it in the crowds. That was UFC 296 on the 16th of December. Let's tuck the chin and go to war. Sean Strickland, 28 wins, 5 defeats. Never gives up, never slows down. I'm about to take a dab, said Jordan. If Conor is not at UFC 300, then he'll face him later in the year, said Mr. Dow Jr. Wild that UFC 300 is so close, said 904 Pinball. Yeah, man. I can't wait for that show. I think we're all still waiting for that major bombshell announcement. I really like the Gaethje Holloway fight, but I was listening to Ariel Helwani, as I said earlier. He was questioning if this wasn't UFC 300, why would we do this fight? It's for the BMF title, which don't mean nothing. It's a fun fight for the fans. It makes sense for UFC 300, but that ain't enough, man. I think people are waiting for... They're waiting for something really big, really special. People are waiting for, like, Brock. They're waiting for Ronda. They're waiting for... Conor. They're waiting for, something along those lines. I don't know that it's going to come. I don't know that we're going to get it. But I feel like there's something more up the sleeve. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's something more. So yeah, it's not far away. We'll have to see what the card looks like when we get there. But I don't think you can be down on how stacked the card is from top to bottom, Good evening, Chrome Cobra. Looking forward to the main event tonight. Oh, we all are, buds. We all are. I love this chat, said Jordan. Jordan, shout out to you. Dro, sending some love. Thanks, Days, for shouting me out. You're welcome, my friends. Dricus is going to walk away with the belt tonight, unfortunately, said Chrome Cobra. Well, do you know what? We asked the question. We asked people who was going to leave with the belt, and we have now shot up. We had about 500 votes last time we checked. We're now sneaking up to 1,400 votes. So you can tell that this card is a card that's quiet for the early prelims, relatively quiet for the prelims, but the excitement now that we've got to the main card has arrived. This is a card that people are just interested in the main event on, and maybe some of these fights on this main card as well. So yeah, we've absolutely shot up with votes, and I can tell you that it is 63% to 37%, 63-37 in favor of Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland definitely has got the fans' attention. He was favorite as well, but they showed earlier that the odds have shifted. It's actually a pick'em now. So about 48 hours ago, Sean Strickland was like a minus 100 and something. Right now, it is a pick'em. So money has been coming in on Dricus over the last 48 hours. It's close, man. It's really, really close. I feel good. I've picked Dricus. I'm on Du Plessis. I think he gets it, but yeah, I totally get it. If you're riding with Strickland, I totally get it. I totally understand. Katona against Chandler would be the fight to make, said A. Jobson. They've added Gaethje and Holloway. They're in the main event slot now, said TJ. Jordan said, I've got my own stream, but it costs me a fortune to have to pay for pay-per-views. For me, it was people just looking at resume instead of matchups. Katona has beaten a ton of good guys, but when you watch him fight, he never wins a dominant fight. It's almost always a grind fest. There is still no main event for UFC 300, said Mr. Dell Jr. Well, they hinted at something really big, and I don't think that was Gaethje Holloway. I love the fight because I love both fighters, and it's going to be a war, and it's going to be amazing. But I don't think that's I'll be surprised if that's the main event by the time we get to it. But that is in that slot at the moment, yes. Don't forget the Drake bet, said Francis. The girl Drake is watching another rich kid that's brain dead, said Johnny. Okay. the goal is to become a world champion, said Arnold Allen. 17-0 records for Movsar Evloev. This guy, man, so good. Evloev, as we said, incredible grappler with some clean boxing, never been finished, never lost. Taking on Arnold Allen, who's a brutal power puncher, who's also never been finished. He's got really good footwork, but he has lost a couple of fights. Arnold Allen, 19-2. Taking on Movsar Evloev, 17-0. Evloev minus 190 favorite, though. He is expected to pick up the victory in this one. So I'm with Evloev as well. We're just seeing Magny Levy. We are in Toronto. This is the first fight on the main card. So we've got this fight. Then we've got a couple of fights featuring Canadians, because we are in Canada, including Mike Malott, as we said, really good prospect. Then we've got the co-main for the title, and then we've got our main event. So I'm looking forward to this card, man. I might be in the minority, but Evloev making his way down, one of two active Russian UFC featherweights. He's made his way down. This is going to be a banger, said Francis. Anyone watching, unless from Canada, it's hilarious. Anyone watch Useless Farm? I've never heard of it. Is that a TV show? Days, I think Strickland wins just on striking alone, said Davids. This is going to be a banger. Okay, we've got Evloev's made his way down. Bobby is going to take Coates out. Okay, so Evloev, as we said, so good on the ground. But he's got some ability on the feet as well, though. No slouch on the feet. Coming in undefeated, 17-0. He's got the 6th most takedowns in UFC featherweight history with 31. He's on the 2nd longest active win streak in the featherweight division with 6. Movsar Evloev currently ranked 9th. And he's going to be taking on Arnold Allen, who is currently ranked 4th. Number 4 against number 9 in the featherweight division. Evloev is looking composed and focused, said King Hoddle. Asiel said Tesco power. Jay said, really looking forward to Allen against Evloev. Rooting for Allen, but Evloev is most likely going to get another decision. Yep, I've got Evloev winning this as well. I mean, obviously, I'm sat here in the UK, so I'd love for Arnold Allen to get the job done. It'd be a hell of a win if he can. Hell of a win. If he can stop the undefeated Evloev. Here he is coming down. He's got the Union flag draped over his shoulders. Arnold Allen. Arnold Allen making his way down then. He is 19-2. One of 3 active English UFC featherweights fighting out of Ipswich, England. That's the same place that Ed Sheeran comes from. Fun fact. And that's literally it. Nothing else has ever come out of Ipswich. 8 fights have been announced so far for UFC 300, said Mr. Dell Jr. Jobson said, I adopt Movsar Evloev at minus 190. He's got a radical lumberjack sweep. Evloev will likely heal the underdog. Right. One customer has bet 15,000 on Arnold Allen. I didn't see what they would get back if they were correct. Allen comes in with 6 first-round finishes. He's won 12 of his last 13. 7 wins by knockout, 4 by submission. He's come down to We Will Rock You. Bit predictable. He's not Khabib. The kid is getting KO'd, said Johnny. Duck YouTube said 17-0, risking it. Rodney, shout out to you, my friends. Great to see so many people around. I hope you're enjoying the show, enjoying the prelims, the early prelims. We're about to get underway with our first fight on the main cards. We have been looking as well, actually, at the odds, and this has been a lovely addition to the streams. I really do love looking at these. So you can see that Evloev is not expected to get a knockout. He is plus 1100. He is not expected to get a submission. That is plus 1400. But he is expected to win by decision. Evloev by decision is the heavy favorite according to the odds makers and the public. In fact, both by decision is their favorite path to victory. Arnold Allen is plus 330. He's plus 750 to get a win by knockout. Evloev minus 115. So Evloev getting the job done by decision is what's expected. If it's not going to be that, then maybe Arnold Allen by decision. But this one definitely looking like it's going 3 rounds. Okay, Bruce Buffer then doing the intro. Again, if you're watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We normally try to be at about 500 by the time we get to the main card. We're definitely lacking in that regard this evening. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're certainly seeing some good numbers coming in on the voting. The voting is nearly at 1,600, which has really picked up. So we're seeing some really good numbers coming in on the poll that we're running at the moment, and I think it's getting closer. 62-38 now as to who's going to win our main event. So we've seen a little bit of movement there. Here's Arnold Allen. He certainly has got the support of the crowds. Big cheer for Arnold Allen. I think it's probably more to do with the fact that he's fighting a Russian. I hope he is going to send up tonight. His last fight, he was still in the box, said Mark. Jay said crazy how Lopez almost submitted Evloev multiple times when he came in on short notice. Allen is going to KO him with his left hand second round, said Hooker. Puff Dutch said, is UFC 5 way better than 4? I have not seen great reviews for 5. I don't think there is a massive upgrade, but I haven't played it, so I can't comment. If anyone's got the games or has been playing the games, let us know. I'd be interested to know. But I've not been seeing brilliant reviews for 5. Okay, here we go then. We are underway. Arnold Allen in red. Evloev in black. Allen. Again, just throwing out that jab, throwing out a hook shot. We've got Evloev throwing in a kick to the body, doubling up on the jab there by Allen. Allen gets kicked to the body there by Evloev. This is going to be tough for Evloev. Let's not make any mistake about it. Even though I think Evloev has got the skills and the ability to get past Allen, this is an ask. Arnold Allen is an excellent fighter. Again, just letting the hands go. Arnold Allen, Evloev trying to ask a few questions of his own. He's trying to make sure he doesn't get overwhelmed on the feet. He's got some good crisp boxing himself. Allen, again, standing his ground in the middle. Allen, again, trying to land at the moment, but we're not seeing much getting through at the moment. Both guys have landed 2 significant strikes. Just out of range at the moment. They're both just out of that striking range. Evloev trying to get the right hand through. Both guys standing their ground in the middle. Neither guy really giving up any territory. Neither guy being pushed back. We'll just circle him round. Oh, tries to go to the body. That was lovely, actually. Arnold Allen using the right hand, going upstairs, and then bang to the body with the left. Hook shot just fall short there by Arnold Allen. And we've got Evloev just edging forwards. Oh, again, doing it again. Love it. Right upstairs, left to the body. And he does it so explosively. But he's still not managing to quite land with it. Evloev grabbing the leg of Arnold Allen. He's desperately trying to get him down. Allen managing to avoid the takedown. He gets driven back against the side of the cage. Evloev has got Arnold Allen pinned up against the cage. So right now, Arnold Allen staying on the feet. He's done a really good job here so far of staying upright. Evloev has got Allen up against the cage. He's pinning him up against the fence at the moment. They break apart. Shot coming in there by Evloev on the exit, but we go right back to the middle of the octagon. Allen again having a little bit of a look. We're bouncing round. Jab coming in there by Evloev. 1-2 straight down the middle. Lovely counter right hook. Jab straight down the middle there by Allen as well. And again, scrappy. You can see the numbers. 4-2. I mean, there's really not much that's landing. 28 shots have been attempted by Arnold Allen. His striking accuracy is really letting him down here at the moment. To land 4 out of 28, that is not great. 5 from 18 from Evloev. But Allen is asking a few more questions. But so close at the moment. This round is there for either guy to take. Lovely little left hand there by Evloev. Allen just has not got this working for himself yet. Little flurry of shots coming in there by Evloev. Jab coming in by Evloev as well. Allen in the center. Standing his ground. Jab coming in by Evloev. And Allen backs up a little bit. Double jab there by Evloev. Again, Allen. Oh, Evloev trying to get around the back. Jumps onto the back of Allen. Dragging him down, but Allen rolls. Gets back up to his feet. That was brilliant. Takedown, though. Evloev is so good. So good. He won't let him breathe. He's absolutely all over him. Throwing some shots to the side of the head. Arnold Allen trying to roll. Getting back to his feet. Man, so technical. So technical. It's an absolute treat watching these two. Just as Evloev is all over him, Allen is rolling, getting back to his feet. We're standing now over by the side of the cage. I still think this is going to be an Evloev round. Is up by 4. Evloev is the one that's asking the questions at the moment. He's managed to get a takedown. He's not been able to keep him down. And right now he's got Allen again, who manages to get back up to his feet. He drags him back down again, but Allen once again getting back up to his feet. It's not a good look, though. Getting hurled down, even if you are battling your way back to your feet, it doesn't look good. Constantly getting slammed down and you're getting back up again, so... Yeah, I think that's an Evloev round. 9 significant strikes to 5. A takedown. 1 minute 31 control time. 14 total strikes to 6. He just could not land, could he? He was throwing, he was looking, he was working, but he just couldn't land. You know, 6 strikes landed out of 38 thrown. That's not brilliant. I've seen better numbers. Allen looked good, said Jobson. Adam, shout out to you. Francis said it's an Evloev round. Is Joe Rogan alive? No, passed away. R.I.P. Joe Rogan. He has passed. If he hadn't, he would be on the commentary tonight. And sadly, he's not. So, yeah, real shame. I liked him. Right, here we go. We are back underway. We've got Evloev in the centre. And Allen, again, having a little look. He's got to work out this striking. He's got to find a way of getting through. The accuracy is just nowhere near where it should be. It only feels like a little adjustment, to be honest. He just needs to be a little bit more committed. It does carry risk, though. Evloev has got some good crisp striking of his own, but clearly that game plan in round one was not good enough. Allen in the center, jab into the body as Evloev takes a few steps back. Allen again going upstairs. Evloev having a little look. He's ready to pounce, man. You can see he's just looking for that single leg. But shot coming back there by Allen. That's what Allen's got to worry about as well. He's trying to throw in the shots. Evloev has got the ability to stand and exchange, but Allen's also having to worry about the takedown attempts. Throws in a kick there, Allen. Gets caught by Evloev, but they break apart the bow right back into the middle. Kick coming in again there by Evloev. Allen again having a little look. He's still not worked this out. 6 from 49 now. Horrible numbers. Horrible numbers. It's an absolute disaster for Arnold Allen at the moment. You feel like, though, once he does land and land something significant, it really might open up the gates and there might be an opportunity to really just unload, but that has not presented itself yet, and he also runs the risk of the fight just drifting away from him. We're almost at the halfway point of the fight anyway. Jab coming in there by Arnold Allen, but he is just on the outside. Shot coming back there by Evloev, who again is standing and looking. Allen again bouncing around, having a little look, seeing if he can find a way through as Evloev charges forward, gets a single leg takedown. Allen goes down. That's a big moment for Evloev. That's a good moment for Evloev. Allen, though, trying to get back up to his feet. Couple of elbows coming in, and Evloev drags him back down again. Couple of elbows again by Arnold Allen. So he gets right back up to his feet. He's not allowing Evloev to keep him down. The problem is, he's just not carrying any threat of his own. His threat is his striking, and it's 7 of 57. He's landed 7 of 57 that he's thrown. Right now, Evloev has got Arnold Allen up against the side of the cage. Crowd getting a little bit restless. We got 1 minute 50 left on the clock. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're at 4-6-1. They break apart. Allen goes into the center. Whatever you've got, you need to unload it now. This feels like another round that is drifting away from Allen, but it's still close enough where if he has a good final minute, he can definitely take it. So whatever he's got to go for broke. You don't want to go into that third round, 2 rounds down. Evloev on the outside. Oh, knee coming in by Evloev. Lovely flying knee by Evloev. He does land it, but doesn't achieve much. But again, asking some questions. Jab coming in by Evloev, just misses. Allen in the center. It's got a bit of blood coming down his nose. Don't know if that was from the knee. Uppercut just misses. Again, Evloev having a little look. Oh, body shot there by Allen. Body shot coming back by Evloev. Oh, I think he caught him, Evloev. I think it was a little left. I think Allen came in and he just got clipped. Seemed to stumble. Oh, need to see a replay of that. There's a bit of blood. There's definitely damage. Allen has definitely took some punishment here. We know that damage counts for quite a bit. But there was just a little shot there by Evloev, and it seemed to rock Arnold Allen. Cut underneath the eye, blood. Oh, man, look at him, he's busted. Jab coming in. Evloev really getting the better of Arnold Allen on the feet now. Wow. Whatever this game plan is, it has not worked. That is 2 rounds to Evloev. Right hook. So we've got a cut. It's underneath the eye, but it's quite nasty. That eye is swelling shut as well. He's going to have a real problem with his left eye. He's going to have a real problem with vision out of that. Let's have a little look at this, shall we? Kick comes into the body. Elbow coming back. It was a lovely straight left. I don't think that's what did it. There, that right hook. Oh yeah, that's a bad cut, man. That's quite wide. Yeah, that's a bad cut. Is he going to let it? Yeah, ref's going to let it continue. I wondered if he was going to have the doctor come and look at it. Right, Evloev just looks very calm, collected. I mean, Arnold Allen now is at the point where he needs to get a finish. Arnold Allen is at the point where he needs to get a finish. He could. To be honest, he could. I mean, he's good enough to do it. We know that he's got excellent striking. It's just not clicked for him. 1-2 straight down the middle there by Arnold Allen, though. Got to go for broke. And Arnold Allen going for broke could be a very interesting thing to watch. This could be a great final round. Again, trying to throw in a little hook. Short little hook. Evloev throwing in a couple of shots. But again, Arnold Allen putting that pressure on. Allen again moving forward as Evloev backs up a little bit. Oof, little slip there by Evloev. Arnold Allen continuing to move forwards. But kick coming in there by Evloev. Allen again trying to find a way through, but Evloev backing up. Hook shot misses. Body shot there by Allen. Evloev just being very, very focused. Very focused. Jab coming in there by Evloev. Allen again having a little look as Evloev continues to circle round. Allen again. Oh, lovely work there by Evloev. Trying to get a single leg takedown. Just wants to get Allen out the way. If he can get him down to the ground and just get the... knees coming in there by Allen, though. Knees by... I don't know what. I don't know what's going on. Is he saying it was knees to a grounded opponent? We got a timeout here. Okay, so we've got a timeout here. So he's kneed him in the head when the hand was down. Oh, yeah. So big knee strikes by Arnold Allen, but those knee strikes are going to be deemed illegal. Interesting to see what the ref's going to do here. Wow. Oh, wow. And he messed him up with those knee strikes. Blood coming down the side of the head of Evloev. Okay, so I think they're saying they're called to continue, but there is blood coming down the side of the head. So the ref said, I know it's accidental. I'm not going to deduct a point, but please be careful. So a word there to Arnold Allen. And I tell you, that's really interesting because there's clear damage that's been caused by those knees. Arnold Allen, though, has just been able to get a little bit of a breather as well. I mean, this is a big, big boost to Arnold Allen. He's just been able to land those illegal shots. He's busted open Evloev. He's had an extra breather. He's looking for a single leg there. Evloev, uppercut just misses by Arnold Allen. We got a real firefight going on now. This could be a real fun final 2.5 minutes. Yeah, come on. Alan, it's now or never. It's absolutely now or never. You just got a gift from the gods there. Shots coming in. Rogan would say that's illegal, said Vicky. Alan, again, trying to move forwards. Evloev backing up. Alan standing his ground in the middle, but he can't find a way forwards. Evloev circling round. Evloev seems to be just trying to stay out the way. Kick to the body. Alan again putting the pressure on. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Body shot coming in there by Alan. Oh. Evloev doesn't need to do much here. Oh, he's got a choke in. Oh, Evloev. Oh, that was excellent work by Evloev, but I think the choke's still applied by Alan. Evloev looks like he's going to get out of it, and he does get out of it. That was a brilliant attempt by Alan, though. Just to try and grab that choke. Now he's trying to grab a leg. We're rolling around on the ground. We've gone right back to the feet. It's a really captivating fight, this one. Can't take your eyes off it. I wish Alan had been more competitive on the feet. 13 strikes from 72 thrown. 40 seconds left to go. Alan over by the side of the cage. Evloev's face is busted open. We know that those shots were deemed illegal, though, so I don't think the judges can take them into consideration. I think Evloev won the first 2 rounds anyway, so I think Alan needed a finish in this. And with 14 seconds to go, it doesn't look like it's going to come. He's swinging away. Broken apart. 5 seconds left to go. Kick coming in. 1-2 down the middle. He's committing a little bit more with his shots, and that's the end of the rounds. Both guys took plenty of punishment there. But which way do you think it went? Commentators said that Evloev came in 17-0 and he's looking every bit the future world title challenger. William said, I think Alan is grabbing for anything right now. He knows Evloev probably wins this. Defcon Prime said, could he do a German suplex? Well, you'd love to see it. King Huddle said 3-0 or 2-1 Evloev. Alan disappointing. Francis said Evloev looks like he's going to win. Jobson said if there's no point deduction, that means the shots should count for the round. Alan about to win 29-28. No, I don't think it means that they count. It just means that he's not taking the point away. I think in the eyes of the judges, those shots should not be considered. Actually, don't know, though, if they go onto these numbers. That's an interesting question. We're waiting for the decision. The grounded rule is BS, said John. Even Dana has said so. He was not technically on the floor. He was standing and he was just simply touching with his hand. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, but the rule is the rule, isn't it? I mean, and we do know that that's the rule, so... It's unanimous. Evloev gets it. 29-28. All 3 judges. That's a big win for him. He now goes 18-0. He was ranked 9th, but he's just beaten number 4. That was quite the fight, man. That was quite the fight. Second longest active win streak in UFC featherweight division. Evloev said Arnold Allen is a good fighter, is very tough. But I feel like I can fight with anyone in my division. So he has got his eyes set on a title fight. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to work our way through this main card towards that main event. Main event coming up in around about probably about an hour and a half. We've got 3 fights to go before we get to Sean Strickland against Du Plessis. So I reckon hour and a half we should be there. This one obviously going all 3 rounds. I don't think we're going to have to wait too long to get to our next fight. Next fight, of course, Chris Curtis taking on Marc-Andre Barriault. So they're saying, is he just 1 win away from his first crack at a title? We've got Pantoja, UFC flyweight champion, in attendance. Lovely, lovely. Right, let's do a breakdown, shall we, for our next fight. Have a little look at Chris Curtis against Marc-Andre Barriault. So Chris Curtis is ranked number 14th in the middleweight division. Marc-Andre just outside of those rankings. If we have a look, see where we are with the odds. Chris Curtis is a -185 favourite. Marc-Andre Barriault at +160. Chris Curtis is favourite to get the win here, either by knockout or by decision. If Marc-Andre Barriault is going to get the victory, then decision is the most favoured path for him. So if we have a look at how they get their wins, 59% of Chris Curtis's wins come by knockout, 63% for Marc-Andre Barriault. When we look at decision, very similar actually, 38% to 31%. Both of these guys getting into that 3rd round with their average fight time. So this one feeling like it's probably going to go the distance, certainly going to go into that 3rd round. And if we have a look at the striking, we can see quite similar in regards to the numbers. 5.3 against 5.9 on landed per minute. 50% accuracy to 47%. Shots absorbed a lot worse for Chris Curtis. 6.3 against 5.2. So yeah, Chris Curtis's defense not brilliant, but yeah, he's definitely got some advantages. A 92% takedown defense being one of them. So I really like this fight. I like Chris Curtis. He is 36 years old. He's going to be 3 years older than his opponent. He does come in as a -165 favourite. He's a very dangerous striker, very powerful, decent striking accuracy, and a really great takedown defense, as we said. Works the body well, good in scrambles, decent Brazilian jiu-jitsu, drives his opponents against the cage, always looking to move forwards. He's faced high-level opposition as well. He's got a good resume, great body shots. There is potential for him to find a late stoppage. We saw that in the odds. Both of these guys expected to go late into the fight. And he is probably looking at around 2 round 3 finish. Marc-Andre Barriault, he is bouncing back after being 0-3 in his UFC career. He's well-rounded. He doesn't force the pace very much. Can be a bit slow, can be a bit plodding. He works combos well. Wrestling isn't brilliant, but there's some good volume there. So he's definitely bringing some skill to the octagon, but the pick very much going to be Chris Curtis in this next fight. So our second fight on the main cards, Chris Curtis against Marc-Andre Barriault. I must admit, this is the fight that probably least excited for on this main cards. I think once we get past this, we've got some really good stuff because we've got the two title fights, and I think Mike Malott as a prospect is very, very interesting. So Curtis against Marc-Andre Barriault, it is what it is this next fight. We'll get through this. I think the rest of the card looks pretty good, so let's go. Let's go. John said potato chips or tortilla chips. Probably tortilla chips. Not really a potato chip kind of a person. So, yeah. I like nachos a lot, actually. So, tortilla chips for me. Jobson said, I've always felt is low-key chinny, and he needs to be able to bully his opponent with pressure and cardio and some clinch wrestling. Bunker said, I'm glad you don't watch AEW because the Bang Bang Gang is a faction. I would have called it Scissor Me Bang Bang. Well, I don't watch it anymore now. Jobson said, I'm sniffing Chris Curtis at -185. He is a qualified check hook. Curtis will unseat the masterpiece. YouTube said Curtis is a tank. Right, well, we are working our way towards that. We have smashed over 500 likes as well. Continue to drop the likes in. It really is appreciated. I can tell you that we are over 2,000 votes on our poll as to who's going to win in that main event. And it is continuing to get closer as well. It was 63% for Strickland. It's now down to 61%. And we have just had an announcement made as well. So the first member of the UFC Hall of Fame 2024, Frankie Edgar, going into the modern wing. Much deserved. Frankie Edgar, first 2024 UFC Hall of Fame inductee. Oh, is that Nunes? Amanda Nunes is there. So Amanda Nunes in attendance. Frankie Edgar going over. Bruce Buffer coming over, congratulating him. Where's Dana? I suppose he's looking for Dana, is he not? Very good. Very good. What time is the Strickland fight, said Southern Gospel Station. Strickland fight is going to be our main event. Our main event tonight is expected to be in about an hour and a half, but it really does depend on how these other fights are going to go. Obviously, if we're going to get some early finishes, we'll get to that main event a lot quicker. Right now, I reckon an hour and a half is probably what we're looking at, but could be a little bit less than that. This first fight went the distance. We're already 50 minutes into this main card. So, yeah, already we're kind of quite a distance, quite a way into this main card. Stainless and faultless predictions. 3 of 11 winners, 1 perfect. I'm tied for 3019th, says A. Jobson. Strickland looked dead at the weigh-in, said Duck YouTube. That is well deserved for Frankie, said John. Okay, here we go then. Chris Curtis getting his... we're going to the video package for this next one. Again, if you are watching, I have to mention it all the time as we're always getting new people jumping into the chat. If you are watching, leave a... leave a like if you haven't already. We're just going through the video package for this next fight. Did the main event begin? No. Boom. Right. Brock at 300 would be crazy, said Duck YouTube. Artie said, hit that like button. It's the least you can do. Artie, really appreciate it, man. Yeah, this next one, it is what it is. This next fight, it's I can't really hype it up. I'm not too hyped for it. It'll be fine. It'll be all right. But we've definitely got better fights coming up afterwards. Jobson said the judges went with striking output over grappling the whole night in their decisions. People are acting like it's reasonable to offer Allen at plus 700, plus 900, leading up to the end of that fight. Lesnar against John Jones. Let's go, said Puff Dutch. What in the hell is Rockhold wearing? I did not see. Okay, here we go then. We're done with the video package and we should be going over to the walkouts. Megan O'Leary then just saying a few words as we're awaiting the fighters to make their way out. Right. Mark my words, there is going to be a stoppage in the main event, said Jordan. Okay, so Marc-Andre Barriault fighting out of Canada. Of course, getting a great reaction as he makes his way down. He is going to be the younger fighter by 3 years. He is fighting out of Quebec, Canada. He is the only active UFC middleweight. Jones against Mike Tyson, said might be Edgar, Hall of Fame and totally deserved. Okay, so Barriault making his way down. Curtis will be coming out in a second. We'll be underway with this. The pick is going to be Curtis. Gonna go with decision. I think this one is gonna just outstay its welcome, to be honest. Back-to-back wins, 5th highest significant strike rate in UFC middleweight history. Uh, 10 wins by knockouts for Marc-Andre Barriault. Oh, I didn't see this. This is interesting. Dana White scoffs at Ronda Rousey, GSP or Brock Lesnar returning at UFC 300. UFC 300 will be a massive card, but there was never a plan for any of the former stars to return. That's according to UFC CEO Dana White, who promised that matchmaking for that card is still taking place. He said several more marquee bouts are expected to be added, but the promotion never sought out names like Ronda Rousey, GSP, or Brock Lesnar to make a surprising return. Back at the UFC 200, Lesnar returned to the sport after a lengthy layoff. White added an option like that was never explored. Ronda's not coming back. GSP's not coming back. Brock Lesnar's like 45 or pushing 50. None of those calls were made. Considering the significance of the event, it's easy to imagine UFC would have pulled out all the stops to build the cards. But unfortunately, many of the names on the list have been retired or out of competition for several years at this point. Rousey last competed in 2016. That is crazy, isn't it? As for St. Pierre, his most recent fight was 2017. And at 42 years old, he's made it clear his fighting days are behind him. The same goes for Lesnar, who celebrated his 47th birthday in July. White said those kind of matchups were never entertained, but promises UFC 300 will live up to expectation. There's already one title fight with Zhang Weili and Yan Jinan, and expected to add other title fights to the card. Obviously, we've added Holloway and Gaethje for the BMF title. I don't know if anyone really considers that a title fight, but it is technically for a title. I don't think there'll be anything out of left field. This is just going to be the type of card that we've never done before, where every fight is a must-see fight. White didn't say how soon they'd be announcing more fights. He said they would steadily be releasing information over the past few weeks. As of right now, UFC 300 doesn't have a main event, and that is the biggest slot that needs to be filled. So when did he make these comments? January 18th. Just a few days ago, this article came out. This is MMAfighting.com. I haven't seen this article. I just saw it as I was on the internet. So Dana, could it be a swerve? Maybe, but to be honest, Brock Lesnar at 47, I wouldn't expect him to return. Ronda Misha Tate, I think, is interesting. I don't hate that matchup, but it would just be a one-off. Dana making it quite clear they're not interested in entertaining that. And I don't think anyone really expected GSP to return. 0-3 Marc-Andre Barriault whenever he has been an underdog. When is the main card happening? We're at the main card right now. We're at the main card. Shamrock versus Tito for UFC 300. Okay, Marc-Andre getting his intro. Chris Curtis about to get his. Minus 185 favorite Chris Curtis. So a little bit more money coming in on Chris Curtis. Sonny said you should definitely buy my book. 35 sold now. Very good, Sonny. Very good. Right, let's get underway with our second fight on the main card. We've been streaming for coming up to 5 hours now. Putting in that work, putting in that grind. And we've still got the big fights of this stream to come. Right, here we go then. We are underway as both fighters come into the center. Curtis in white, Marc-Andre Barriault in red. As we said, this one expected to go the distance. Second fight on the main card, said Christopher. Dricus is going to win, said Canaboch. When does the main fight start? When the other ones are done, said Vicky May. 300 card is more or less a retirement party, said Mark. Okay, Barriault on the outside as Curtis continues putting that pressure on. Barriault going into the center. Chris Curtis standing his ground in there as well. Outside leg kick there by Chris Curtis. Barriault again standing his ground as Curtis continues moving around. Barriault having a little look. Curtis backing up a little bit as Barriault continues to move forwards. Curtis again having a look as well, but neither guy committing to anything at the moment. At the moment, Chris Curtis has landed 2 significant strikes to 0. This is not a hive of activity. Curtis again being quite patient. Outside leg kick. Lands, but doesn't land with any kind of intent. Barriault, again, being quite patient. Kick coming in there by Barriault. That was good. Curtis, again, circling round. 1-2, straight down the middle there by Marc-Andre Barriault. Curtis going upstairs. Inside leg kick there by Barriault. Barriault again being very patient. It's very watchful, this. Neither guy wants to overcommit here. Both have landed 3 significant strikes at the moment. We're almost halfway through the first round. We did think this was not going to be the most engaging of fights, and it is proving to be that way at the moment. 4 significant strikes to 3. Jab coming in there by Marc-Andre. Curtis moving forward, going straight down the middle. Barriault circling round on the outside, steps into the centre. Outside leg kick there by Barriault. Kick to the body there by Barriault as well. Curtis having a little look, seeing if he can drive Barriault back against the cage. He does. Can he capitalise on this position? No. Barriault steps into the middle, throws in a kick. And again, Curtis having a little look at the moment. Barriault on the outside, circling round. Kick coming into the body there by Barriault. Lovely little dig to the body there by Curtis. Yeah, he's really not committing. I'd like to see some commitment here from Curtis. It's been a few moments where he's got Barriault right up against the cage. Feels like he could unload. He hasn't done it. Curtis again. Getting his hands up. Crowd getting a little bit restless. Head kick there by Barriault. Crowd starting to boo. Little advert for Tekken 8 in the corner. Curtis just walks away. It's 11-10. It's very close, but the crowd are not having this fight, man. Crowd are not having this fight at all. We got boos, loud boos coming out of the arena. Curtis again trying to go to the body. Barriault stepping forward. Shot coming in there by Barriault. Kick coming into the body by Curtis. Lovely little body shot there by Curtis. I did like that. 12-13. Jab coming in there by Curtis. Barriault staying on the outside. Curtis is allowing this to be a close fight at the moment. Barriault covering up a little bit as Curtis tries to get a few shots in. Barriault, though, gets a combo in of his own. Curtis again continuing to put the pressure on as Barriault is on the outsides. Curtis, let's fight in the centre, said Francis. Not brilliant. When is the main event, said Dion. Main event could not come soon enough after that first round. That was a challenge. And main event should be probably as soon as we're done with this in about an hour after this fight. Each fight tends to get about half an hour time slot. Who the hell do you give that round to? Marc-Andre Barriault landing 2 more significant strikes than Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis was the one, though, that seemed to be applying the pressure. Nothing in the way of damage. Now, it might be a little cut or something on the nose, actually, of Marc-Andre Barriault, though. Just having a look, seeing what they're doing to Barriault in the corner. Maybe there's a little cut. We know that damage does count. I don't know who won that first round. I know it wasn't the fans. Not good. Barriault always does that kick punch combo, said Jobson. If Curtis gets the read down, he could get the knockout, since Mab is kind of chinny. I like Mab. Right, here we go then. About to get underway with round number 2. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. Does definitely feel like this pay-per-view is lacking, but that main event is so good. It is so good. It is so good. That is such a good main event. Perhaps everyone's going to pour in at the end. Kick coming in by Barriault. And again, let's see what Barriault can do in this round. He seems to have upped the intensity a little bit. Lovely body shot there by Barriault. Barriault just trying to open up a bit of a lead here, and it's blood coming down his nose. Right now, after that first round, Chris Curtis is minus 270, so the striking was close. I think the damage to the nose might have just given Chris Curtis the nod in that first round. So, minus 270 for Chris Curtis. Uppercut just misses there by Curtis. Barriault comes out and puts a marker down. Inside leg kick there by Barriault. Shot coming in straight down the middle there by Curtis. Barriault again circling round. 1-2 straight down the middle. Barriault again backing up a little bit as Curtis continues to put that pressure on. Barriault doing a really good job. 10-9 Barriault in a close first round, according to Ryan Fedrick, though. He thinks Barriault took the first round. Live odds gave it Curtis, but we know the live odds have been off tonight. Let's have a look, see where we're going. There is blood coming down his nose at the moment. We'll have a look at round 2 breakdown at the end of this round. Barriault again just edging forward, keeping it quite tight. Both guys in the centre. Curtis edging forward. Kick coming in. Grabs the leg. That was good by Curtis. Caught the leg of Barriault. Responded with a straight right. Barriault breaks free, though. He's on the outsides. Crowd are not having this, man. You can hear the crowd booing away still. Crowd are just not having this fight. Hook shot coming in there by Curtis. Barriault in the middle goes to the body. Mike Malott coming up next, which should be quite fun. Mike Malott against Neil Magny might be all right. Blood coming down the nose of Barriault. Rainblood said, you must beat freezing your rear end off up so late in England. It's all right. It's quite warm indoors. It is quite cold outside, though. We have had a bit of frost over here, but nothing out the ordinary for January in England. Curtis taking a few steps back. Should we have a look, actually? See where we are with this round 2 breakdown. So round 1 was significant strikes 9-5, according to this for Barriault. Round 2, 14-8. So they've got Barriault ahead quite comfortably by 6 significant strikes in this second round so far. So looks like Marc-Andre Barriault doing a decent job at the moment, but the damage to the nose is a big problem, because we know the judges look at damage, and that is the biggest indicator. That is the big thing that they take into consideration. Barriault, again, it's very scrappy, this. Very scrappy. Barriault is the one that's trying to move forward. 50 significant strikes for him now. 46 for Chris Curtis. So again, they're keeping it quite tight. 50 seconds. There's nothing being thrown with much intent, though. Chris Curtis again moving forward, throwing out a jab straight down the middle. Again, boos. Even though there is a lot of shots that are landing, there's nothing with intent. Barriault again tries to throw but falls short. They're just standing in the middle. Neither guy wants to back up. Lovely shot coming in there by Curtis. Blood pouring down the nose of Marc-Andre Barriault. Lovely little uppercut by Curtis again there. 52-56. The gap is still only 4 significant strikes. Kick coming into the body, but it's caught there by Curtis, who fires back a counter right. And that is the end of the round. Scrappy. Close. Crowd are not having it. Not having it at all, man. Loud boos. Let's have a look, shall we, at the how the round ended. Strickland Du Plessis. No, we don't want that. We want this. They're saying to Curtis, you can finish him, but it's got to be with a straight left. So if we have a look, 40 to 39, that was close, man. Who the flip gets that round? I think the damage might have given it Curtis. Curtis is up already. He is sending a message. He's ready for round 3. Barriault having to get quite a bit of treatment on that nose. He's back up on his feet, though. 3rd round coming up. Let me know in the chat, which way are you seeing this? It really is a struggle in every regard. Here we go. Round number 3. Who can take the fight? The crowd are bored, it would seem, said Rainblood. Yes. That was a Curtis round, said Francis. Stephen said this fight is boring. Jobson's got it 2-0 Curtis. YouTube said, I thought the fight would have a little more action. I knew Curtis is patient, but come on. A couple of jabs coming in by Curtis. Well, Curtis, I think, wanting to... he got told that the straight left would get Barriault out of there. So I think he's definitely going to be looking for that in this 3rd round. Again, we got Barriault just edging forward. Oh, that was a lovely uppercut there by Curtis. I love that. That was nice. Knee coming back there by Barriault. He goes to the body. Again, real scrappy, though. Minute gone in this final round. We got 3 minutes left to go. We got 3 rounds. 3 rounds, 3 fights left after this. 2 of them for titles. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like, as it's greatly appreciated. We are working our way towards that main card, and we are now working our way to 2,500 votes. We've had 2,500 votes nearly, but we're stuck on 500 likes. So if you hit the vote button, hit the like button as well. Even if you don't like the stream. Barriault continuing to move forwards. That gap just widening a little bit more. 81 to 71 would suggest that Barriault is just extending that gap. Oh, lovely work there by Curtis, though. Do you know, when he wants to, he has got some really nice striking. Knee strike coming down the middle there by Barriault. Barriault again. Oh, man, Barriault. Just, oh, this is better. Now the crowd are cheering. These two letting the hands go a little bit more now. In a more effective manner. Some lovely hook shots there by Barriault. These two in the middle, straight down the center there by Barriault. Uppercut, love that. Love that. Little uppercut. Landed on the body there by Barriault. And he's going straight down the middle. He's chin hunting right now. Right down the center by Marc-Andre Barriault. Curtis, though, he throws in some little shots in the pocket. Knee strike just misses. And we are getting a few cheers from the crowds. We're starting to see some shots that just look a little bit more effective. That are just a little bit more eye-catching. And blood pouring down the nose of Marc-Andre Barriault. Knee to the body there by Barriault. 58-58 on significant headshots. 62-61 according to the numbers on our screen. Very close. Very close. So close. It's 62-62 now. Barriault continues to move forwards. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. And lovely little dig to the body again there by Curtis. Barriault, knee strike coming in. Oh, lovely jab. That really caught Barriault off guard. Great work there by Curtis. Little dig to the body as well. We got just over 1 minute and 10. Which way is this going to go? Which way? Read, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the kind words. Is Strickland Du Plessis after this, said the anti-liberal. No. We've still got a way to go, actually. We've still got Mike Malott against Neil Magny. We've still got Raquel Pennington to take on Mayra Bueno Silva. Then it is Strickland against Du Plessis. So, yeah, we are going the long way rounds. First fight went the distance. This one is going the distance. So, we cannot find a finish on this main card at the moment. Crowd have gone back to booing again. They've decided booing is the right way forwards. And now they've gone to cheering. This crowd don't know what to do. As these two in the pocket at the moment, wailing away at each other. The crowd appreciate this. Whatever is in the tank is being left out there. Chris Curtis putting in a good round here. Chris Curtis putting in a good round. 124 to 119. Surely that means he won that round. Let's have a look. Yeah, 67-59 for Chris Curtis. Look. So Chris Curtis takes that third round. Did he take the other rounds? 40-39 on significant strikes. 2018. Super close. First two rounds really, really close. But because he managed to bust Barriault's nose, I've got to think that the judges gave him at least one of those first two rounds. So I think Curtis could get this. Let me know what you think. We are in Canada. Does that sway it at all? Yeah, I can't say it was a great fight, but Chris Curtis did finish strong, and I think he should get the nod. I think he gets the third round, and I think he probably took one of those first two. Ryan, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Ted said, people and Hollywood practice for years to fake his accent. It's very entertaining. What are we talking about? Right, we've got who's going to get this? What do you think? Who do you think's won? Let me know. I think Curtis. 29-28. That's what I'm leaning to. Yeah. I can't really spin that as being a brilliant fight. It wasn't. But I love how the crowd were not sure what to do. They were booing, and then they were cheering, and then they were going back to booing. I think the crowd just wanted to make noise. Oh, here we go. 30-27 Curtis. 29-28 Barriault. Chris Curtis. So hang on. I think two judges scored it 30-27. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Judges. How do we live in a world where two judges score it 30-27? No problem. I would 29-28 for Curtis, but 30-27 fine, right? So two judges go that way. The other judge that watched the exact same fight scored it 29-28 to Marc-Andre Barriault. How do we live in a world where we've got two judges going 30 to... Do you reckon that other judge that scored it 29-28 is sat there going, might have boobed on that one. I might have boobed on that one. Two 30-27s and the other judge went 29-28 in the other direction. No wonder people watching haven't got a flipping clue how this scores. Because even the judges at times showed they haven't got a flipping clue how this scored. They're clearly not scoring it on the same agenda, are they? They're clearly not working from the same rule book. Mental. I think Curtis is the right winner, but That's insane. Look how red both of these guys are. Right, done. We can move on. And we can move on to our last non-title fight now. Let's go. Fight number 9, but I don't actually think that's true. I think this is fight number 10. I think we've got lost somewhere. Magny versus Mike Malott. Should be a fun little fight, this. That's UFC judges for you, said Vicky May. The Queen is no longer with us, says King Huddle. Wrestling, what do you think the main event of UFC is going to be, said Michael. Do you know, I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I've got to think it's going to be a title fight of some description. But it won't be John Jones. I don't know, man. I mean, is there any big banging fight that would really... The question was asked, could the winner here go up against Adesanya in the main event? Could it be, you know, listen, if we get Du Plessis winning, Du Plessis against Adesanya is a pretty fun fight. But, you know, Dana said, look, I'm not even thinking about UFC 300 right now. And to be honest, you can't really say that until we know how this fight goes, because it might be that this is a war and both need time to recover. So, I don't know. I mean, is there any, like, really juicy matchups? Really? I mean, like, I don't know. Could you do something with Islam Makhachev? I mean, he can't. Who can he face? He's already done the fights with Volkanovski. That's done. If we look in the division, well, we know that Gaethje is already fighting. Gaethje's already fighting on the card against Holloway. Volkanovski and Topuria is going to be in February. Could you do Islam Makhachev against Dustin Poirier? Would that be good enough as a main event? People do love Dustin Poirier, but I don't know that anyone would expect him to be able to get past. Plus, also, does he deserve it? Is Poirier even in a position to have that fight? He lost last time out, didn't he, to Gaethje? Yeah, he lost to Gaethje back in July. So he's coming off a loss. And you can't really come off a loss and then give him a title fight. But Gaethje is already in a different fight. Oh, it's difficult. Don't know. Batman, Superman. That's the match to make. That is the match to make. I certainly don't think Volk's going to be on that card. John Jones won't be on that card. No disrespect, but once you get down to the lower weight classes, I don't think the star power is there. I don't think Leon's a big enough name, to be honest. So I don't think he will. Light heavyweight's just it's a scramble at the moment, isn't it? Again, I don't think the star power's there. I think actually we're struggling with star power. John Jones would be amazing. Connor would be amazing. Outside of that, though, you know, we're really struggling with some star power. Adesanya against the winner of this might make sense. Poirier against Makhachev you could do, but I don't know how people would take that, considering that Poirier's coming in off a loss, and I don't think anyone would expect him to beat Islam. You know, the match to make is quite clear. It's Makhachev against Khabib. That is clearly the match to make. Islam Makhachev against Khabib. Get it done. Put the money on the table. Get it made. Dustin is fighting Saint Denis. Oh, is he? Is he? Haven't heard this. Is he on that card? On that card? I haven't seen Poirier announced, have I? Did I? Did it slip my mind? I remember Charles Oliveira. Bobby Green, Jim Miller. So the fights that have... In fact, I can show you. The fights that have been announced for UFC 300 so far are these fights. So we've got Bobby Green against Jim Miller. We've got Davison Figueiredo against Cody Garbrandt. Charles Oliveira against Arman Sarukian. Bo Nickel against Cody Brundage. Calvin Kattar against Aljamain Sterling. Jiri taking on Rakic. Zhang Weili taking on Yan Jinan. And Justin Gaethje taking on Max Holloway. I mean, it is a great card. It is an incredible card. I mean, Jim Miller, Figueiredo, Charles Oliveira, Bo Nickel, Aljamain Sterling, Jiri, Zhang Weili, Holloway Gaethje. I mean, from top to bottom, there's not a fight there that you want to miss. So I know people are down on it because people want that big, juicy, sexy fight. I totally understand. I totally get it. I want that big, juicy, sexy fight as well, but yeah, it's a struggle to figure out what it would be. I am open to suggestions. If people think they know what that fight's going to be, then let us know. We know that it's not going to be O'Malley because he is main event in 299. Don't believe it's going to be Volkanovski. I mean, I suppose you could... We have seen people turn it around quite quickly. You know, we have seen people like, you know, I don't know, could you get O'Malley in there? I really don't think it's going to be. It's got to get past Marlon Vera first. So I don't think O'Malley. But I suppose technically we have seen them. Wasn't it Davison Figueiredo that like fought just a week apart? You know? I don't know. I can't wait to find out. Right, we have got Mark Malott making his way down, and after this, it is going to be the title fight. Let's just bring up... There's no messing around here. We're just going straight to the next one. Mike Malott is minus 360 favourite. Neil Magny at plus 280. If we have a look at the odds... We can see that Mike Malott is favourite to win by submission at plus 110. You can see Neil Magny not fancied to get a finish. If he's going to get a win, looks like it's going to come via decision. Plus 500 for Neil Magny to get a win by decision. Plus 450 for Mike Malott to get a win by decision. But, you know, he is favoured to actually pick up a victory by submission. If we have a look at the grappling, you can see he averages 1.5 submissions per 15 minutes. Takedown accuracy of 55% compared to 40%. And Neil Magny's takedown defense of 55% is not very good, to be honest. That's not going to hold up. So, you know, Mike Malott should be able to get takedowns. And if he does, we know that he is very effective down on the ground. If we have a look at how they get their wins, 60% of Mike's wins come by submission. 40% come by knockout or technical knockout. This is someone that gets finishes. So Mike Malott, big prospect. He is getting on in age a little bit, though. I think he's 32. So Mike Malott coming in at the age of 32. Big prospect. Representing Canada, and he gets a lot of his training done at Team Alpha Male. He's had a good career, and he's took breaks from MMA throughout his career to focus on grappling, focus on Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He's now a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Very dangerous down on the ground. And he's got a natural knockout ability. So a great ground game, great jiu-jitsu, dangerous, quick striking, fast submissions, athletic. A win by submission is the likely outcome for Mike Malott. He's taken on Neil Magny, who is a veteran, right? 28 wins, 11 losses. He's been fighting since 2013, over 30 UFC appearances. Massive experience advantage for Neil Magny. How much that's going to count, we don't know. But big experience advantage. Doesn't have the best takedown defense as we saw. He's tough. He's dangerous. And he's definitely going to be someone that's going to be difficult to put away, but I think he will get put away. The pick here, definitely Mike Malott. Mike Malott is the pick, and it's not really much of a gamble. Mike Malott coming in as a very firm favourite. Neil Magny is inside the octagon. Wouldn't mind seeing Jones and Ngannou if it could happen. Yeah, it won't happen. John Jones is out, isn't he, at the moment? I think he's injured, and what was it he said? So he's got an injury, and I think it's an injury to his leg or something. And he said whilst he was out, he's also doing his shoulder. So he's just used it because he's got the one injury. He's going to get everything sorted. He's had like his shoulder or elbow giving him jip. So, this is why we've got Aspinall as the interim champion. And it is expected that when Jones comes back, he will face Stipe. That was always the plan, which obviously Aspinall's not happy about because he is the interim champion. I don't know, maybe you do Aspinall against Stipe, and the winner of that can face Jones when he comes back. Maybe that's the fight. Maybe Aspinall Stipe for the interim heavyweight champion. I don't think Aspinall wants to defend the interim match. I think he's just quite happy to wait. He wants a shot for the proper title, doesn't he? And right now, he's in pole position for that. Why risk it? They can't make you fight. So, I don't know. I don't know what Aspinall's going to do. Did these UFC guys jump the Toronto Maple Leaves? Why am I seeing an octagon and no ice? Said David. Well, we don't tend to have ice in UFC, but it's cold enough. We are in Canada. We are in Toronto. Toronto's so cool. They've got all this kind of underground kind of subways and everything. They've got like shopping centres underground and everything. I love Toronto. It's so cold that you can really get around the city underground. It's brilliant. Right, here we go. We are underway then. A finish is likely, even expected in this one. Let's go to odds, stats. There we go. Right, 5.5 hours we have been streaming. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated. Plenty of noise inside the arena right now as the excitement continues to build. We are just this fight away from getting to those title fights coming up next, and we are over 2,500 votes as well, so we are seeing a load of votes coming in, and it is getting closer. Last time we looked at the poll, 63% of people thought Strickland, right? Then it went to 62, then it went to 61, now 59%. As we're getting closer to that main event, it is getting closer in our poll. If you've not voted, vote. If you've not left a like, leave a like, as we are underway with this third fight on the main card. Mike Malott just taking a few steps forward. 2 title fights coming up after this. Raquel Pennington against Mayra Bueno Silva next. Mike Malott has got Neil Magny up against the side of the cage. Crowds are olaying away. Crowds are olaying. Mike Malott taking a step forward. Neil Magny backing up a little bit. Malott standing his ground in the centre. And at the moment, he is ahead 6-1 on significant strikes. A big swing there by Mike Malott. Couldn't land it, though. Magny backing up a little bit as Malott takes a step forwards. Backs up a little bit as both guys go into the centre of the octagon. Kick coming in there by Malott, but it falls short. Outside leg kick there by Malott. Neil Magny, heavy kick coming in. Jab coming in there by Magny as well. Mike Malott having a little look, being quite patient here, but ahead on the significant strike. 7-2 at the moment. Magny again having a little look as kick comes in there by Malott. Magny again. Oh, wow. Malott went for a head kick and was not far away, you know. Neil Magny has got Malott up against the side of the cage. These two spinning around. Knee strike coming in there by Malott. And Malott has got Magny up against the cage at the moment. Malott getting the better. We know that if he can get it down to the ground, he is going to have a big advantage down there. Malott again back into the middle. Couldn't get it down to the ground. Inside leg kick there. Malott backing up a little bit as Neil Magny unloads straights. 1-2 right down the middle. Outside leg kick there by Malott. And Malott again having a little look. Neil Magny staying on the outside. Mike Malott trying to find a way forwards. Heavy outside leg kick again there by Mike Malott. 10-1 on leg kicks at the moment. So he's getting a lot of success going downstairs, Mike Malott. That's where he's getting all of his joy at the moment in these leg kicks. 11 significant strikes, all of them leg kicks. Neil Magny, 6 significant strikes, 4 of them going to the head. Both guys in the center right now. Again, trying to unload. 50-odd seconds left in round number 1. This is our last 3-round fight. Next fight after this is going to be for the title. Amanda Nunes was shown earlier in attendance. Who's going to win out of Pennington and Mayra Bueno Silva? Malott again just edging forward. 28 seconds left on the clock. Magny backing up a little bit as Mike Malott has a little look. Neil Magny steps forward. Mike Malott coming into the middle. Outside leg kick there by Mike Malott. Crowd booing away. Malott again being a bit patient. He's done enough to take the round so far. Crowd would like a little bit more though. And there we go, end of the round. Well, I mean, look, not the most captivating of rounds. A little bit reminiscent of what we saw last fight. But this crowd are not going to be down on Mike Malott getting the win here. And I think he definitely edged that round. Magny has got a fight here, said Francis. Those leg kicks are going to add up fast, said Duck YouTube. Malott is moving through maple syrup, said A. Jobson. Malott is the posture king of the UFC, said Jobson. It's cold in Canada, said David. You need to get some alcohol in you in order to fight. King Hoddle said, it's freezing here. It was so cold, the local flasher had to describe himself instead. Well, our local flasher, William Hensey, was doing very well in our Tapology game. We'll have a look at that in a bit. Yeah, just having a look at the kicks of Mike Malott. 14 significant strikes, 13 of those were leg kicks. Here we go then, round number 2, we are underway. Leg kick by Neil Magny. Can he change his game plan a little bit here? He's behind in the fight, but not by much. Mike Malott, again, having a look. Most octagon time in UFC history. 7th most octagon time in UFC history. So Mike Malott is back against the cage. But goes into the middle. Magny again edging forward. Lovely counter there by Mike Malott. Neil Magny threw in a shot. Mike Malott managing to get a counter in. Leg kick. Magny again backing up a little bit as inside leg kick comes in by Mike Malott. He's still working those leg kicks. Obviously worked really well for him in the first round, so why stop? There's no need. Takedown there by Mike Malott. That's a big moment. Takedown by Mike Malott. Neil Magny on his back. Mike Malott, can he find a submission? Mike Malott by submission was the expected path to victory. He couldn't get that takedown in the first. He's got the takedown here. Neil Magny definitely trying to find a way of getting back up to his feet. Defcon said it was only 56 degrees here. I had to wear sweats. Defcon, shout out to you. I feel your pain. Mike Malott backing up a little bit as Neil Magny is back on his feet and putting the pressure on. But as he pressures, Mike Malott is firing in those leg kicks. So he managed to get him down, but he couldn't put him away. Frustration there. But he gets him down again. Mike Malott drives Neil Magny up against the cage, gets the takedown, and is on top of him right now. We did think that we could see a finish in this, and I think there's still a chance that we could. Mike Malott all over Neil Magny. Took the first round. He's winning the second. He's getting takedowns. Can he find the finish? Can he find the finish? Malott is all over Neil Magny. Still keeping him down. We're right over against the side of the cage. Crowd getting a little bit restless again. They want to see a finish. We haven't seen one on the main card so far. Both of the main card fights we've had have gone the distance. So the crowd would certainly welcome a submission. Again, scramblers, Mike Malott is all over Neil Magny. Neil Magny trying to kick Malott away. He's doing well. He's using all of that experience that he's got. But it's not good enough. Mike Malott jumps right back on top of him. Fully mounts him. This could be dangerous. Mike Malott has fully mounted Neil Magny. He's fully mounted him right now. Shots coming down there by Mike Malott. And he's having a little look to see if he can find any sort of submission. But ground and pound is right there for him. He's trying to expose the heads. And he's raining down a few shots, but Neil Magny gets his head out the way. Mike Malott still fully mounted on Neil Magny. Neil Magny trying to not give up his back, trying to keep it chest to chest. Elbows coming in, but Malott not really throwing them with bad intention. Forearm coming down. I mean, look, Malott has dominated this round. This is clearly a Malott round. It's just, will he find a finish? That's what we're looking for. That's what the crowd want to see. Mike Malott all over Neil Magny at the moment. 15 seconds left to go. Magny has been washed since the Griffin fight. I'm shocked he's managed to stay around this long, said A. Jobson. A. Jobson said incredible and unbelievable after getting his leg completely destroyed for 3 rounds by Gary. The ultra vet Magny shows up for his next fight, still with no idea how to check a kick or switch a stance. It's a really good point. A really, really good point, because he has been pieced up with those leg kicks. Then he's got took down in that second round. He's done really well to not get finished or allow that situation to get worse. So got to give him credit in that regard. But yeah, you know, this is one-way traffic right now. Mike Malott is 2 rounds up. He's going to win this fight. It looks very unlikely that Neil Magny is going to find a finish in this 3rd round. And so it feels like Mike Malott's got this one, to be honest. Look at the elbow there. Brutal. Ground and pound coming in by Mike Malott. 2 title fights coming up. After this, we're getting closer to Strickland against Du Plessis. That's the fight that people care about. I don't think they're really too engaged with these fights, to be honest. But can Neil Magny do anything to get back into this? He's 2 rounds down and a takedown by Mike Malott right at the start of the 3rd. And the crowd like that. Mike Malott representing Canada in Canada, getting that early takedown. And he's trying to grab a hold of the head at the moment. This crowd would love a finish. I think they'll get one in the main event. I think they might even get one in the co-main event. Are they going to get one in this fight, though? Both guys getting back up to the feet. Neil Magny back up on his feet with Mike Malott. Malott driving Magny back against the cage. We got 4 minutes left in this fight. In the welterweight division, Neil Magny ranked 13th, taking on the unranked Mike Malott. Mike Malott, a big prospect. Single leg takes down Magny. And he's all over him right now. It is absolutely one-way traffic. One-way traffic at the moment. Really, really good work here. Really good work by Mike Malott. It's been an absolute one-sided mauling. It is very difficult, though, to know if that is because of Mike Malott or is it because of Neil Magny. Which way, you know, do you go with that? Is it Neil Magny's shortcomings that have been exposed, or is it Mike Malott is the real deal? I mean, considering the experience that Neil Magny has got, you would have expected him to have maybe coped a little bit better, been a little bit more competitive, but it just has not gone that way. It's been one-way traffic every single round. And again, with 2 minutes 40 odd on the clock, Neil Magny is down on his back. Mike Malott is on top of him. This is a round where Neil Magny needed to find a finish. He's nowhere near finding a finish. Mike Malott all over Neil Magny. Absolutely all over him. 41 significant strikes to 16. And this feels like it's probably going to drift towards the judges. I don't think Mike Malott's got anything to worry about with the judges. We know that the judging can be a little bit hit and miss, but not here. It's been absolutely dominant in this fight by Mike Malott. 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Neil Magny doing well to not get finished, but he's managed to get back up to his feet, actually. You got to give him credit for that. Neil Magny getting back up to his feet, and he picks up Mike Malott, slams him down. And you know what? We've seen so many fighters get knocked out with that when they get like slammed down. Mike Malott could have been in a bit of trouble there, but he was able to hold on. It meant that his head didn't take the impact. It was his back. But right now he is on his back. Neil Magny raining down some shots. Mike Malott grabbing a hold of the leg. I tell you what, this is interesting, actually. We got just over a minute to go. Neil Magny offering up a little bit of resistance, but Mike Malott roll him. Trying to grab a hold of the leg. Shots coming down by Neil Magny. We've got a minute left on the clock. I think we're going to run out of time. James said there's over 1,000 watching and 600 likes. Don't be cheap. Shout out to you, James. I really appreciate the kind words and the support. Look at this. Neil Magny has now took the back of Mike Malott, and he is throwing in some ground and pounds. Ref's having a look. Oh my God. Oh my God! Neil Magny smashing away on Mike Malott. The ref's having a look. The ref's having a look. Mike Malott's in trouble. Mike Malott's in trouble. The ref stops it. Neil Magny wins. Neil Magny wins. Wow! Wow! The hype train derailed. Neil Magny is the man. Yeah. Never doubted him. Never doubted him. Canadian hearts broken. That's your lot, Mike. Brilliant work by Neil Magny. Never surrender. Never give up. Gets him down, starts throwing in this ground and pound. Ref's having a little look. And all Mike Malott could do is cover up like a scared child. As Neil Magny throws in this vicious ground and pound. Ground and pound from the gods. Bang, bang, bang. Look at that. Referee was in, called it. It was never in doubt. Neil Magny always was going to win this fight. He just wanted to leave it as late as possible to cause as much heartache as possible. As a whole nation feels the stinging agony of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Neil Magny. Sash said you doubted him. Go back and rewatch it, but rewatch the stream. Make sure you leave a like first, but then go back and rewatch the stream. I think you'll find I said Magny's got this. OMG, said Jobson. The bro saved up all his power for that final minute. I know, man. He was just playing us. He was just playing us. He was just... It's like, I got this. Man, what a comeback. 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left. And he lost those first 2 rounds, Neil Magny. That's quite reminiscent of Leon Edwards against Kamaru Usman. You know how Edwards was losing and then their head kick. And then he ends up winning the title. Magny said, I can do this all day. I can just switch to that gear. Look at that. Yeah. Do you know what? Oh, man, I love that bit. So, do you remember when we were talking about, he nearly slammed him on his head? They just showed a replay. It's really close. He, slams him down, but Malott is able to, just avoid hitting the mat. But really, from there, Neil Magny just starts unloading. Man, that was sick. That was sick. Those who have got a bet on Magny are going to be millionaires. Blame Canada, said Defcon Prime. Listen, I think Canada's hurting enough right now. That's going to be a tough one for Canada to take. God bless you, Canada. God bless you. I've not seen a Canadian fold like that since the 1994 Vancouver Canucks in the Stanley Cup final. There is Bilal Mohammed. There is Amanda Nunes with a couple of kids fast asleep. There is Raquel Pennington. One of 7 bulldog choke submissions in UFC history. So it is time to talk titles. We are going to crown a brand new women's bantamweight champion. Is it going to be Raquel Pennington or is it going to be Mayra Bueno Silva? Which way is this going to go? I know everyone's more excited, way more excited for Strickland in his fight coming up against Du Plessis. We do have our co-main event to do first, and there is a championship on the line. So Raquel Pennington takes on Mayra Bueno Silva. Let's have a look, shall we, at the odds, and then we can do the breakdown. We've got stats and numbers coming out of our ears. Let's go over to this. And again, if you've not left a like, leave a like, you cowards. Yeah, you cowards. Hit a like if you are going to be Neil Magny, or don't bother if you're Mike Malott. Here is the info then. The odds for Pennington against Mayra Bueno Silva. We've got Pennington at plus 200 to get the victory by decision. So if she's going to do it, they quite fancy her going late, going the distance, going all 5 rounds. And it is true that Mayra Bueno Silva does fade. Mayra Bueno Silva, though, plus 165, winning by submission. So Bueno Silva getting down this fight down to the ground. I think we looked earlier and she's got 7 submission wins out of 10, so that should be 70%. Let's look. Yeah, 70% by submission for Mayra Bueno Silva, 20% by decision, 10% knockout. So listen, if she's going to win this, she's got to get the fight down to the ground. The thing is, Pennington's actually got good takedown defense. Takedown defense 63%. That's not bad. Anything around 70% I don't think is that bad. Bueno Silva's got decent takedown defense as well, but I don't think that's going to be a problem here. So, you know, can Raquel Pennington keep this on the feet? She doesn't absorb anywhere near as many shots as what Mayra Bueno Silva does. So, you know, it's quite close, really close. They both land around about the same, but Raquel's striking defense is a lot better. So on the feet, I think Raquel should have the edge. Clearly on the ground, it's going to be Mayra Bueno Silva. That 63% takedown defense is going to be tested. It's going to be really tested for Raquel Pennington here. So, you know, the odds, they make a lot of sense. If this is going to go the distance, it's going to be volume on the feet that's going to win it for Raquel Pennington. And if it's going to be Mayra Bueno Silva, she might get the decision, but more likely submission. She's got 5 rounds to find it. And honestly, I think this is really, really close. I am leaning Pennington on this. I'm leaning Pennington. I just don't know if it's coming a little bit too late for her. She's 35 years old, and that is hard to ignore. She made a debut in 2013, winning the Ultimate Fighter. She is a pioneer of women's MMA. She's a tough brawler. And we know that she's got some good numbers. She thrives in close fights, and she paces herself very, very well. She's taken on Mayra Bueno Silva, who does fade, but has got high-level jiu-jitsu, improved and grown throughout her UFC journey. Can be a little bit wild on the feet. That striking defense is a concern. She's got great Muay Thai, lovely knees, lovely kicks. But as we said, the longer this fight goes on, the more I worry about her fading. The more that she fades, the more Pennington comes into the fight. So I just don't know that she's going to get those early takedowns and she's going to get Pennington down and she's going to ask the question. She absolutely could. She absolutely could. This is quite close on the odds. It's minus 170 for Mayra Bueno Silva, plus 140 for Raquel Pennington. I actually think it's even closer than that. So I'm leaning Pennington. But if Mayra wins this, there won't be any shock. She is coming in as the favorite. But can Raquel Pennington get it done? She is representing the USA, or is it going to be Mayra Bueno Silva representing Brazil? This is our co-main event tonight, and it is for the Women's Bantamweight Championship. Let us know in the chat which way you think this is going to go. Have you got a read of it? Are you feeling confident that you know which way this is going to go? I believe it's Mayra that's coming out first. Right, we've got our stats lined up ready. We've got that ready. Let's jump into the chat. I just searched Mike Malott. He last lost 10 years ago to Duadu. How did he get beat up by someone 2 weight classes below him, said T995. He should have won that fight. He was favourite to win that fight. He was winning that fight. And I think there's going to be big questions about his fight management. to literally, as we said, like snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, like to put yourself in those positions. Like all you had to do is just see that fight out. So yeah, really disappointing end there, but no one will be more disappointed than him. And he was the big prospect on this cards. He was, I think, wasn't he like 10-1? 10-1? He was 10-1. 10 wins, 1 draw, 1 defeat. That's going to be a tough one for him to take, man. Mayra Bueno Silva with a similar record, actually. 10 wins, but 2 losses, 1 draw. Taking on Raquel Pennington, 15 wins, but 9 losses. Raquel Pennington is beatable, but so is Mayra Bueno Silva. Silva sub round 2, said Christopher. He thinks he's going to do it. Jordan said, I think Bueno Silva wins. Pennington could edge out a decision, but I doubt it, said Jobson. Her record is a joke, let's be real. Don't let him bully you, son, said Johnny. Let's go. Raquel is going to take this one, said GS Dub. GS Dub. Aaron Lilly, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. We do try to get to 1,000. I think this card might be a bit of a struggle. There was just a bit of chatter leading into this card. People saying that this was one that didn't look that strong to them, and I do understand that. I think the main event's the fight in it. The main event is really the only fight people care about. Even this as a co-main just hasn't really caught the imagination. But it is what it is. I've had a good night. It's been a good cards. I think the main cards lacked a finish, but we did just get one, a late one with only 15 seconds left to go, and quite the reversal of fortune. And now we find ourselves at the 2 title fights. So which way is this going to go? Who wins this? I wish we'd asked the question, actually. I wish YouTube allowed you to do 2 polls at the same time. Sadly, it only allows 1. But it would be good to ask the question. I'd like to know, I think Mayra would be I think if I was to guess, I'd say that Mayra would probably be like 65, 70% people going for Mayra. I think Myra's the firm favourite on this. And I can tell you that our other one is approaching 3,000 votes now, and Strickland is at 58%. That's keep coming down, and it gets closer and closer. By the time we get to the fight, it might be like 50-50. So it is really interesting watching how that's developing in the background. This one absolutely, though, could go all 5 rounds, so we might have to wait a little while till we get to that fight. We were sort of hoping that we would be at the main event by now, and we're only just starting the co-main, so... Here's Raquel Pennington. Making her way down, looking very, very focused. Has she put everything together at this stage in her career? Andrew said we were underdogs against mighty New York. We took it 7 games and we lost by 1 goal. 2011 was a choke, says Andrew. Jobson said, I think this will be a great fight. Silva's wildness and Pennington's pressure should hopefully result with a fun recipe. I agree. I'm of the mindset, and I don't think I'm in the minority, but I'm of the mindset that this is quite close. And I'm of the mindset of if it's close, go with the dog. So that's why I'm leaning Pennington here. But I completely agree with what people are saying. The takedown defense of 63% of Pennington is going to be tested. And she is going to need every bit of that 63% and more to make sure that she doesn't get taken down. And if she does get taken down, she needs to get right back up very, very quickly. There is no point trying to stay on the ground with Mayra Bueno Silva. So, we know what Pennington is bringing. It's just, can she fight the fight that she needs? This is a massive, massive opportunity for both of these women. There is a title on the line. And if you was to say to Raquel Pennington throughout her career, if you want to be bantamweight champion and to do it, all you have to do is get past Mayra Bueno Silva, she would snatch your flipping hand off for that. She would absolutely snatch your hand off to be in this situation, as would Mayra Bueno Silva. Mayra Bueno Silva, if you said to her, you could be bantamweight champion, you've just got to get past Raquel Pennington. It's a no-brainer, isn't it? Tisha Tavarez in the crowd. So the pressure on these two women right now must be absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. It's the co-main event of a pay-per-view. It's for a championship. It's a winnable championship for both. And I think it makes for a very interesting fight. I know everyone's looking at Sean Strickland, and I totally get it, but yeah, I agree. I wouldn't sleep on this. I'm here for this fight. Raquel Pennington, Mayra Bueno Silva, number 2 against number 3 in the UFC bantamweight division. What kind of watch you've got? Goated, mate, Casio. God tier. This was, it's got a 10-year battery life. It's got, to be honest, the reason I bought it was because I wanted a stopwatch for when I do the streams, so that if there's little bits that I think I need to pull out and put on the clips channel, then I've got a stopwatch that I can go, oh yeah, that was 2 hours into the stream, blah, blah, blah. But I've never used it for that. I love it. It's one of the best things I've ever bought. Do you know that it's funny because if a lot of people, when they talk about watches, like they talk about these really expensive things, and I do love watches. I don't have many, but I do love watching like watch YouTubers. And if you actually watch YouTubers, they all rave about Casio. It don't matter if you are rich, if you are poor, if you wear a watch, if you don't wear a watch. There's one brand that everyone recognizes and respects, and it's Casio. Because it's just so good for the money, man. This was like 20 quid. And it's like more accurate than an automatic or a manual watch. It's more accurate. It's got more features. It's not going to break down on me. And it's got a 10-year battery in it. And it was like 20 quid. And it's got a flipping light. Let's go. Let's go. So don't let them snobs tell you that Casio is anything other than goated. Look at Mayra, man. She's like, come on, Bruce. Give it to me, Bruce. Give it to me. Yeah! She loves it, man. She loves it. Yeah! Ah! Give it to me, Bruce. Right, Jay said, shout out to you, my friends. Just got home from work at the bar. I'm so stoked to watch the fight with you, dude. War. It's going to be a war. Strickland. Love the analysis and the commentary. Jay Joy, shout out to you, dude. I hope you had a good shift. Hope it wasn't too stressful. You can relax now, knowing that you've actually got another fight to watch before we even get to that main event. And it is going to be Pennington taking on Mayra Bueno Silva. Yeah, man, it's going to be a war. I mean, Sean Strickland shaking hands with Du Plessis saying, you know, to the death. And he meant it as well. He meant it. They are going to leave it all inside the octagon. But both of these fights will. Both of these fights, Phil. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, Jay, shout out to you, my friends. Welcome, and welcome everyone that's joining us as we're about to get underway with our co-main event. Right, here we go then. Mayra Bueno Silva in black. We've got Raquel Pennington in green. And, oh man, look at her coming forward there. Pennington 1-2 straight down the middle. We know she's going to have an advantage here on the feet. It's not going to be a massive advantage in all fairness, but it is an advantage. And certainly if she's going to get her striking flowing. Lovely kick coming in. She grabs single leg there, Pennington. She's got Bueno Silva. She's driving her back against the cage. And again, we've got in a clinch. Don't know what the strategy is here, to be honest. You would think that Pennington would want to keep it striking. So grabbing her now has kind of got her up against the cage. Bueno's reversed it. Now she's going to run the risk of being taken down. That didn't seem wise to me by Pennington. I'm not sure why she adopted that. And again, they break apart. That was a real mistake. 1-2, straight down the middle. That's better. That's better by Pennington. That's what she needs to do. And again, backing away. There's a lovely left coming in there. 1-2, straight down the middle. Pennington standing the ground in the middle. Bueno Silva moving forward. Pennington staying on the outsides. Jab coming in there by Pennington. Kick coming in by Pennington. Again, she goes for the leg. There's clearly a strategy here, which is just eluding me. But this is the second time she's done it. The first time didn't work for her. This time she's got Bueno Silva up against the cage. And what did that achieve? Jab coming in there by Pennington. Knee strike coming in by Bueno Silva. Knee strike there to the head. Lovely Muay Thai by Bueno Silva. I don't know what the plan is here. I don't know what a strategy is. To me, Pennington has got the striking advantage. Get in, get your shots off, get out of there, win the rounds. But for some reason, she keeps grabbing the leg. And then, like, doesn't know what to do with it or seemingly have a plan. And then that keeps it close. Means that Bueno Silva can try and get a takedown. She's managed to get a takedown here, Bueno Silva. So she's trying to get around the back of Pennington. She's looking for a rear naked. Really, really don't like what I've seen from Pennington so far. I don't get the game plan, and it feels like a game plan because she keeps grabbing the leg on purpose, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Stand in the center, throw, and don't get taken down. That would be my advice to her. But clearly their corner have spotted something or feel like they've spotted something. And I'm very interested to see as to what that is. But at the moment, the two times she's gone for it's not worked. Right now, she finds herself with Bueno Silva on her back. It's 11-8 Mayra Bueno Silva at the moment. So she is just slightly ahead. Pennington's got a bigger problem, though, right now than being down a few significant strikes. And that is that she cannot afford for Mayra Bueno Silva to progress from this position. We're over by the side of the cage. Mayra is jumping on the back of Pennington. She's trying to get the arm around. She's looking for rear naked, but she's not quite in the position to get it in yet. We're standing at the moment. She's managed to get one leg around, but she's not really in a position to like cinch anything in. So Pennington doing a really good job of not allowing this to get any worse. Pennington again over by the cage as Bueno Silva gets Pennington down into a seated position. We got 40 seconds to work. I don't think this is going to result in a finish or anything. I think that the clock is likely going to just tick away. But Pennington going to lose this one. Going to lose this round. 3 minutes control time now for Bueno Silva. Just shows, doesn't it, that if she gets her, even in a clinch up against the cage, it's going to be really tricky for Pennington. She's got to keep this striking. I don't get the grabbing of the leg thing. I just don't get it. 2 seconds left to go, and that is the end of the first round. So, concern if you are on the Pennington side, can they make the adjustments required? Let's hear what they're saying to her in the corner.
We have no reason to clinch. We have no reason to wrestle.
We have no reason to wrestle.
When you get to this warning zone, you need to
Oh, they took the sound off.
believe in these fucking hands.
Believe in the hands. Yes.
You chose to take a shot. Please, man, you can take a shot. I do not need to be long. Listen, you need to get a little bit.
Believe in your hands. We do not need to wrestle. You should have slapped her around. Stop grabbing the leg. Right, here we go. Has that message got through to Raquel Pennington? Believe in the hands. Right, let's go. Round number 2. Boom. Boom. Yes. That's better. No, she went for it then. She can't help herself, man. I think it's an automatic thing, to be honest. Look, she can't help it. If the leg's there, she's like, ah. It's just like an automatic thing that must have been drilled into her. As soon as leg's there, she's like, oh. She just, and again here, going for it. They told her to believe in her hands. But right there, Bueno Silva drives Pennington back. She had to get out of the way. Believe in your hands, but also believe in your lateral movement as well. Believe in your exits. She was using the hands. She was getting through with them. But Mayra Bueno Silva was like putting the pressure on. Pennington had nowhere to go, and all of a sudden she's been clinched up against the cage. So believe in your hands, but believe in your footwork. Believe in your exits. Believe in your movement. Believe in circling round and not getting pinned back against the cage. It's all easier said than done. Of course it is, but you know, it's now or never for Pennington. You know, this is, you can't be making these sorts of mistakes. You can't be grabbing legs when you don't want to be wrestling. You can't be getting backed up and pinned against the cage. You got to be hitting and moving. You got to be throwing and moving. You got to. So she manages to reverse this position. She's got Bueno Silva up against the fence right now. There's absolutely no need to do anything here but disengage. Walk away, back to the middle, believe in your hands. That's what they flippin' said. Bang, lovely. Disengages, lets the hands go. Hook shot, jab coming in. Jab straight down the middle. Go on. Oh, scrappy, but Bueno Silva drives Pennington back against the cage again. Knee strike coming in there by Bueno Silva. 23-21 on significant strikes. I actually don't mind who wins this fight. I don't have a dog in the fight. I just know that Pennington can at least give a good account of herself. And I find it very interesting to see how they're going to go about doing that. Right now, Bueno Silva has got Pennington up against the cage at the moment. 23-21. Bueno Silva getting a lot of control time. 4 minutes 55 to 34 seconds. And knee strike coming in there by Pennington. Bueno Silva throwing in a little shot to the body. And again, she's going for body shots. Good by Pennington. She gets away. Boom! Right hand! That was great! Couple of jabs coming in there by Pennington. She can cause damage with these hands. She's got, no, she clinches with a knee strike. She's letting the hands go here, Pennington, but she gets into a clinch. Bueno Silva just got smashed a few times there. 35-22 on significant strikes. And, lovely right hand by Pennington. She grabs Bueno Silva, drives her back against the fence. 40-24 now. The gap has opened. This is exactly what she needs to do. Let the hands go. I don't like this where she's getting bogged down, though, up against the side of the cage. The only thing I would say, though, is as long as she doesn't allow Bueno Silva to reverse, and she is reversing. Yeah, that's exactly what we didn't want. She has allowed Bueno Silva to reverse, put the pressure onto Pennington. Now she's looking for a takedown. She's trying to jump round the back. Oh, this is what. Just let the hands go. Drive her back, then walk away. Walk away. You don't need to get... Do you know, I don't get it. I don't understand why she gets bogged down into the... Oh, my God. Now there's a rear naked applied by Bueno Silva. Oh, it's on the chin, though. It's on the chin. Nah, she ain't going to give up. Not for a title. Come on. She's got to be careful. 27 seconds left to go. Bueno has jumped on. Man, the corner... Oh, I love that, though. Pennington just drops down really quickly and tries to see if Bueno Silva... Elbow there by Bueno Silva. Pennington is all right. 3 seconds left to go. And end of the round. Let me know which way do you think it's going at the moment. I think we could be looking at 1-1. I think we could be looking at 1-1 here. Nice deep breaths. Okay, they've cut the sound. So, yeah, much better, but... I think there's a lot of bad language, this is why they keep cutting it. Yeah, I mean, look, her striking was very effective at times in that round. The only thing I don't get is when she gets Bueno Silva, drives her back. For me, go back to the middle. You are having such success with your striking. Do not get caught up against the cage. Nothing good is coming out of it. The only positive is that it eats a bit of time out the round. But the downside is Bueno Silva's so good in those positions. In the blink of an eye, she can be round your back putting on a rear naked choke. It's not worth it. Get away from the side of the cage and keep this fight where it needs to be. And that is in the center, striking. That's where Pennington needs to remain. 1-1 said Ali. Brent's got it 1-1. Nocturnal thinks 2-0. Here we've got Pennington again trying to let the hands go down the middle. Couple of jabs coming back though by Bueno Silva, but Pennington's the one that's unloading. Bueno Silva grabs Pennington. So this is Bueno Silva's strategy. Clinch Pennington as quickly as she can. Get him over, drag her over to the side of the cage, which is the right strategy for Bueno Silva. It's exactly what she should be doing. And she succeeded in doing that. You can see that Pennington is desperately trying to break away. Knee strike coming in. And again, break apart. Get out of there. Get out of there. We're over by the side of the cage at the moment. We need to have a look at this third round breakdown so far. Again, Bueno Silva up against the cage. Here is the latest odds, or the latest breakdown, round by round. So far in round 3, Bueno Silva has got Pennington pinned up against the fence 4-3 on significant strikes, and nothing much in that. That 32-10 though, very tasty. Pennington again up against the side of the cage. Knee strike coming in, knee strike coming back, very close. Takedown, oh, takedown. She gets back up though. Good work, Pennington went down, but she rolled through, got back up to her feet. Oh, lovely. She's trying to, it's on the face, this choke. She's going to slip the head out, lovely, exit. Can you, bang, forearm right on the exit. So right now, Pennington has got Bueno Silva up against the cage. It's hard. It's really hard. It's really tough for both, actually. It is making for a very captivating fight. I think this is 1-1 at the moment. I think this is a difficult round to call. Bueno Silva seems to carry more of a threat of getting the fight down, potentially finding a submission. Knee strike coming in there by Bueno Silva. Bueno Silva has got Pennington pinned up against the fence. Crowd are booing a little bit. They wanted a bit more activity in this round, and I can see what they mean. We've been over by the side of the cage for quite a while at this point. Fighters breaking apart and shots swinging away. Pennington gets driven back again by Bueno Silva. We know that control time doesn't count for a great deal. You've really got to do something with that control time. Takedown, though, by Bueno Silva. Pennington gets right back to her feet. And Pennington is actually on top of Bueno Silva right now. Pennington on top of Bueno Silva. This is not a position that we thought that we would be seeing. She's got Bueno Silva down. And she's looking for a little choke of her own, but she hasn't really got anything in. Nothing with much conviction. Bueno Silva is trying to find a way of getting to a better position. She's on her back at the moment. Pennington, yep, get away. Move away. Let her get back up. Don't need to engage with anything there. She throws in a kick. So Pennington is standing over Bueno Silva. Referee tells her to get up. You can tell that Bueno Silva doesn't want to get up. Lovely shots coming in again. Too scrappy. Too scrappy. Right back into a clinch again. Bueno Silva driving Pennington back against the cage. Bueno Silva has got Pennington up against the cage at the moment. She drops down. Pennington has got a guillotine. But again, she's going to pop her head out. And Pennington just needs to back away again. Hammer fist coming in. That's okay. She's on top of Bueno Silva. She is in guard at the moment. Pennington on top of Bueno Silva. I'm going to be really interested to see what you lot think in regards to who's winning this at the moment. This could be a good final few moments for Pennington. We could have a look at the round 3 breakdown. So, round 3 breakdown at the moment. End of the round. So they were saying that Bueno Silva. So round 3, significant strikes, 15 to 13. There was 49 to 19 on total strikes. Total strikes look very, very interesting there. Very, very interesting. Round 2, 32 to 10 on significant strikes for Pennington. I think round 1 went to Bueno Silva. I think round 2 went to Pennington. Round 3, I think, is really, really close. I with no confidence, could I say which way this is going. What do you lot think, though? Let me know. Bueno Silva is gassing, said J14. 2-1 Pennington, said Ali. Silva is gassing, said Francis. King Hoddle said Pennington ahead. This could go 5 rounds. It could go 5 rounds, absolutely. Yep. Okay, here we go. 29-28 Pennington. 2-1 to Rocky. Close this round. 29-28 Pennington, said Nick Bolden. I've got it that way as well. 29-28 Pennington is the general consensus. And is Mayra Bueno Silva fading as well? If she is, that's going to be an even bigger problem for her. As we said at the start, this fight, it's close. I think it's interesting. I think it's the game plans here are fascinating. You can see what both women are trying to do. How do these next few rounds go, though? We are in round number 4. We're into the championship rounds. Bueno Silva over by the side of the cage. Pennington should disengage as soon as she can here. There's nothing to be achieved by being over by the side of the fence. Shot coming in there by Pennington. So she's got Bueno Silva. Yeah, Cormier saying that the overhook by Bueno Silva is what's not allowing Pennington to get away. Knee strike coming in there by Bueno Silva. She's managed to reverse the position. Clinch control time in this fight, 6 minutes 11 for Bueno Silva, 3 minutes 22 for Raquel Pennington. Bueno Silva has got Pennington over by the side of the cage. Silva is asking some questions here at the moment. She is asking some big questions right now. But Pennington is standing up to those questions currently. What Pennington needs is she needs to get away from the cage. She needs another moment like she got earlier where she started to really unload and get through. If she can get through with that striking. I mean, if Silva is fading. Oh, this is not where she wanted to be. Pennington finding herself down. Rear naked. Oh, it's on the chin. This could be a problem. Bueno Silva. It's on the chin. It's not underneath. It's really, really close, though. This could be a big problem for her. Ah! She gets out of it. That is an excellent, excellent escape by Raquel Pennington. That was big drama. Big, big drama. It was on the chin. And it just needed to slip underneath and she was done. And the way that she got out of that was excellent. Excellent. That is a big moment in this fight. That is a big moment. Because right now, Bueno Silva is on her back with Pennington on top. And Pennington can do a bit of work from here. Watch the arm. Watch the arm. Bueno Silva looking for the arm. Watch the arm. Hammer fists. Hammer fists by Pennington. Bueno Silva dangerous off her back. Dangerous off her back as Pennington throws in some hammer fists. And again. Bang, bang. Raining these shots down. Again, Raquel Pennington needs to watch the arm. Hammer fists again coming down here by Pennington. Tough round this. Really tough round. But maybe this final minute, if Pennington can unload some ground and pound, really take any doubt out of the judges, she might be able to get this round. Hammer fists again coming down by Pennington. Shots coming into the side of the body. Forearm strike coming down there by Pennington. Pennington is on top of Silva right now, and Silva's got no answer for this. She's just having to lie there and just take these shots. It's not a good look for Silva. Crowd are booing a little bit. More shots raining in. Hammer fists coming in by Pennington. And again. Shots coming in, shots coming down. 10 seconds left to go. It's been a good final minute, this, for Pennington. Good final minute. Let's go, Pennington. Silva looks done, said Jobson. Minus 450 Rocky at the start of the fourth. Okay, well, here we go. Final round. What do you think the score is? Is it 2-2? Is it 3-1? The heart you've just shown. Yeah, it's true, man. Her getting out of that choke, I think that's a massive moment in this fight. A massive, massive moment in this fight. Which way, man? What do you think? This doesn't feel like a championship fight. I really love the fight, though. I think it's a really interesting fight. Be smart. Be smart. That's the advice they're giving to Mayra Bueno Silva. Be smart. Be smart. Right. Here we go. Final round. I haven't seen the live odds, but are we saying that it is Pennington that's up? 3-1 Pennington, said Jason. Jobson said maybe 2-2. 3-1 Pennington, said Mark. Okay, here we go then. Jabs coming in there by Pennington. Into a clinch. Knee strike coming in. Lovely. Oh, spinning back fist there by Bueno Silva. Just missed with it. Pennington letting the hands go. Knee strike coming in. She's got Bueno Silva up against the side of the cage. And right now, again, very scrappy. Couple of shots there, though, by Pennington. And a bit of damage on the lip of Bueno Silva. Lovely, lovely. She managed to create a bit of space. Got a few shots off. I think there's a bit of blood coming down the nose of Bueno Silva. Bueno Silva goes down. Pennington is on top of her at the moment. So Bueno Silva down. Pennington all over her right now. And at the moment, look at this. Pennington on top of Bueno Silva, and there is nothing Bueno Silva can do here. Arm triangle. Arm triangle. Arm triangle. She's got a tight squeeze on. She's got a tight squeeze. Pennington. Pennington. Arm triangle. Squeezing away. Bueno Silva in trouble. Oh, she needs to get to the sides. She needs to shift her body round to the side. She's on top at the moment. If she can move over to the side, this is a big moment for Pennington. Oh my God, man. Do you know what? Bueno Silva is just having to lie there at the moment. She's lying there, surviving. She's surviving. Do you know what, Pennington? She just needs to shift her body to the sides so she can get that extra torque. But she's just happy to lie there at the moment. Do you know what? No, fine, fine. I mean, you don't need to force anything. You don't need to risk anything. You are winning the round with this. So, yeah, look how tight that is, man. Look how tight that is. This is winning you the round. Just lie there, win the round, and potentially become the new bantamweight champion. Bueno Silva desperately trying to get back up, though. Having to dig real deep. We got 1 minute 50 odd seconds. Oh my God. Look, Bueno Silva, it looks like she's got her arm posed to tap. But no, still can't find it. 1 minute 30 odds. Pennington again squeezing. She's all over Bueno Silva. All over Bueno Silva. Chest to chest at the moment. 1 minute 20. She's still in the guards, Pennington. Shot coming into the side of the head. Just over a minute to go. Hammer fist coming in there by Bueno Silva. Big ground and pound coming down by Pennington. She needs to make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. She can't give up like the arm, risk an arm bar, or anything like this. Just, do you know what? 40 seconds, run away. That's what I would do. If I was Pennington for the next 40 seconds, I would be running away. Pennington, I think, has done enough to take the fight. Just don't do anything stupid now. Kick coming in. Yeah, Cormier said this is a bad visual. Bueno Silva lying on the mat. Pennington standing over her. This doesn't look good, does it? That doesn't look good by Bueno Silva. She's just lying there. Kicks coming in by Pennington. Did you enjoy this fight? I did enjoy the fight. I know that it might not be the most engaging action that we've ever seen, but I really enjoyed watching the two game plans go up against each other, and just kind of, you know, it was a fight I was actually looking forward to. I think that's going to be Pennington. Where was Silva tonight? Jay said Pennington 4-1. Pennington is just waiting for the round to end. I don't blame her, man. I don't blame her. Amanda Nunes hugging Tisha Tavarez there. Which way is this going to go? I feel like it's Pennington comfortably. 49-46 Pennington. It was one-sided, said King Hoddle. This is the worst pay-per-view card I've seen in a while, said A. Jobson. Bad, unlucky picks on top of that. It's a poor night. I'm annoyed. Pennington is a UFC champion. Let that slip in. Yeah. I'm pleased for her, though. You know, she's someone that has been in the UFC for, what, 11 years? Has worked and worked and worked and worked. I mean, you can't say she's not deserving, but I think we know that if the best had stuck around, she would not be champion. But let's see if she is champion first. Here we go. Bruce Buffer. After 5 rounds. 49-46. 49-46. Unanimous decision. Raquel gets it. Raquel Pennington. Bueno Silva comes over to give Raquel a hug. Sixth undisputed UFC bantamweight champion. Cormier said, "How are you feeling right now? You are a champion of the world." She's like, I don't know. Tisha's come in. So she's thanking all these people. Stop being boring. Sean is going to make it great again. Yeah, well, that's the fight everyone's waiting for, isn't it? Look, she's putting on a gold UFC shirt now. Well, there we go. I enjoyed the live stream. Thank you so much to Raquel Pennington, said Jason. Well, we've got one more fight left to go. The only fight that people really care about, to be honest. I don't think people were too engaged in that one. A kiss there between Tisha and Raquel. Yeah, that was not a fight that too many people were excited for. I personally was. I personally was quite into it. I'm quite interested in their styles. I was interested to see if Raquel could put it together. I knew that she had the striking advantage. We knew that takedown defense of 63% was going to be tested. We knew that Mayra Bueno Silva would fade or could fade. And it was just really interesting to see it all play out. So I got something from it. And I'm pleased for Pennington as well. I think she's someone that has worked hard. She's someone that's been with the UFC for a long time. We've watched so many of her fights that I'm pleased for her. So, yeah, fine. But we move on to the main event. And as we said, the only fight that people really care about, Sean Strickland against Dricus Du Plessis. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is very, very much appreciated. We've got 1,700 people joining us. And obviously, the excitement is for this next fight. This is for the Middleweight Championship. Sean Strickland against Dricus Du Plessis. So let's throw over to the stats that we've got on screen for this one. Here is the breakdown. This is the UFC website. Oh, hello. That is not what is live now. That is what's live now. Here we go. We've got the odds on this. So you can see that Sean Strickland is minus 115 favorite, and Du Plessis is now minus 105. So we have got that close in the odds. So Du Plessis to win by decision is plus 1,000. That is not his expected path to victory. But for him to win by knockout is plus 215. But equally, Sean Strickland to win by knockout is plus 200. Him to win by decision is plus 300. So they really are thinking Du Plessis with his hands, or Sean Strickland with his hands, or Sean Strickland by decision. Those are the most likely outcomes for this. We don't need to look at the grappling, but let's have a look, shall we, at the striking. So, strikes landed per minute, 6.95 for Du Plessis, 5.82 for Sean Strickland. The accuracy is much better for Du Plessis as well. Striking accuracy of 55% compared with 41% for Strickland. Shots absorbed a lot better for Du Plessis as well, 3.7, whereas Sean Strickland is absorbing 4.2. And striking defense, 63% for Strickland, 53% for Du Plessis. So I would say that Du Plessis has got some really good numbers there on the striking front. And if we have a look at how they get their wins, you can see that Du Plessis has only got an average fight time of 9 minutes 11. Only 5% of his fights have actually gone to a decision. He's won 50% by sub, 45% by knockouts. Sean Strickland, 44% by decision, 41% by knockout, 15% by submission. So he's got an average fight time of 14:43. So, you know, with Sean Strickland, we could go to a decision, but Du Plessis by finish by knockout is very, very live. I've got to admit, I am leaning Du Plessis personally. I just think Du Plessis, I've been so impressed with his striking. And I really did fancy him against Israel Adesanya. And now here he is going up against Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland, who I think shocked the world by getting past Adesanya. I don't think too many gave him like the nod to get that victory. So this is not the fight that I was expecting. I don't think this is the fight many were expecting, but it's the fight we've got. It's a very interesting fight. It's going to be a war. It's going to be absolutely edge of the seats, gripping, like could end at any moment type encounter. I think I prefer Du Plessis striking, and we know that if it goes down to the ground, he's got stuff on the ground as well. He's got results on the ground. He is someone who has got a kickboxing background. He is someone who submitted 5 members of the Gracie Barra team as well previously. So he's someone that has got ability on the ground. He's got big power, that kickboxing background, the good ground game. He's got decent grappling, decent wrestling, power, volume, looks for submissions, switches stances. This is going to be a full test for Sean Strickland. A full test. Everything is going to be tested here. Everything. If he gets a win over Du Plessis, I think Strickland goes to a different level in my mind. Him getting a win over Adesanya was very impressive, but you do wonder if that was just the right time, the right fight plan, the right day. I think if he can get a win over Du Plessis, I think Sean Strickland goes to a different level in my mind. I think a lot of Sean Strickland. I think he's a great fighter. But this wasn't the fight I was expecting. I wasn't expecting him to get past Adesanya. He did. And now I don't think he gets past Du Plessis. If he does, I have to reevaluate my opinion of Sean Strickland, which is very, very high. I've got a high opinion of him. I like him. But I don't know. I don't know that he's going to be a dominant middleweight champion. So, but it seems like you lot do, because we have had 3,500 votes, and 58% of you have said that Sean Strickland is going to get the result here. So 58% are with Sean Strickland, 42% with Dricus Du Plessis. We have been live for nearly 7 hours. We've been streaming for nearly 7 hours. I think my voice is definitely on its last legs, but that's fine. It will hold out for this main event. And let us know, which way do you think this goes? Who are you riding with? How do you think it finishes? It's time for the ring walks. It's time for our main event. Answer me, shout out to you, my friends. Sean has got the heart of a legend. He does. He's a dog. I think a lot of him. He is a dog. He is a battler. He is someone that will give you, listen, if you want someone to fight for your money, you put your money on Sean Strickland. Simple as that. Sean Strickland will give you everything and more. This is going to be an amazing fight. It's going to be a brilliant fight. Both can win. It's close. It's hard to call. We're 58-42 in the chat. So, again, close. The only reason I'm leaning towards Dricus Du Plessis, as I said, is because I would have picked him over Adesanya. This is the guy that I think and have thought is going to be middleweight champion for quite a while. And so now we're finally here. I just don't find myself willing to move away from that belief. I think this is the middleweight champion. But Sean Strickland has thrown a very interesting spanner into the works, hasn't he? He's thrown a very interesting spanner into the works. Which way does this go? He won't submit, Strickland, said A. Jobson. That I'm sure of. I think Sean will avoid the early danger and will overwhelm Dricus Du Plessis as the fight extends and he begins to tire. If Strickland wins, will you 1v1 me on UFC 4 or 5? No, because I don't have those games. Strickland's jab is going to be the difference, said Lee. Sean, TKO round 5, said Jake. Are you enjoying the show, said It's Anarchy. Do you know what? I've had a good time. I know that people are down on this pay-per-view, and that's absolutely fine. I think that it's been good. I mean, I enjoy watching UFC, so yeah, I've enjoyed it. I enjoy watching UFC, and I thought there was enough technically and kind of game plan wise from that last fight that I got from it. Many people will have watched it and been bored. That's fine. But yeah, I enjoyed it genuinely, and how can you not enjoy this next one? I can't see any way this is going to be boring. This is going to be a war. It's going to be so exciting. This really is the fight, everyone. The only fight people have really been waiting for. So, and we're finally there. It's been a long road. We're 2 hours 55 into the main card. One customer has put 50,000 on Dricus Du Plessis against Sean Strickland. It would pay out 97,000. So Drake has bet 70k If he wins, he could get 1.4 million. So Drake has put 700,000. 700,000. But they haven't said which way he's gone. I don't know. I don't know if he's said which way he was going or what his bet was going to be, but he's put 700,000 on. If he gets it right, 1.4 million back. Okay, Du Plessis is in the octagon then. I'm just waiting for Strickland to make his way down. Let's change the information we got on screen. Put your thoughts in the chat. This is your last opportunity before the fight starts to get the prediction right and then gloat about it after. Strickland versus Du Plessis. Also, if you are watching, we've got over 1,800 watching live. Shout out to all of you. If you are watching, leave a like if you haven't. We're 153 away. That's all. 153 away from getting to 1,000, which honestly looked like that was not going to happen earlier, but actually it's a bit closer now. So could we hit 1,000 on the stream? We do tend to do that for these pay-per-view streams, even if this is not the most enticing pay-per-view. It would be nice to hit that that mark. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is very, very much appreciated, as we are seeing Sean Strickland make his way down to the octagon. A very polarizing figure, Sean Strickland. I don't think that's unfair to say, but someone that also enjoys a lot of fan support, and certainly a very popular fighter in Canada. Sean Strickland comes out, gets a great reaction. Drake has put it on Strickland, said Big Rig. Strickland TKO round 1. Jido said, I feel like Dricus will submit Sean. Let's go. Main event time, said Bitblob. Drizzy is never wrong in Canada. I don't mind picking Pennington against Penner, said Jobson. DDP won't submit Sean. The mic's muted. Is it? Is it? The mic's muted. Are you sure? Are we sure the mic's muted? Is there still no sound? Man, that's strange. It's showing that it's working. Okay, calm down. Is that any better? Do you know, it's really weird because the actual thing is, it's back now. Okay. Do you know, I actually don't know that that's me. When I was talking, the thing keeps moving. This is weird. This is a weird new development where the little sound mixer shows that sound is coming through, but for whatever reason, you are not hearing it. I don't know. It's back. It's back. It's muted again. It's back now. Oh my God, we're all over the road. We're all over the road. In and out. In and out. Let's have a look. Let's see where we are. It's on the right setting. Okay, well, look, everything this end is fine. Like, sound is coming through. We don't have any lag. Microphone's fine. Nothing is muted. We should be good. So I'm hoping whatever little glitch has gone away now, as we're at the main event. Akapo, shout out to you. Okay, both fighters have made their way down, and we're about to get Bruce Buffer doing the intros. All good, thank you, my friends. Yeah, Okay, Du Plessis is about to get his intro. Lovely shot of the crowds. Brilliant crowd for this event. As we've seen, you know, UFC always breaking records wherever they go. It's weird because the criticism is that we don't have lots of like big stars, big star power, but we always seem to do really well with like getting like large crowds and getting people to tune in. Show Day some love. The stream is fire. Jay, shout out to you. People are my friends. We're only 47 away from hitting 1,000, so people are definitely showing love. Very, very much appreciated. And Jay, shout out to you, man. I don't want to touch anything in case anything breaks. I'm not doing anything. We're just gonna sit here. We're gonna watch this fight. We're gonna have a lovely time. Okay, Du Plessis getting his intro. But Du Plessis is going to be too much, said Elite GP. Sean is funny though. David, shout out to you. The Critic, shout out to you, my friends. Ryan said $1,000, said that Sean cries in the ring after the fights. Duck YouTube, shout out to you, buddy. Yeah. The 144p army. I know, man. You lot don't know how good you've got it. The amount of streams we've had to do down at like 144p. Being spoiled. And now you want sound as well. Jesus Christ. Okay, Sean Strickland getting his intro. And we're about to get underway with this one. It's going to be a war, man. It's going to be a war. We're about to see a murder, I'm sure. I just don't know who's getting killed. They're both going to kill it. That's what's going to happen. Let's go. Jordan, shout out to you, buds. Here we go. Let's go. So, Sean Strickland in black. Dricus Du Plessis in green. Sean Strickland is the hunted, says John Anik. John Anik's so goated. Right, here we go. Both fighters coming into the center. That is true. That is really true. This is a fight that shows how good both guys are. This is a test for both. So, Strickland in the middle. Head kick coming in there by Du Plessis. Very cautious to start. Lovely output there by Strickland, though. Goes for a kick to the body and is throwing out a couple of left-hand jabs. Du Plessis. Inside leg kick there by Strickland. Jab again there by Strickland. Du Plessis in the middle. Switching stances. Backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Strickland. Du Plessis again, circling round, not committing to anything. Outside leg kick there by Du Plessis. 1-2 straight down the middle. Strickland again moving into the center, throwing out. He's got a lovely snappy left-hand jab there. Strickland, love that jab. And that jab is really looking good tonight as well. So Strickland's 5 significant strikes to 2. The snappy left-hand jab of Sean Strickland working well in the early stages. I'd like to see Dricus going for some more leg kicks, to be honest. I feel like the leg kick's available for him. Again, trying to go upstairs. Jab coming back there by Sean. Oh, man, straight down the middle, right through the defense of Du Plessis. Yeah, that jab is working for Strickland, man. It is working. Spin there by Du Plessis, but didn't throw. Standing his ground in the middle. Sean, again, throwing out that jab as Du Plessis hasn't really got going in the fight, to be honest, but look at the numbers that Sean is putting up. Really, really effective work by Sean at the moment. Really effective work. Certainly, Sean looking the better fighter in these early stages. Dricus again, backing up a little bit. Kick coming in there by Du Plessis. Sean, again, edging forward. Couple of jabs coming in by Sean. And a bit of damage on the nose of Du Plessis already. A couple of shots there by Du Plessis. It's the volume is just constant from Strickland. Du Plessis just cannot get anything going here. Tries to throw. Oh, Strickland's getting backed up a little bit. Again, outside leg kick there by Du Plessis. No fireworks at this stage, but just some really good output coming from Sean Strickland. 16 significant strikes to 5. He just looks very comfortable. Sean Strickland very much looks in control of the action so far, but it feels like Dricus is maybe growing into the fight now. Oh, charging Dricus. Looking for a takedown, gets it. Okay, Du Plessis manages to get Strickland in a seated position. And right now, Strickland is getting back up to his feet. Du Plessis managing to get Strickland over by the side of the cage. And right now, Du Plessis backs away. Okay, so asking some questions, not really getting the answer that he was looking for, but at least asking some questions, and feels like he is growing into the fight, but still a Strickland round by the looks of it. 18-7 to Strickland. Outside leg kick there by Du Plessis. Du Plessis again, keeping covered up. Jab coming straight down the middle by Sean Strickland. Outside leg kick there by Du Plessis. Oh, going upstairs as well. Love that kick. Love that kick by Du Plessis. Jab down the middle as well. Looks like there's a mark on the nose of Strickland as well. Strickland comes back with a beautiful right hand. And you know what? This fight was just about to really get going and the round ended. So, quite calculated by both guys. The jab working really well for Sean Strickland. 24 significant strikes, 17 to the head. We're seeing Du Plessis mix up his shots a bit more and look for takedowns as well. He managed to get 2 takedowns out of 3 that were attempted, and he's getting kicks, he's going to the head, he's asking a lot of different questions, and to be honest, he just needs to commit a little bit more. Sean Strickland's got the jab working really well though, really well. So I would say Sean Strickland's first round, but Du Plessis is in the fight. He's in the fight. But he needs to up the intensity a little bit more, maybe take a few more risks. And there is a mark on the nose of Sean Strickland. Both fighters coming into the center. Big thank you to everyone that left a like. We did hit 1,000, and honestly that did not look possible earlier, so that is a massive effort from everyone and it really is appreciated. We always try to get to that mark during these shows, so to do that is a dub for the community, so a big thank you for that. It really is appreciated. Here we go though, round number 2. Let's see if Du Plessis can close the gap a little bit more, not allow Strickland to work the jab as well as he did in the first. Strickland again, going back to that jab. Du Plessis right in there, trying to get a overhand left through. Leg kick coming in by Du Plessis. Spin attack there by Du Plessis as well. Jab coming in straight down the middle by Du Plessis as Strickland goes back. 29-15 on significant strikes. Outside leg kick. I'd like to see him work the leg kick more, actually. I think there's more success he can have with that leg kick. Sean Strickland again trying to get a couple of jabs through. Du Plessis backing up a little bit here as all stumbles. Du Plessis stumbles. I don't think that was because of the shot. I think it was just off balance. He sort of looked down after he did it. Jab going straight down the middle there by Strickland. Du Plessis again trying to come forwards. Sean just looks very cool, to be honest. He looks very cool, very in control. Kick coming in there by Du Plessis. Jab coming back there by Strickland. 31-17 at the moment. There's a healthy gap when we look at the significant strikes. Leg kick coming in there by Strickland. Leg kick coming back by Du Plessis. Strickland again has not been troubled. He's not been troubled. 1-2 down the middle, but blocked by Du Plessis. Again, trying to come forward, and he tries to get a couple of shots through down the middle. Strickland backs away a little bit as Du Plessis throws out an outside leg kick. And again, we've got Strickland just edging forwards. Oh, looked like he was about to throw that then, but he didn't. And again, we've got Du Plessis having a little look right now. This fight has not got going like what people wanted. You know, the war, busted open, going into the trenches. It's not that fight at this stage. It's very calculated. They're both trying to find openings. And Strickland is just sticking to the jab, and it is working for him. It's really working. That gap is still at 15 significant strikes. 32 of the 35 shots have gone to the head, according to the numbers on screen. It doesn't quite reflect that on the ESPN one, but jab coming in again there by Strickland. Crowd a little bit quiet. Still at 15, this gap at the moment. Du Plessis standing in the middle. Oh, lovely. That was a great right hand by Du Plessis. Kick coming in. Strickland grabbed the leg. No joy. Du Plessis standing in the middle. Oh, man, that's a lovely left. You can see the damage on the face of Du Plessis, though. Certainly the shots of Strickland have been getting through. Outside leg kick misses. Du Plessis trying to edge forwards. Oh, again, he's getting some real success there, Du Plessis. He is getting through with those. The gap is down to 11. And now he looks for a takedown. Again, crowd quite quiet. DDP, pure African blood, said Michael. Ken, shout out to you, bud. Shout out to you. And Sean Strickland gets right back up to his feet. There's a cut on the side of the head of Sean Strickland. 39-27. This gap that's been at about 15 significant strikes is down to 12. So Du Plessis is closing the gap and he's caused some damage on Sean Strickland. Is it enough to take this round, though? Is it enough to take this round? There is some swelling on the face of Du Plessis. Let's have a look at the round-by-round breakdown. Let's see where we are. So round 1 was 24-11. That's clearly a Sean Strickland round. Round 2, oh my God, 18-17. 18-17. I think this is either 2-0 to Sean Strickland or 1-1. 2-0 Strickland or 1-1. I don't know which way you think this is going. There is damage on both of their faces. I think there might be an argument it's 1-1 for me. There might be an argument it's 1-1. Sean Strickland didn't look as effective in that round compared to the first round. Du Plessis definitely growing into the fight. What I would say, though, is, you know, is Du Plessis going to be able to hang in there for 5 rounds? Let's have a look. Round 3. Round 3. 2-0 or 1-1, said Duck YouTube. 30-27 Strickland, said A. Jobson. Right, Du Plessis in the middle with Strickland. And Du Plessis definitely putting in a better performance now than he did in that first round. But the jab of Strickland has been so effective tonight. Really, really has worked well for him. Adam Martin said 19-19. Aaron says 19-19. Nick Baldwin has got it 19-19 as well, and I've got it 1-1, 19-19. I agree. I think that's where we are with this fight. It's not the barn-burning war that we hoped, but it is every bit as captivating as we hoped. The gap between them, let's have a look, see where we are with that, as Du Plessis is edging forward. Sean Strickland just getting out the way is 15 again. So it looks like Sean Strickland's having a nice little moment at the start. Philly shell on display by Sean Strickland. He does love the Philly shell defense. And we're seeing Strickland go into that as Du Plessis comes forwards. Du Plessis again going right back to the center. 13 is the gap at the moment. Oh, lovely jab there by Strickland. That got through the defenses of Du Plessis. Du Plessis standing his ground, going to the body. Sean Strickland backing up a little bit over by the side of the cage. Du Plessis having a look. He's right on him. Not giving him any room whatsoever. It's very, very calculated, this. Both guys are looking, trying to find that opening. Trying to find the opportunity. Spinning back fist by Du Plessis. Kick coming into the body. And Du Plessis just edging forwards. Strickland standing his ground in the middle. Again, throwing in that straight jab. The gap is 13 significant strikes. Kick coming into the body there. This is close. Close, close, close. There's nothing between them at the moment. Nothing between them. Yeah, Du Plessis is the more active, but Sean Strickland might be the more accurate. And again, Strickland backing up a little bit here. That gap is 13 still. So, you know, neither guy can pull away. Du Plessis can't close that gap, but Sean Strickland can't extend it. So we're just sort of staying where we've been. Both guys are throwing in shots, getting things through, and neither guy can pull away. That gap's still at 13 significant strikes at the moment, as a big overhand left comes in by Du Plessis. And again, jab coming in there by Sean Strickland. Again, crowd really quiet. This is not edge of the... Well, it is edge of the seat, but not for what we thought. I think this fight will actually disappoint a fair few people. I think people wanted the war. They wanted the war. And I totally get that, but this is still captivating. This could still go either which way. That gap, though, extending to 15 significant strikes now. And actually, this round, 15. We said there was nothing between them. The numbers are backing that up in round number 3. Oh, Du Plessis going for a spin kick to the body. Going down the center. Lovely work there by Du Plessis. Jab, both jabbing at the same time. In the pocket. Look at the damage on the face of Du Plessis, though. That would be my concern if I was a Du Plessis fan. I would be worried about the swelling. It doesn't look good in the eyes of the judges. Like, he has definitely took some punishment. Du Plessis again continuing to put the pressure on. That gap is at 15. Jab coming in there by Du Plessis. Spin kick to the body. Du Plessis has just not had Sean Strickland in any kind of trouble. That's the problem. He's just not had him where he wants him. Well, you know, but then saying that, I don't think Strickland has really had Du Plessis in any kind of trouble either. It's like a game of chess. They're just trying to outmaneuver each other. And sometimes the other person does come up with a good move, but then the other person comes back with something, and that gap's gone back to 13. Man, there was nothing in that. That third round, there was nothing in it. There was nothing in it. Let's have a look, shall we? See what that third round said numbers-wise. This is the UFC website. Round 3. It was even. It was literally 26-26. I think you could go either way on that. Either way on that. I think it was 1-1 going into that third round, and they've just done 26-26. And apparently they threw the exact same number of shots as well. 83. They both landed 31% of the 83 shots they threw. They're saying to Du Plessis that Strickland looks a little bit fatigued. That has given Du Plessis a lift. Du Plessis with a big smile on his face comes out for round number 4. We're into the championship rounds. Lovely 1-2 straight down the middle there by Sean. Dricus, though, staying on Sean, not allowing him any room to operate. Kevin has got it 29-28 for Strickland. Hoyon has got it to Du Plessis. Sean has got it Strickland. Adam's got it Du Plessis. Oh my God. No one knows, man. No one knows. Oh, that cuts a lot worse for Strickland now. That cut is opened up a lot more for Sean Strickland. I think it was an elbow that did it by Du Plessis. Jab going straight down the middle, though, by Strickland. That gap has opened wider. Strickland ahead now by 21. But what is the damage? Because there's clearly damage being caused to Sean Strickland. Overhand coming in there by Strickland. Yeah, this is a better round for Strickland here. This is a better round. Oh, man, but that cut, the bloods. Du Plessis moving forwards. 70 significant headshots for Strickland. 33 for Du Plessis. Look at the damage on the face of Strickland. Blood all over his face, you know. That is significant damage, and we know that the judges look for damage. 3 minutes left in round number 4. Oh, heavy shots by Du Plessis. Strickland clinches. Takedown by Du Plessis. This is a big round, man. It's a big round. Right, Strickland over against the side of the cage. Du Plessis is on him in a clinch. There is a lot of blood coming from Sean Strickland. 87-69. That gap is 18. That would suggest that Strickland has outstruck Du Plessis, but the damage is so significant. I think we could still be looking at this being a Du Plessis round. Oh, straight down the middle by Du Plessis. Sean Strickland's busted open. Oh, man, them shots landing. Big body shot. Look at the gap now. We're back down to 13. We are back down to 13. Shot coming in straight down the middle. Du Plessis, 11 now. Du Plessis with another takedown. I think this is now a Du Plessis round. I think Strickland did really well in the early stages. He managed to open that gap to about 20 significant strikes. Now it's 11. Wow, this thing is so captivating. This has been a really, really good round as well. And I think it's a Du Plessis round. Du Plessis 24-21. Du Plessis has landed 3 more significant strikes. He's managed to get 6 takedowns in the fights. Sean Strickland on his knees. Du Plessis round the back, in control. Du Plessis on the feet, throwing in some shots. And a couple of counters coming back by Strickland. 11 significant strikes is the difference. 11 significant strikes, but 6 takedowns. And the damage is very significant. 1 more round to go. Sean didn't like that combo that landed from Dricus. Sean instantly started clinching. I think Dricus is taking over now. Yeah, and you know what? The damage looks a lot more significant. It is true that damage is the most important factor. Short of that, then the number of shots. And, you know, Dricus has not allowed Sean to pull away. Look at the damage there, though. I think that's a Dricus round. Now, that to me is either 2-2 or 3-1 to Dricus Du Plessis. We're fighting for that little kid inside of us. I need everything from you right now, Sean. Do not let him inside. Push the jab. Yeah, what do you think? Hasim has got it 38-38. Strickland can't see out of that left eye. He is getting repeatedly punched. What a fight, said Duck YouTube. 2-2, said Paid Porter. Yeah, do you know, you could be right. 2-2. 3-1 Du Plessis. I think it's really close. Really close. Who's going to get this? 1 more round. 5 minutes left. Here we go. Is it a case of who takes this round takes the fight? What's the gap? The gap is 14. Okay, jab coming in there by Strickland. Jab coming in by Strickland. Du Plessis continuing to move forwards. Jab coming back there. Aaron Bronston's got it 3-1 Du Plessis. Adam has got it 3-1 Du Plessis. So 2 people have got it 3-1. Sean's got it 2-2, but said it could be 3-1. Kevin has got it 2-2. I agree. I think it's that round. It's that round where they both landed 26 shots. Cormier said he is leaning 3-1 Du Plessis. Well, if that's the case, then that means that Strickland needs a finish or a 10-8 round. Du Plessis, again, continuing to put this pressure on Strickland. Jab coming in there by Strickland. It has been a war, but it's been a very different kind of war. Strickland having a good round, though. He's up by 5. The gap at the start was 14. Now it's 19. Jab coming in there by Strickland. Head kick coming in, blocked. Jab coming back by Strickland. It's right in the middle. Jamal Hill said this is the round for the belts. These two right in the middle right now. Jab coming in there by Strickland. Big overhand right. Love that from Strickland. And Strickland, that gap is widening. This does feel like a Strickland round. This does feel like a Strickland round. 2 minutes 40 left. Blocked. Head kick coming in by Du Plessis. Blocked by Strickland. Du Plessis looking for a takedown. Denied. That gap has opened to 22 significant strikes. It was 14 when the round started. It's now at 22. So that means that Strickland's getting more volume through. Don't think there's been any more damage caused, but obviously we have to take the damage into account. Just over 2 minutes to go. I predict a draw. Swing and a miss there by Du Plessis. Overhand there by Du Plessis. Into the final few minutes. 1 minute 49. Jab straight down the middle there by Du Plessis. Oh, uppercut there by Du Plessis again. Both of these guys are looking gassed. Both of these guys are looking like they've given everything they've got. Round 5, significant strikes, 26-16 for Sean Strickland. If this round was for the belt, Sean Strickland's winning it. But was it 2-2 or was it 3-1? Outside leg kick there by Du Plessis. Need to see more from him. He needs a big final minute here, Du Plessis. Jab to the body. Crowd cheer him. 1-2. Straight down the middle. Couldn't land it. And again, trying to let the hands go. No joy. Jab by Du Plessis. Lovely shot coming back there by Strickland. And again. Yeah, Strickland really landing some good-looking shots. Du Plessis needs a flurry. Du Plessis, good right hands. Lovely overhand there by Sean Strickland. Now we're going. Now we're cooking. Who wants this belt, man? Who wants this belt? 13 seconds left to go. 10 seconds. Swinging away. I feel like Sean Strickland has really had a good round here. I think he's really had a good round. I think that's a Strickland round. Let me know in the chat. What do you think? That is going to be 3-2. But to who? Is it 3-2 to Du Plessis or is it 3-2 to Sean Strickland? Which way do you think that's gone? We've gone to the judges. Let's let's end this poll. We're going to end the poll. We're going to put up a new poll. Who won? Do you think it was Strickland or do you think it was Du Plessis? Let's do a vote. Strickland or Du Plessis? Vote away. Vote right now. They're showing South Africa. South Africa are nervous. Good fight. Good fight. Not like thrilling, edge of the seat action, screaming your head off type stuff. Just really relentless, good pace, lots of really interesting moments. I thought that was a big final round for Strickland, though. I thought it was a big final round. Strickland, unless Dana doesn't want him as champion, said San. 4-1, Strickland, said Jet. We've got a lot of people saying Strickland. I think a lot of people had it 2-2, maybe, going into that last round, and Strickland definitely takes that last round. Definitely takes the last round. Very close, very competitive, everything we thought. We're going to find out in a second. Get your votes in. We've had over 500 votes. And at the moment, 64% of you think Sean Strickland took the dub there. Well, we're going to find out. Bruce Buffer. That was a brilliant showing from Sean Strickland. I really rate Dricus Du Plessis. I really rate him. So for Strickland to go toe-to-toe with him and put in a performance like that, that is a brilliant, brilliant performance by Sean Strickland. Bruce Buffer has got the result, though. We're about to get it. Here we go. Okay. 48-47 Strickland. 48-47 Du Plessis. Split. And... no! Du Plessis! Du Plessis! Du Plessis! Dricus has done it. Dricus Du Plessis beats Sean Strickland. Wow. Wow. Dricus Du Plessis. You couldn't get much closer. Split decision. One judge went 48-47. The other two went 48-47 for Du Plessis. The other one went 48-47 for Sean Strickland. We said going into that final round, it would come down to whether it was 2-2 or if it was 3-1. And clearly, one judge had it 2-2. The other two judges had it 3-1. So even though Sean Strickland had that big final round, it wasn't enough to close the gap. I can tell you that the community don't like it in the sense of 63% of you said that Strickland had won that fight. We have got a new South African middleweight champion, and I tell you what, him against Israel Adesanya. Let's go. Let's go. Him against Israel Adesanya will be a lot of fun, man. Robbery, robbery, lies. Easy work for Izzy, said Denmark. There we go. They're just showing the South African reaction. Brilliant scenes. It was close. It was really, really close. Robbery. Immediate rematch.
The last 2 rounds, I know. Everybody said, when the goes past halfway, and I had a point to prove. I was there for round 4 and 5.
Yeah, good point. He said, everyone said I would fade in rounds 4 and 5. I mean, in all fairness, he did fade in 5. But he had a good round 4. 3-2 based on commentary and stats, said Bill Tonk. DDP versus Israel at 300. I don't know if he'll be ready, to be honest. I mean, he's took some punishment there. And I think there'll be a lot of people that want to see Strickland get the rematch. It was as close as you could get. I mean, it's a split decision. We've got a new champion on split decision. And I really, really would not have called robbery if they'd have given it Strickland. I mean, we are judging it on a third round, which was 26-26. There's nothing in it. There's nothing in it. I mean, yeah, the first round and the round 1 and round 5 go to Sean Strickland. 2, 3, 4 go to Dricus Du Plessis. But round 3 is 26-26. In fact, we got the numbers here. Look at that round. Round 3. Significant strikes. 26-26. Both landed 31%. I mean, there's nothing in it. Who do you... I mean, the only thing that you would give it to Dricus here is because of the fact that he was the aggressor. He was the aggressor. And I think that aggression, that intent, gave him this round. Round 2, he was just 1 strike behind, but I think that's the round where he kind of messes him up, like gets it on damage. Round 4 is... I mean, look at round 4 as well. According to round 4, 26-26. Yeah, look at that. God, it is so close. It is so close. 3 takedowns in that round as well. But, I mean, look, Strickland just battered him in the 5th. Let's see what Strickland's got to say. Was there anything that surprised you about Du Plessis? He just said, I knew it would be a war. They have to keep taking the sound off because, man, the swearing is pretty excessive. Rematch on a card with Colby. DDP1 said calm. I wouldn't be mad with a draw, said 1987 big fan. Nah, honestly. Strickland winning, I wouldn't be down on it. Du Plessis winning, I'm not down on it. A draw, I'm not down on it. It was that close. It was that close. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Right, my friends, my voice is officially giving up the ghost, but we made it to the end. We've got a new middleweight champion, and who knows where we go from here. Big congratulations to Du Plessis. Commiserations to Sean Strickland, but after that kind of performance, I think a rematch is very much on the cards. So we'll have to see what's coming up next. Of course, we are heading off to a few fight nights, but of course, we've got some big pay-per-views on the horizon. We will be here for those, and UFC 300 getting ever closer. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. Let's just have a look and see how the Tapology game went and how people did in that regard. So we have got, let's refresh it. No, you did it, William. So, Noster 75 in 10th, Melodrama Llama in 9th, Matthew Boosie in 8th, 6 Soul in joint 6th with AWS 88, Fowler in 5th, UD Power in 4th, Odd Smoker Steve in 3rd, Awalam Saraki in 2nd, and top of the tree, king of the perverts, William Hensey, has finished top, I think, for the first time ever. So, William, many congratulations. Drink it in, William. An upset in every regard. And I'm going to go off and rest my voice after a near 8-hour stream. But a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Appreciate the support as always. Have a great weekend where